he can come in here and play my game. Let's go. He knows nothing. Let's go!
Tyler won. You're done.
This is my ladder. You can't climb it.
It's better than being hard suck at Masters.
You're going too far now.
Your eyes buggy. Your elbows ashy.
That airline, that's an L airline.
Somebody better hold me back.
Okay, yeah. Do something then.
Raw energy. Blow the house down.
You look nervous.
You look short.
Everything's good?
Mm-hmm.
Fight.
Okay.
Do you really need the wraps?
Yeah, that feels like overkill to me.
Play is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Kadir City, powered by Play.
digging the thing. I came for the ring, you know what I mean. You see my name in the lights, better get right, I'm champion.
Hello everyone and welcome to the Esports World Cup in Paris. For the second time, a second year in a row, chess is taking one of the main stages of the Esports World Cup and played a significant role last year in the battle between Team Falcons and Team Liquid. We're yet to figure out how it's going to turn out this year, but what I do know is that we are in for a treat today. We are hosting the last chance qualifier. There's 5 spots, still 5 qualification spots left for the main event in chess. And there's a lot of players that will try to grab those very precious qualification spots. I am your host, International Master Anna Rudolph, and I'm thrilled to be here with Grandmaster David Howell to cover the action. David, how are you doing?
So excited. Firstly, to Esports World Cup in general. It's going to be fantastic. I can't wait for the chess we're going to see today, but also over the next couple of weeks.
I thought I lost you for a second, but I think it's the excitement. We are both so thrilled that this is it. This is it. Who will get those 5 qualification spots? And there's so much at stake when it comes to the Cup Championship, when it comes to the prize fund. $1.5 million for the chess main event in Paris, David. This is the highest prize fund ever for an esports chess event. Like, these numbers are crazy.
And the numbers are so crazy that I was even tempted to take a pause from commentary and start playing again. I mean, there's so many top players going to be there in Paris for the main event, but also so many Grandmasters have flown out there to Paris just to try and chance their hand at that spot in the EWC. And that shows how much it means to all of them. They want the money, they want the pride, they want the honor, they want the glory.
They want it all, but in order to get there, they need to compete extremely well for the next 3 days. Today's day 1, and we will start with 2 of the groups in our last chance qualifier. As we said, there's 5 qualification spots, but there's so many participants that we have divided them into several groups, which will feature 4 groups of 32 players. 4 players advance from each group to the playoffs, which will be on day 3 of our last chess qualifier. 16 players in total in a double elimination format. 4 of them will advance directly to the main event, and there will be a tiebreaker for the 5th spot. David, when you see these numbers, how many participants are trying to grab those 5 qualification spots? Wow.
Exactly. Wow is the right word. There's so many world-class players who tried throughout the past year to make it, to qualify straight to the main event, but they didn't make it, so they have to play now. And the fact there's so many of them, 128 players, shows how much they will want it. And yeah, that just means, Anna, that we've got a lot of chess ahead, both today and over the next couple of days in these last chance qualifiers.
So much chess ahead, and It's going to be absolutely thrilling, especially since the time control has no increment. For those of you that are familiar with chess events, sometimes in chess you can get increments and other times not. When there's no increment, it means you can flag your opponent, as we say in chess, meaning that you can win by winning on the clock if you are faster than your opponent. So both the chess moves and the speed will matter so much. Speed chess at the very highest level.
Yeah, it's ruthless. We saw it last year. The Esports World Cup was probably the highlight of my 2025, just watching it, the action. But we did see some ruthless flagging, as you say, Anna. The players have to do it. It's part of the game. And I think that's why we all love speed chess nowadays. It's just fast, it's intense, and it's a new level of entertainment.
Very much a new level of entertainment. And the fact that the players are present in Paris, but they are going to be playing online. So this is an ancient board game, 1500 years of history or so for chess. But nowadays, it is also an esport where you will see the players wearing noise-cancelling headphones, where mouse skills will matter, and they're facing each other by looking at the computer screen. So it's absolutely a different level of chess event, and with the stakes being the qualification, so much prize money and pride and honor. Of course, this is going to be quite a nervous but also exciting event for the players. For us, I think just entertainment. I think it's better for us here, for the viewers and for us. Just getting all the positives and the highs from everything.
Exactly. I mean, for the players, they'll be able to see each other, smell each other. Of course, the computers in between. But yeah, it's going to be very, very intense. We get to see all of the action. We get the bigger picture. The players will just be able to know what's going on in front of them, trying to control their own fates. But yeah, Anna, we're going to be seeing who's in form, who's not. Maybe some big shocks. I'm expecting some surprise names, maybe to qualify this time. It's going to be a lot of fun to follow.
I think your prediction there is right. We have seen already that happen at the DreamHack Atlanta, where 3 players qualified already for the playing of the main event. And this could be another one of those occasions where some upsets for sure are going to happen and the underdogs can prevail as well. Speed chess, online chess is very different to over-the-board classical chess. When it comes to what we mentioned, flagging skills, mouse skills, and how you deal with all of this pressure, the tension, and knowing that this could be the biggest payday of your year or years when it comes to competing at the Esports World Cup.
Yeah, I've been looking at the lineups and there's some very young players. For them, it's going to be life-changing if they are able to make it and qualify. I mean, the money on the line, that could fund their careers, their training, their tournaments for the next couple of years. It's going to be fun. And for the youngsters who are trying to make that big breakthrough in their careers, I think the format also helps them. So yeah, that flagging, those mouse skills, they're going to be all important.
So important indeed, and we are just a few minutes away from kickoff. I believe our first match will feature one of the players that actually was close to qualifying in Atlanta already, Alexander Bortnik. He is such a strong online player. He has won several title Tuesdays on chess.com, and he already qualified last year. But now he needs to do it again. He's here to try to fight for that one of the qualification spots remaining, because so far this year, he was close, but not exactly there to grab the spot.
That's right. Ukrainian Grandmaster lives in the US nowadays. He's traveled all the way to Paris. That shows how much he wants it. And it does suit him, as we mentioned, this format on paper. He's so strong, so experienced. He's a very streaky player, though. Sometimes it goes very well. He can beat the best in the world. Sometimes, he can hit a rough patch. But yeah, Bortnik, that will be a fun first match to follow.
They're about to get started in this very first round. As we said, there's 3 days for the last chance qualifier. We are starting with groups of 32 players playing in a Swiss format, which in chess is a very open format. There is going to be 7 rounds and you are paired against players with the same amount of points that you have. So 7 rounds, you need to prevail in those 7 rounds and finish in the top 4 in order to make it to the playoffs for day 3, David. How difficult is that?
Yeah, That's not going to be easy. It's a sprint. You have no time for slow starts. If you lose your first 2 games, you're pretty much out of the race for the top few spots. So, yeah, the players, I hope they've been warming up. I hope they've been playing a few online games this morning, getting that speed, getting their eye in. But yeah, 7 rounds is fast, Anna. We've played tournaments all over the world, but normally longer tournaments favor the favorites. The cream tends to rise to the top, but if you start strong, then even the underdogs can prevail over 7 rounds.
Yeah, that's the thing, that 7 rounds in chess is one of the shorter formats, as you said, and anything can happen. With a good streak, you win 3, 4, 5 games in a row, and suddenly you are leading the tournament. Maybe you need to win like 4 or 5. What do you think would be the score after 7 rounds that you need?
Ooh, I think if you get 6, you're definitely... it will come down to tie breaks. I think you're definitely in the top 4 because it is quite a small group. It's not the typical Swiss where we see hundreds and hundreds in each section and 32 in each group. And I'm going to say 6 is going to be the goal for most of the top players.
6
If they want
points.
to keep their fate in their own hands, it might even be more than that.
6 points out of 7 games. Like, that means you have to win almost every game. That is absolutely crazy. It's so crazy that it made David freeze for a moment. I think this is the shock on David's face, that if you need to score 6 points out of 7 games, that's literally just like having to win every single game, maybe making 2 draws or only allowed to lose 1. Yeah, my maths is not quite there. Still waking up my brain cells, I feel, but I think the players are ready, much more ready than my brain, for what's about to happen, the last chance qualifier in Paris. And we'll bring back David as soon as possible. He really wanted to play the tournament. See, like, he shows up as a caster, but in reality, he wants to be there in the ring. He's a very strong grandmaster, and he would definitely have a chance to qualify. So it's a pity that David decided to be a caster and not a competitor, but we have 128 players competing today in the last chance qualifier between today and tomorrow, the group stage, with 7 rounds in each group. And on day 3, the big playoffs for the 5 qualification spots. David, I was telling everyone that you are in so much shock, and also you wanted to play the event, so you just decided to quit suddenly.
I just took a quick train over to Paris. I'm there, I'm ready. Last minute entrant in the last chance qualifier. Let's go. I was too excited. Sorry about that, Anna.
It happens. I mean, it happens. And when you said it requires possibly 6 points out of 7 games, that's a lot of points to score. So we'll see who can get there. And it definitely takes a long winning streak to get there.
Exactly. You have maybe room for 1 accident, 1 bad round, but the rest of the time you simply have to perform. A couple of draws is okay as well. Maybe we'll see that 5.5 is enough, but there you're relying on tie breaks, you're relying on kind of other rivals to not do so well. And I think everyone's going to be taking big risks right from round 1 to try and make it to the top as quickly as possible.
That's going to be really interesting, because big risk also means you are accepting that you might be on the verge of losing. You might be putting in too much of a risk, and that how you evaluate, how you assess what's okay to risk, how much risk is okay when it comes to the risk reward. And you need so many points. You are right that you cannot play solid. In chess, we say you play solid when everything is balanced, everything is safe. No, here players will definitely need to go for sharp, risky variations and take chances. And sometimes taking chances means giving chances, for sure.
Exactly. And I think we'll see a few players being sneaky. I've watched a lot of speed chess. Often it might look like they're playing safe, might look like they're trying to draw out the game, prolong it. But then as soon as they're both down under 1 minute, someone's going to speed up. Someone's going to start playing for clock. And that's where we'll see the real drama. The reactions last year when I was watching the last chance qualifiers, Anish Giri against Hans Niemann, for example, where it came down to the last few seconds each and they were trying to flag each other. I think we'll see more of the same this year.
And that's just absolutely like the most exciting part of speeches, I feel. And also sometimes it's really like, can a player hang in there in a lost position? Because oftentimes in the final seconds, if you're trying to win on time, it could mean that you are in a completely lost position on the board, but you're trying to win on the clock. And therefore you're trying to make sure your opponent runs out of time before they checkmate you. And it could be just like 1 or 2 moves away from checkmate, or 1 or 2 moves away from an absolute collapse of your position.
Exactly. It's a different skill when there's no increments. Often it's not the best move you want to play. It's the most surprising, the most shocking move, the one that will just confuse your opponent and buy you a few extra seconds. So yeah, I can't wait. I really hope we get some of those dramatic moments with the roller coasters, the ups and downs, and everything up in the air.
I'm pretty sure we are in for that and more. And of course, we want to welcome everyone to the show, both on YouTube and Twitch. We are with you in the chat as well. And this is our first competitor, as we have already announced earlier. Grandmaster Alexander Bortnik was really close to qualification earlier at DreamHack Atlanta. But now he's trying again, and he is ready to fight in Paris. He flew all the way from the United States to have yet another chance at the qualification. We are about to see the first game starting, and this is going to be our featured game for round 1, David.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to it. As you said, Bortnik, so close before. He's such a strong grandmaster. He's also a streamer, content creator. He's a very busy man. He's someone I love to follow in terms of his games, and he's going to be the favorite starting here in a moment. But he did look a bit tense, Anna. I was going to say Bortnik a second ago. It did look like he really, really wants this, flying all the way across to Europe. And yeah, stakes are high, nerves are high. I'm sure the players, they just want to get going at this point. They just want to start the chess.
They just want to get started, you're right. And Bortnik's opponent here on our screen is a Belgian chess player, Robert Labruyere. For him, I think it was closer to make it to Paris than for Bortnik. But both of them are now set, ready to start the first game. Usually in a Swiss format in chess, the first round is supposed to be the easiest because that's when the gap between the players' level is the biggest. But this is when also big upsets can happen and underdogs can prevail. And I don't know about Robert's speed chess skills. Maybe he's an online specialist.
Exactly. There's a few of those dangerous dark horses lurking in the field. And we might not know so much about the player we see in front of us, but that also means that Bortnik doesn't know so much about his opponent, which always causes you to be a bit cautious. Bortnik, does he play his normal game? Does he go a bit harder? Does he press right from the start because he knows he's the favorite? Or does he play a bit more, a bit more slowly as he tries to understand what his opponent's style is? So many questions. It looks like Bortnik's almost meditating on the left there, just trying to get in the zone. But yeah, the gear, Anna, look at those headphones, look at those chairs. They have no excuse. It's perfect conditions to play some good chess.
Absolutely perfect conditions with their Secret Labs chairs and the headphones on. So stylish, so sleek, so ready for the fight. And yeah, we see a very focused Bortnik on the left. He is one of the favorites overall in our last chance qualifier, but as we said, he was close to qualifying but could not qualify yet this year. So he's here in Paris to try one last time. This is literally the final chance, and we are making sure that the players are fully ready. He's got his double headphone setup. I like that one too. You have your inner earbuds and also the headphones on top. You can listen to music of your choice, have the noise cancelling headphones on top of it. I feel like if I were a player and I would be braver to actually be there in the ring and not just talk about them, then I would do the same as Bortnik. What do you think, David?
I think I'd do the same as well. And I like what you said there about the courage, because it does take courage to go out there, play, risk it, to fund your own trip, to kind of gamble on your own success. And yeah, Bortnik there. I think one of the referees, the arbiters, was just asking for his phone. I don't think the players are allowed to have their phones on them. For a second, I thought someone was asking for a selfie with him, a bit of a chess celeb. But there we see referee in the background. Just patrolling, making sure everything is fair, good to go. Last few seconds, Anna. Yeah, I wish I had the courage to. Some friends were trying to persuade me to go out there and play, but maybe next year. Maybe this will inspire me.
We hope to see you there next year, David. You belong there. You're such a strong grandmaster, and you would definitely have a good chance to qualify, I feel like.
More fun to watch than play. Much more fun. And okay, here we see a bigger picture of the arena. And yeah, this is the the game we'll be focusing on in this first round. Looking so intense. I don't think they can directly make eye contact, Anna. The screens are in the way, but you get a vibe, right? You sense how your opponent's feeling.
You sense it and you can feel the tension in the air even through our camera view. It is so much at stake. Again, $1.5 million at the chess event, the main event at the Esports World Cup. 5 players will qualify to have a chance to grab a portion of that large pie of $1.5 million. This could be the biggest payday of their entire career if they make it.
Exactly, just making it through these qualifiers to the main event, even if they get knocked out early there, it's going to be more than they earn probably for the rest of the year from the rest of their tournaments. So yeah, this is huge. This is so important. And yeah, everyone wants it. We want the chess. We want to start. They want it too. Last few moments now.
Last few moments at the SDC Contenders. This is our stage for the last chance qualifiers, and we are about to get started here. Very high pressure and tension already. You can sense it in the atmosphere, and some of the other screens we see also from Bortnik's camera angle. Every group has 32 players and only 5 overall will qualify. So 128 players in total are fighting in groups to try to get those qualification spots over the next 3 days. And Grandmaster Alexander Bortnik here from Ukraine, he is one of our favorites overall to qualify.
And he's in Paris, Anna. I know you'll be traveling to Paris soon. How excited are you for the main EWC event to kick off?
I am so excited. I've been covering the Esports World Cup qualifiers this year, but I have not been yet to the Esports World Cup in person, and to experience the main event with such high stakes, both for the players, the individual prizes, and the club championship at stake, it's going to be huge. But we will have more chat about the overall event as soon as this game is covered, because we have liftoff, David. This is our first game of the last chance qualifier. Alexander Bortnik here as our favorite, but Robert Labruyere from Belgium could be one of our underdogs if he manages to perform well against such an experienced grandmaster as Bortnik.
Let's go, Anna. And Bortnik playing his speciality, the Alekhine defense. He's already got a big threat on the board. He wants to take this pawn in the center, and there are some nasty knight forks already. I think Robert might have gone a bit wrong. He's got to be very careful. Also, ideas of the bishop coming out. Same knight check, same knight fork. This is early danger for Robert. Bortnik clearly off to the faster start, and yeah, you can see on the clock already nearly a minute up after just 6 moves. Dream start for Bortnik.
Dream start indeed, and we see now a longer think by Robert here, trying to chase that knight away with the pawn push, but the queen sacrifice appears. Queen takes pawn. It looks like a free queen, and Bortnik is smiling to the cameras.
He knows we're watching. I'm going to add a brilliant symbol there. That is a queen sacrifice. Only a temporary one. The white knight is hit, so no time to take the black knight here. And after queen takes queen, as we mentioned, it's a family fork and a royal fork. The knight will come in with a check, hitting the white king, winning back the queen, also hitting the rook in the corner. Just everything collapsing for Robert. It's 7 moves, and it's already a disaster.
It is such an early collapse in the opening. The evaluation bar to the left of the board is still not even catching up. I feel like it's still asleep, needs a coffee, needs to wake up, because black is sacrificing a full queen. The queen is the most valuable piece in chess other than the king itself, of course. And now it's being sacrificed, but it is only a temporary sacrifice because of that brilliant knight check that will pick up the queen at the end of the line. While Robert is thinking, David, could we show the idea why this queen is untouchable, or if you take it, why is it not a free queen overall?
Yeah, let's put it on the board. So if white plays the most obvious move here, takes the black queen, then we would see the evaluation bar collapse. A knight check, And yeah, once the white king is forced to move here, the queen is recaptured. Black ends up with an extra pawn. Not only that, he's displaced the white king. There's still knight jumps in the air. And yeah, this is a pawn and a better position for black. I think Robert here needs to be a bit clever just to hold the balance. He might need to sell this knight for the highest price possible. It's going to drop off anyway next move if the black queen is still on the board. So maybe he can try things like knight takes pawn. And just to show, for example, if black recaptures, then there's time to take the black knight. And the game continues with level material. If we go back to the position, that's the type of tricky, weird-looking move he has to find already, Anna, but he's down to 7 minutes.
Down to 7 minutes. And as a reminder to all of our viewers, this is all the time you have. The time you see on the screen, 10 minutes they start with. There is no increment. So if you run out of all your time, if Robert keeps thinking or keeps playing slow, he's gonna end up losing on time, which is part of the game. You either win by checkmate, win by resignation, or you win on time.
Exactly. And at this point, he's burning through that time. But Anna, I think it was just the psychological blow of what happened there. We've actually had a few moves just this last few seconds. The knights came off the board. He didn't find the best continuation, Robert. And if we catch up with the live position, here we are. Black is simply a pawn up. Bortnik, he was the big favorite coming in. Now he's more of a favorite. It's still going to be a long game. No immediate knockout, but black is in the driver's seat.
Black is certainly in the driver's seat for all the factors that you mentioned, and now we see a queen trade. Robert can capture that queen with the knight or with the king, but in both cases, what remains is that he is down a pawn. And on such high level, one single pawn can make the entire difference. You can win a game at their level just by having an extra pawn.
Yeah, they say a pawn is worth a minute. So maybe if you're a minute up on the clock, being down a pawn isn't the worst thing with no increment, especially if you're both down around the 1-2 minute mark. But here, Bortnik has 8.5 minutes, extra pawn. He's an experienced grandmaster. I can't see him throwing this away. I think first step, he'll try and develop his pieces. He'll try and bring the black knight out, maybe develop the black bishop, bring his rooks to the open file. And yeah, there we go. He starts by attacking. Another weakness, Bortnik looking in control, despite the shake of the head. I think internally he's very happy.
He must be very thrilled indeed. And we usually say to our students, to our viewers, to not place the knights on the edge of the board. But in this case, it's one of those exceptions, right? It's a really strong move. As you said, David is targeting a weak pawn. It's not even easy to deal with that threat, because if you were to push the white pawn, then you leave the other pawn alone. No one guarding then the poor C pawn.
Yeah, something has to give here, and I think Robert maybe should have gone for that anyway, pushing the B pawn just before black had completed development, just to try and create some chaos. Now he's put his rook on a really awkward square, just a defensive piece. The game does continue though, and I do like what White has done on the last move. He's put his bishop to cover any escape squares from the black knight, so that's stuck, parked at the edge of the board, and okay, possibly he's getting back into this. He's also got nice squares, Anna. Maybe it's not as over as we thought.
Yes, those squares are definitely looking very promising, and that's what you need. When you're down on material, you need activity, piece activity, space advantage, dynamic factors like attacking your opponent as much as possible, and that's what he's trying to do. So well done by Robert for finding some really important moves to have chances in this game, so that it's not curtains yet, it is still a fight. And now Bortnik needs to be very precise how to deal with the knight coming to that central square, the bishop coming in as well. His knight is still stuck on the edge of the board, and he needs to do something about the white pieces.
Yeah, he underestimated this, I think, Bortnik. As soon as the white rook stepped up, he did have a chance to get that knight back into the center, back into the game. And the knight, if you could transfer it into the center, this beautiful outpost, then suddenly black is just winning. But one bad piece makes a position bad sometimes, and he did miss that opportunity. So now he's having to spend time of his own, Bortnik, realizing it's not easy. And the evaluation bar that you mentioned earlier, Anna, it started to level up. It started to go back towards 0. Great move there, this last knight move. And yeah, Robert's coming in.
He's definitely coming in, and that explains as well why Bortnik is now spending longer on figuring out how to proceed, because you're right, he noticed that he missed his chance of maneuvering his knight to the central squares. Now the white bishop is guarding the entire diagonal where the black knight wanted to jump. And if you wanted to prepare that knight jump, you also need to deal with the fact that white's rook is eyeing the pawn that is behind the black knight, and the other rook could come to that fight too, or to the open d file. There's so many ways in which white can continue activating his pieces.
Yeah, white has easy moves, black has no easy moves. Bortnik, we saw him kind of put his head down for a second. He's barely up on time anymore either. It's not gone well. I think he relaxed slightly too early, maybe one move too early, before he really cemented his advantage with black. Suddenly, anything could happen, and he's giving back the pawn. Okay,
wow.
Tricks, tactics, Anna.
Tricks and tactics, that's what Bortnik is counting on. He's ready to give up the pawn, give it back, as you said. Can Robert take it, David? Is that okay to take it and step into this e file where the white king is and now the white pieces too are lined up on all the same open file?
Oh, I think he had to do it. Retreating the bishop would have just given black a big advantage. Suddenly white would have had to start retreating. Black would have come forward with more pawns. So I think he had to allow this, but this is where it gets tricky. He has to come up with something clever. Robert shaking his head this time. How does he get his pieces out of the sniper that is the black rook right now? So many targets. You can move your king maybe to defend the knight, get two pieces at least defended or off that line, but black is threatening to take this pawn, take the bishop. Okay, this is where the game is decided, and I think if Robert finds the right path, he's going to be fine. If he doesn't, he's going to be in huge trouble.
And this is what makes champions great, and the rest of us, this is where I would fail, because there's so much tension on that open fight, David. I wouldn't know what to do with it. Who do I save my knight? Do I save my bishop? What about the king? There's too many questions, and this is when you get nervous. This is when you start worrying and maybe start even seeing ghosts, because there's so many threats. Some of them are not even real, but these moments are the moments that really will decide, as you said, how a player will perform in the event. Bortnik's still shaking his head. It feels like he's still frustrated as well, because he didn't play earlier better after he won the pawn.
Exactly. The top players, they're so perfectionist in their approach. They want to play the best move every time, but if you do force them, when things start to go against them, to suddenly change the pace, to switch things up, they do often find great resources anyway. So Bortnik, he's reset now. He just sat up in his chair because he realizes he's got double the amount of time of his opponent suddenly. His opponent has frozen. And like you say, Anna, maybe white has a way forward to minimize the damage here. There we go. I do think that was the best move with the king, but it just had to cost him so much time there. And suddenly the knight is hit. Does the knight step forward? Does it retreat? Bortnik, he's hoping for a knight for bishop exchange maybe, and then he's going to activate that rook into the center. Still some targets on this central file.
Still some targets, and as you said, Robert played the right move, but it's very slow, and this is all the time he has left. 2 minutes and 40 seconds. Now with the black rook on the 4th rank, that pawn is attacked, and it's a pawn that's pinned, as you're highlighting with the arrow. So what can he do about that hanging pawn, or does he just need to accept the fate of that pawn and try to activate maybe the other rook that's still standing in the corner?
Yeah, it might have to be that one. The most obvious move to my eyes would be to wake that piece up, swing it the whole way across. Again, pinning down the black knight, the knight unable to win a pawn, as pawns behind it would fall. But that does mean that you've got two heavy pieces, two powerful white rooks just waiting, essentially just waiting for that knight to move. And if the knight doesn't move, then yeah, they might just be offside. Instead, he puts the rook in the middle, but that comes at the cost of a pawn. I don't see it, Anna. Why does Bortnik just not win a pawn right now?
I don't know, but he has an absolute banger playlist. That's what I can tell from that absolutely epic head dancing there. You know, it's smooth, but it's very much in the vibe of an incredible playlist, and that's important in online chess. But he now takes the pawn with the knight, and that knight could head toward the central square. The d5 square is ready for that knight in the right moment.
Yeah, that's going to be a beautiful outpost. Can never, ever be challenged by any white pawns, any white pieces. It's funny, Anna, because white's bishop looks nice initially, but it's not actually doing anything. It's kind of hitting thin air. It's got no targets on the dart squares. Oh, we saw a big reaction there from Robert. And yeah, he looks like he knows he's in big trouble. All Bortnik needs to do is maybe support his pawn, put it on a safe square, and activate the other rook. Sooner or later, there might even be an attack against the white king. This looks like it's one-way traffic suddenly. Both players' body language, I think they both know that Black's in full control.
Black is in full control and so much more time on the clock as well. When it comes to over 4 minutes of time advantage, only a minute and a half left for Robert. He's trying now to offer a rook trade to alleviate the pressure over his position, but now the black rooks, the second rook comes in with a check and might replace where the rook was standing. You could place it again on the fourth rank or use this chance now to jump away with the knight. It's no longer pinned.
And Robert Labriere, he's smiling, he was laughing there. I'm not sure why he was enjoying it so much. Maybe it's the clock situation, maybe he's just loving being in Paris, but he's in huge trouble. And he knows his bishop is doing nothing, his white rook is just stuck at the side of the board, and he has no time. Anna, the clock, if it needs to be the deciding piece, it would be.
It definitely would be, but it's great to see Robert in great spirits, regardless of his lost position and regardless of him losing on the clock as well. So it's lost in all senses. I think the only thing that could save Robert right now is if Bortnik does a very once in a blue moon by him mouse slip. But mouse slips do happen in online chess. So maybe he wants to capture that rook and just, the mouse slips and you just drop the rook on a square where it can be captured. That's what the position requires for Robert to turn the tables around.
Yeah, but he doesn't fight on. There we go. The first result of round one here at the last chance qualifiers. Bortnik wins. It was a double attack at the end. He was about to win the white bishop. So no mouse slips this time. And the favorite wins round one.
The favorite wins, but his opponent, shout out to Robert for the effort, because even after he lost the pawn in the opening with that beautiful, brilliant queen sacrifice that Bortnik found, Robert was still fighting. He put in so much effort and he made a comeback in the middle game. So it was a huge effort to even get to that fighting chance with such a big rating difference. Robert, I believe, is an 1800 rated player, and his opponent is one of our top favorites for the qualification spots, Alexander Bortnik.
Yeah, there's around 800 points between them in terms of their ratings there. I think a big experience gap as well, but that experience gap will close. That was a great game by Robert despite the result, and hopefully he'll gain some confidence. Hopefully we'll still see him play with that smile on his face that we saw towards the end there for the rest of the rounds. Maybe going to be difficult for him to qualify, but who knows? Stranger things have happened. In the meantime, Bortnik, yeah, I think relief, Anna. I think round one, it's not about how you win, it's just about the result. Getting that point on the board, playing yourself into form.
Playing yourself into form, and what a better way to improve at chess than facing some of the top grandmasters in the world. For Robert, this is, I think, a masterclass that he will take as a learning opportunity to become even better, stronger, and come back maybe next year at the Esports World Cup with bigger chances. But as you said, we cannot write his chances off fully, nor the other players who lost in round one, because there's 128 players in groups separated that are trying to qualify for those 5 spots at the Esports World Cup, and anything can happen if you go on a winning streak. So it's all about the streak, it's all about starting a win and then never stopping. David said you might need about 6 points out of 7 games to qualify, so Robert mathematically can still do it. He just needs to win every single remaining game.
Exactly. Not going to be easy. He would have to run up against some very tough opposition, some other grandmasters. Bortnik's not the only one in the field, but yeah, it's still possible. Definitely don't give up hope. Just one tough round. And yeah, 6 might be the magic number, but I think the players, it's a cliche, they have to take it one game at a time, one round at a time. And yeah, this is what we just saw in round one. Anna smiles, but ultimately it was a win from Grandmaster Bortnik.
And absolutely legendary replay. And I'm looking forward to these replays so much every time there's an Esports World Cup. And now it is chess at the very highest level and with high stakes. $1.5 million, as we mentioned already, and we're going to continue repeating that number so many times because it's huge. For a chess event to have $1.5 million at stake, that's the main event at the Esports World Cup in chess, and all the players fighting today and for the next 3 days, they're trying to grab those 5 qualification spots left. This was round 1, but there's 6 more to go, David, and only the top 4 players in each group will have a chance to make it to the playoffs and then try for the qualification spots.
Exactly. It might sound like this is the hard work here today, but this is just where it begins. Like you said, there's so much ahead of the players. Imagine making it through the gauntlet, winning their group here, then getting through those knockouts, getting to the main event. They still have to run up against the likes of Magnus Carlsen. It's going to be difficult. Like you said, $1.5 million. I struggle to even know how many zeros are in that number. But I think the players were hoping that those are the only zeros they'll be experiencing this week. It is all about winning, and to win over these few days and maybe over the main event, that is the biggest challenge of all this year.
Huge challenge, and all the players that made it to Paris, 128 players, that is, they are trying to get this once in a lifetime chance. We highlighted how in terms of chess and numbers and prize money, this is absolutely huge, and it could be the biggest payday of their entire career if they make it to the main event at the Esports World Cup. And ends. David already highlighted the final boss. Magnus Carlsen is sitting there as the defending champion. You need to get through Magnus to get the first place at the Esports World Cup.
Exactly. You need to get through Hikaru Nakamura, Alireza Firouzja. You need to get through Magnus Carlsen. It's not going to be easy, but that's why that cliche, taking it one game at a time, move by move, just trying to lock in, and that's the most important thing. Of course, this is a bigger picture. We'll talk about the teams in due course as well. Magnus with Team Liquid, and Hikaru, Alireza, Team Falcons. But this is where it begins, Anna. I'm so excited. We've kicked off now officially. We'll be in Paris as well next week, just calling all the shots. It's going to be so much fun. So much chess this summer.
So much chess, and the Esports World Cup itself, 7 weeks of the biggest, most anticipated online, all over, most epic games in the world. I don't even have words for how important this event is, but 7 weeks in Paris, and chess for the second year in a row is now part of the main games of the Esports World Cup, playing a significant role. Since you already dropped those 2 club names, David, I think we need to highlight that last year Team Falcons, Alireza Firouzja, Hikaru Nakamura scoring, Hikaru especially for Team Falcons, and even though Magnus won at chess and got the 1,000 points for Team Liquid, Hikaru's 750 was enough to compensate in chess and therefore help Team Falcons to win overall. So huge importance for the club championship scores as well when it comes to the chess event, and whose grandmasters are stronger when it comes to all the esports orgs that are represented in Paris.
Yeah, and there's so many esports teams who I think have snapped up some real gems, some real diamonds. Of course, we talk about Magnus, Hikaru, Alireza, all those, but there are some younger players as well who are repping some teams who I think are going to be gaining some very nice points next week in Paris. So it's thrilling to watch, and I can't wait for round 2 already, Anna. It feels like we're just kicking off, warming up now.
We're warming up, and we are just moments away from the start of round 2. This is our first group that we are covering, Group A. As we mentioned, the players, 128 players, are divided into groups, and each group plays 7 rounds. You need to prevail in those 7 rounds and finish at the top 4 of your own group to make it to the playoffs for day 3. 3-day event, the last chance qualifier, and what's at stake is 5 qualification spots to the main event that's happening next week. Also, of course, in Paris at the Esports World Cup. Magnus Carlsen will be waiting there as the final boss, but who else will make it is the big question for these next 3 days.
Exactly. And I was looking at the list of that main event, and I'm especially excited maybe about Hans Niemann playing and some others. There's going to be some younger players. My highlight last year, Anna, of the whole Esports World Cup was Nihal Sarin and how much it meant to him. He played Magnus and, I mean, he ended up losing, but ultimately he came away. He had so many new fans. He earned, I think, the biggest paycheck of his career. And he was just saying, just being there, being part of something bigger, seeing chess, especially his beloved online speed chess. He plays bullet games all night, every night. It's just seeing that being given its stage, that really kind of melted my heart. And yeah, I know it means a lot to everyone. So yeah, I can't wait to be in Paris and see these players up close, seeing them doing what they do best.
Seeing them what they do best, and as you said, so many inspiring stories. And this event, the Last Chance qualifier, for which the players are already in Paris, this could be the biggest event of their career. Already is, I feel like, with the potential qualification. But if they make it to the main event, it is the top of their highest achievements and highest paychecks. So a lot at stake, a lot on the line, and round 2 is about to start. I think we're going to continue following Alexander Bortnik, and he will have yet another challenger, again in a Swiss format. The first rounds are usually when there's a bigger gap between the players' strengths and rating. This is the nature of the format, and the more games you win, the higher the score on which the Grandmasters will be. So in terms of, like, at the moment, 1 point for Bortnik and 1 point for his opponent, Elzaïn Bassam from France. He's a 2200 rated player, but very young player, as we can tell from our camera. And young players, speed chess, online, that is a dangerous mix, David.
Very, very dangerous. Bortnik will not know so much about his young opponent. I can tell you that Bassam Elzaïn is born in 2013. He's already a candidate master, so he's just 12 or 13 years old. His ratings have been going up a lot over the last couple of years. This is a player very much on the rise. Round one, going to be full of confidence, playing on home ground in France. This is going to be another step up for Bortnik, Anna. This is not going to be an easy game.
It won't be easy at all. 13-year-old French candidate master Bassam Elzaïn taking on one of the top favorites of the Last Chance qualifier, Grandmaster Alexander Bortnik. Could be one of his strongest opponent ever. But as you said, nowadays, especially with the young players being so used to online chess, playing speed chess every day online, it's not that different for them whether they face Bortnik or whether they face someone of their own rating. I think they just go for it and they are fearless. That's the problem nowadays with the young participants, I feel.
Exactly. Fearless. They think that anyone in their 30s or approaching their 30s like Bortnik, they're just ancient. They just want to go for the older generation now, make their mark. Here we have a Sicilian, Anna, and it's a bit of an offbeat one with the white bishop coming out in front of its king. Quite a modest square, but there we see Bortnik advancing in the center with the white pawns. This is going to be all 32 pieces on the board for a long time, and quite double-edged action.
Double-edged action, and that's often the case when a stronger player is facing someone that they don't know or someone that's less experienced. They want to play something that's not main theory, that's not the main variations. They want to try to just play the game and go on a less known path. And that's what we see from Bortnik here with the white pieces. He's going for this not that frequently played setup on a grandmaster level, but he says, you know what, today this is what I need. I don't know my opponent. He's 13 years old, so I'm just gonna play something that he might not have ever seen.
Yeah, I can guarantee they're both on their own now. They're both in new territory, freestyling almost, just trying to figure out how to confuse the opponent, how to create an attack maybe for Bortnik. Maybe the white queen can slide across and come out, for example. Maybe he'll start advancing some pawns in the... There we go, he does move his queen. He'll advance some pawns in the center a bit later. Yeah, this is definitely a lot of room for flexibility for both sides. In the meantime, Anna, I was actually checking Bassam Elzaïn's progress, and 1 year ago, he was rated under 2,000 in terms of classical FIDE rating. Now he's 2,300 almost. So he's gained 300 points, over 300 points in 1 year. He is going to be very dangerous.
Goodness me, those numbers are dangerous. This is one of our youngest participants at the Esports World Cup in chess. You need to be 13 years old even to be able to play at the Esports World Cup. So he is just about making the age restriction. And goodness me, over 300 rating points gained in a year. That's a lot of points in chess, which also usually means that he's not even at his peak. His strength is probably higher than his rating.
Exactly. These youngsters, normally you add 100 points or 200 points and that's their true strength. At least they're able to beat anyone on their day. He has slowed down though, Elzain. He's a bit wary of the White Queen landing and staring down at any castled Black King. It does feel like you're walking into the eye of the storm, inviting some kind of attack if the Black King commits now. But if he doesn't commit, then what else to do? Okay, he does go with his king, and now Bortnik has a target. Anna, what do you think? Bortnik, he's quite a dynamic player. Is he going to go straight for an attack?
I think so. I feel like with his last moves, especially the queen trying to swing over to the king's side, he is making his intentions very clear. Attack against the Black King.
Mm-hmm. And there we go. He gains space as well. The Black Knight, the best lieutenant, the best defender of the Black King, is being kicked away. It either has to retreat or come to the edge of the board. That doesn't look like a very pretty square. So if it does step back, that only invites Bortnik to go forward. Can he push his pawn? There we go. He's opened up his bishop. There's going to be a pin, both down the board here vertically and across that diagonal. Black's in huge trouble suddenly. The evaluation bar's not so fast, but he's walking a tightrope here.
Very tight rope with all the threats that you explained, David. Now, Bassam moves his king out of harm's way, but it is still looking very, very dangerous with the pawn alive now on that f5 square. You might want to push that pawn even further up and sacrifice it in certain situations. That could be the move. I'm not sure exactly if here is the right move. I'm going to leave it to the Grandmaster to tell us. David, is there anything immediate, or how can Bortnik put more wood on that fire that he's building on the king's side?
Oh, I wish you asked me that, Anna, when I was Bassam Elzain's age. When I was 13, I was an attacking player. I would have been like, yeah, go forward, do this, and checkmate. Now I'm just like, oh, wait, that's a pawn sacrifice that comes at a high cost. I'm not so sure. And, okay, Bortnik wasn't sure either. He throws his knight forward. That is the fuel. He wants to light the fire. Some kind of sacrifices, maybe. Some kind of forks in the air. If Black has to eliminate that knight at the cost of his dark squared bishop, then Black could collapse on those dark squares. Very nice logical move there from Bortnik, but the evaluation bar didn't approve. Suddenly, apparently, Black is better. Anna, this is such a confusing position.
Very confusing, and I'm wondering if it means that Bortnik's moves have a tactical refutation. But I'm not fully seeing it, and the problem for Bassam is that he also has to figure it out by himself, and he's down to 6.5 minutes. Time matters so much in online chess. There is no increment in our format for the last chance qualifier, and he needs to deal with all this pressure. You mentioned that the knight will be jumping to those squares. If white could make another move, once you capture the black pawn, you're opening up the 5 for your rook, and then the knight will be able to land that lethal check, a knight fork on the f7 square. So that is a major threat, and it isn't that simple to deal with it.
Yeah, really not easy, and I would be terrified here as Black. Bassam does look pretty chilled. He looks pretty zen, as if the game's only just started. But yeah, there's a big attack brewing on the Black King. Maybe you should be eliminating this pawn before it kind of opens up the line even further or steps forward, as you mentioned earlier, Anna. But that does invite the white rook forward. There are some tactics possibly that he might be calculating by taking this pawn, hoping to lure away the white queen so that the white knight has less protection. But yeah, this is not an easy position. You can't play it by instinct. You can't just go and reflex alone and be speedy. You have to invest time, and that's what he's doing. But he needs to come up with the right answer now, otherwise he's going to be punished.
Otherwise, he's going to be punished. And as we said, it's such a tense moment, so critical to find the right move, and yet it's not an obvious way to continue for Black, how to defend against all those threats around the Black King, and what is the right way to proceed. David, do you know what's the best move here for Black?
Ooh, I just took a sneak peek, and I'm trying to work it out myself, but I got confused in the kind of maze of complications, and I checked. The computer says knight takes pawn, the only way, and he finds it.
Wow.
Best move.
He did it. He did it. I had a feeling that it's something along those lines, but I did not manage to figure it out. Bassam did, and he sacrifices his knight. This is a temporary sacrifice. If White were to capture the Black Knight, then White's knight is also hanging and will be captured on the g5 square. So they are offering a trade of knights in this sense. What can Bortnik do about this? Because he must have anticipated this, or did he not?
Yeah, I think Bortnik there was kind of half hoping that his young opponent wouldn't find this move, or just maybe half trusting that there was some tactics here that would work out for White. White's knight might be dropping off anyway, so he could consider, for example, taking this pawn, opening up the Black King, and if the White knight is then captured, then he can take in the center, and the game goes on, level material. He could also be trading off pawns in the center of the board there, and yeah, that would open up pieces, open up that white rook that you mentioned, but more tactics to come. He does take the Black Knight off the board. And yeah, Black has two options now. You could even fork the White Queen and Knight. Instead, he takes off the Knight immediately, more natural. And Black's temporarily a pawn up, Anna. It looks like the worst has passed for Black.
It definitely feels like it when it comes to the position. What's worrisome for Bassam is that it took him a lot of time to find this really strong continuation. So he's up a pawn, but he's down 2 minutes on the clock. And that is, of course, a very significant part of speed chess. We see that here the evaluation bar is showing a bit of an advantage for Black, meaning that, yes, you're up a pawn, but White's pieces are really active. So Bortnik actually has compensation for the lack of that pawn.
Yeah, definite compensation. Here we go. He deflects the Black Queen away so that his queen can enter, infiltrate. The Black Bishop is lacking squares. That's very clever, Anna. He's trying to paralyze the Black pieces, freeze them. He's not only hitting the bishop, he's hitting this pawn as well. And from there, the queen would hit the rook. He still wants to get time to open up his f-file. There's a pin, that white rook staring down. I like what Bortnik's just done this last couple of moves. I think maybe underestimated by El Zain here. And okay, he has to be careful. Black's lacking coordination suddenly.
Very much lacking coordination, and it's going to be difficult to find here the right continuation for El Zain here with the black pieces, with the tension on the 7th rank, with this queen move targeting the bishop, the pin that the white rook is creating on the f-file, looking at the other black rook. A lot of ideas here and a lot of tension. And because the evaluation bar is showing that Black's position is fine, it means that there is a way out of this, but it's not easy at all. And you have 3.5 minutes on the clock to figure this out.
Wow, and I would say the most natural move is to save the bishop, is to move it out the way. That also guards a pawn that white wants to pick up. It blocks the white queen. But it does look clumsy. If the bishop is stuck on this square, it means the knight is forced to sit and protect it, can't get out. The rook in the corner can't get out. 3 of black's pieces can't really move or develop. But the computer does confirm that is the best for black.
Wow.
It does, however, give Anna another interesting idea of sacrificing the bishop, bringing the knight out, and just jumping into the white position. And I mean, I don't think that's ever going to happen. It's so bizarre, but apparently that's playable too. El Zain, whatever he plays here, whatever move it is, he just needs to speed up.
He needs to speed up and spot that either the knight or the bishop should go to that square. But Bortnik is clearly enjoying his position. He has gone from head bopping to actual karaoke mode, singing along to his favorite songs. You love to see it. You love to see Grandmaster just having a good time.
Exactly. Last year, Magnus Carlsen, even as far as the final of the Esports World Cup, was just loving life. He was, he was clearly in the zone with the rhythm, with the music. He was entertaining the audience, reacting to their cheers, the stampede in the arena. But it's all about being in the flow, being in the zone, and I think feeling happy. If you feel good, you play good, right? And that's what Bortnik's aiming for.
That's certainly what he's aiming for, and he has all the confidence from the activity of his pieces in this position. Now he's capturing Black's pawn. Black cannot take that pawn back because the Black rook, would be left hanging, and that's a checkmate if Black had captured the pawn. Instead, El Zain finds, I think, a really promising move, opening up the long diagonal for the bishop and threatening checkmate himself. So Bortnik had to parry that threat and defends the pawn with the rook to not get checkmated there.
But apparently a big mistake, and that makes me wonder, does Black have time to jump in with a check? And the white pieces can block. The white bishop most likely will step back and retreat. But the black queen can go hunting. It can take a pawn here, can go for the rook in the corner. It feels like your house is burning on the other side of the board with white's pawn stepping forward. But if black can weather that storm, hold white up as long as possible, he could be winning a rook. Instead, he brings his queen in. Very nice move as well. This is a fantastic game. Advantage for the 13-year-old. But the clock is the main worry.
The clock is the main worry, but the quality of the moves, you are right, David. We are seeing here one of the youngest participants of the Esports World Cup, 13-year-old Bassam El Zain, playing some incredible chess against one of our top favorites, Grandmaster Alexander Bortnik, but he's down to 1.5 minutes, Bassam, and that is a huge problem when it comes to speed chess. Now the white pawn is targeting the black rook, so there was no time for the black queen to grab the rook. He steps away next to the black king, and still the white rook is in the air.
Yeah, the white rook, it would love to go and gobble up a pawn, for example, but that would have left the white bishop hanging, and white's king would have been the one facing checkmate. Instead, the king defends its rook. We do see a check, and I think he's got full control here. I think he will start getting greedy and trying to win that white rook in the corner if he gets time. The black bishop can also just sit back, defend everything, cover all the squares. White's pawn looks nice and powerful, but going nowhere. Okay, black is, I'm going to say, close to winning here on the board. But Anna, this is the first instance I think we'll see all day of a flagging attempt. Bortnik is going to try and win on time. He's going to try and confuse his opponent, slow him down, and flag him.
He's gonna have to, but I'm just at awe. This is some incredible chess and epic, absolutely epic moments of the last chance qualifier. 13-year-old Bassam El Zain playing one of the best chess of his life against the top grandmaster. And he's finding some really tough moves, both defensive and offensive moves and ideas. But the time, as you said, David, it could be and probably will be the decisive factor. 4 minutes, a bit less than 4 minutes for Bortnik. Only a minute left for El Zain.
Yeah, he needs to speed up. Speed, kid, speed. It's all about that. His last move, and he could have taken a pawn. He could have won that rook in the corner. I think he was fearing ghosts. He played it a bit safe with his bishop, but he's going to get a second chance. Bortnik is trying to force him to repeat the position. He brings his bishop back to defend that black rook in the corner. All the hanging rooks in the corner now. The white queen doesn't have so many safe squares, and okay, the key moment is ahead. El Zain, does he try and repeat the position? He tries to offer that draw. If the position repeats a third time, the game is over. Draw twice now. Anna, what do you think? Will Bortnik try to find a way to play on?
Tense moment. Will he try to flag his opponent, or will he admit that things have gone really wrong for him? He's trying to flag El Zain because he deviates from the repetition of moves, not wanting to accept the draw, but he's accepting a worse position.
Oh, it's blitz versus bullet now. Bortnik's got just under 3 minutes, and Bassam El Zain has just under 1 minute. That is going to be hard. I mean, the game's still, we're only 23 moves in. There's still queens on the board. There's still attacking potential. How do you complete a game in 50 seconds here against one of the best speed players in the world? I think El Zain's going to be up against it. He needs something magical to end this game fast. He needs to be direct with his play.
Needs to be really direct, and I do love his last move, that rook coming to attack the most dangerous pawn of white. And if you get to capture that pawn, then your rook is ready to get into white's position on the back rank as well, where that queen is already pinning the white rook. White's pieces are all tangled up. It's looking really not cool for the white king and all the white pieces there, but Bortnik with 2 minutes and 47 seconds left for his opponent, Elzain only 47 seconds, no increment. This is very, very difficult.
So difficult. Bortnik's been making faces. I think he's in shock still, that he's in so much trouble. And look at the evaluation bar. Black is totally winning now. Exactly your plan, Anna. White is frozen. White can barely move. But it's just the clock. Bortnik has to speed up and hope now. He has to pray that Black doesn't have enough time to win this game.
Incredible play by 13-year-old Bassam Elzain, representing his home country, France, in Paris, playing at the Esports World Cup. And now he's threatening with the knight jumps, capturing the pawn with a knight fork, or attacking the white rook from g4. Bortnik's position is completely lost, but he's counting on the clock as a resource to somehow turn the tables and win the game.
Wow, and Anna, Bortnik needs to speed up as well. He's losing his time advantage. He's down to 1 minute 15 now. He's only 30 seconds ahead. Earlier, he was 4 or 5 minutes ahead. And suddenly, Black is in full control. White's moves are difficult. He can barely move anything. I think Bortnik's clock is another big issue. He's not being fast enough or practical, ruthless. He needs to just speed up.
He needs to speed up, and he's noticing it. He's shaking his head. We no longer see the head bopping, the singing along. This is no longer a chill Bortnik. He knows that things are now going down the wire with the lost position and losing his time advantage as well. Now the black rook is the black knight is attacking the white rook, and the black rook is still pinning everything on the back rank. This is so difficult for Bortnik, but he still has a couple of seconds as a time advantage.
Oh, here we go. We've sped up, and Elzain with a mistake. There we see he's swapped off some material, but now white has 2 pieces for a rook. Not just that, but the white bishop unpinned. Suddenly, it's a 50-50 position. 50-50 on the clock, and it's 30 seconds each. Anything could happen now.
Who'll be faster when it comes to a position that's still really complex? Less pieces, but there's so many threats. Now the white king is getting a check. The black rook will need to move, and the rooks will start picking up the white pawns. That's the idea of Elzain here.
Yeah, and look at Bortnik's clock. He's below on time suddenly. He's only got 20 seconds, and rook's coming off. The position is simplifying. If you trade off all of the pawns, it's going to be a draw, but still a long way to go before that. I think Elzain's position is easier to handle. If he can get his king across, stop that white pawn in the center, white's only chance to win is to push this pawn. And here we go. Queen's about to appear. 10 seconds each, Anna.
10 seconds each, and the pawn is about to queen, but is captured now with the white king, and there's 1 pawn left only for Bortnik. He wants to try to push that as his pass pawn. Final resources, 5 seconds left for both players.
And the pre-moves, white's about to make a queen, unstoppable now, and Elzain just resigns. He panicked, he froze at the wrong moment, just when it looked like it was turning in his favor. Bortnik, that is a relieved man. He was pushed to the brink by the 13-year-old there.
Incredible fight. 13-year-old Bassam Elzain almost makes history by taking down one of the top favorites of the event. Alexander Bortnik was in a lost position, and also with just 5 seconds left on the clock in that final moment, but Elzain, in the heat of the time scramble, made a mistake and didn't manage to stop that white pass pawn. Look at the tension still there after the game. You can tell that both players know that there have been a lot going on in this game and not in favor of Bortnik.
Exactly. Both players with poker faces at the end there. You could almost not really tell who won, who lost. Shout out to the young fan in the background a second ago. But yeah, Bortnik, I mean, he got away there with probably one of the worst games I've seen him play in a while. He knows he got a free get out of jail card. And yeah, for Elzain, that was a golden opportunity, Anna. He was so impressive. So many positives to take away for the youngster, but the result against him in the end.
The result is what was supposed to be the result, but the way it happened, 13-year-old Bassam Elzain with a big chance against one of our top favorites. What an incredible fight by the 13-year-old French player. I feel like we're going to hear a lot more of this young gentleman who nearly took down one of the top grandmasters of the field. He played incredibly well, and even with the time disadvantage he had, he nearly managed to flag his opponent from a 3 or 2 minute time disadvantage. So that was an incredible turnaround of events, both on the board and on the clock. This is what esports is about. This is what chess at the highest level is about. And these were the final clutch moments in the game when it comes to Bortnik here, trying to follow that one final pass pawn. That was what ended up deciding the game in favor of Bortnik in the end. He managed to keep that pass pawn alive and also stop the black rook from the block, from being able to block the promotion square.
Yeah, I think it was just that last turn of momentum. For so long, it was Elzain in control, pinning all the white pieces, dominating everything. Bortnik could barely move. But as soon as that started to turn, Bortnik's pieces came to life. You could see that suddenly the belief was back. Elzain shaking his head, even when he was suddenly up on time. He still had a great position. And yeah, chess is so much about the flow, and it just happened to flow back in Bortnik's favor just those last few seconds. It could have gone either way, Anna. It was, yeah, a 50-50 game that, unfortunately for the youngster, didn't go his way.
Didn't go his way, and for Bortnik, it's a relief that he managed to win that game from the jaws of defeat. He managed to climb out in a lost position and also losing his time advantage. But when it comes to his overall tournament, I think he'll be really just shaken up and feeling a bit like he might not be at his best performance, and he needs his best performance if he wants one of those qualification spots.
Exactly. He could look at it in one of two ways. One, oh, he wasn't at his best, he was struggling, he had a lost position. Or he could look at it, oh wait, I survived the worst. Maybe that's the worst position I'll have all day. And he can look on the bright side and think, okay, if I can survive that, I can survive anything. So Bortnik needs to look on the bright side of life. And yeah, he's still, at least result-wise, got a great start.
He definitely needs to look on the bright side. We're gonna take a look on the bright side of a short break. But when we are back, the Last Chance qualifier continues. There's 5 qualification spots left for the main event at chess at the Esports World Cup in Paris. $1.5 million at stake. Do not go anywhere. This is high stakes speed chess at the very best, at the very highest level. I'm losing my words. I'm so excited about this, David. But we will take a short break. I will gather my brain cells. And when we are back, this is the Esports World Cup Chess Last Chance Qualifier.
Is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Kadir City, powered by play.
Welcome back, everyone, to the Esports World Cup in Paris. This is the last chance qualifier in chess. $1.5 million at stake at the main event, and today and the next 3 days will determine who will be the final 5 players to join Magnus Carlsen and the crew to fight for $1.5 million, which is huge at chess and the club championship points as well. David, we have seen 2 rounds so far of the first group of the last chance qualifier. How do you see the event so far and the atmosphere, the tension, the stakes?
Yeah, the tension's definitely getting to some of the players, that's for sure, Anna. We've seen 2 very different games so far. We've followed Alexander Bortnik, one of the top seeds in this group, throughout. First one, very smooth. Second one, topsy-turvy, could have gone wrong. And now we see Wei Yi in front of us, one of my favorite players in the world, one of China's top talents. It's another Alekhine defense from Bortnik. And Anna, this is a real heavyweight clash. It's Grandmaster on Grandmaster, 2 world-class players. And yeah, it's going to be dramatic. 4-pawn attack against the Alekhine. That spells, that spells danger for both sides.
It definitely spells danger, and this is our first game where we see a clash of 2 grandmasters. This is round 3 already. In a Swiss format in chess, it usually happens at the first round, the first 2 rounds. The gap between the experience and the rating of the players is bigger, but as it gets to the next rounds and who is leading, we now have 2 of the strongest grandmasters in the field facing each other. And David, when it comes to this opening and how they both have just managed to castle as well, what can you tell about this middle game for us? What is the fight about?
Yeah, the fight is about the center, essentially. White has all the space. White has these 4 beautiful pawns on dart squares. Black is trying to erode that. Black can't just play around that center forever. One thing I will say is that Bortnik, I'm pretty sure I've seen him have this almost this exact position before. He's the world-leading expert on the Alekhine defense nowadays, this whole opening. But yeah, Wei Yi's come prepared, clearly. Barely spending any time on the clock. He's kicking around the black pieces. If this knight now retreats to the square it wants to, then the other knight gets trapped. The white pawn will step forward, and that black knight in the middle, gone. No escape squares. Black, we see the evaluation bar already in big trouble. I think Wei Yi has just either done some fantastic preparation, Anna, or he just knows this. And Bortnik's tricky opening, objectively dubious. I think he only uses this at speed chess. It's backfired already.
It certainly has backfired in the way, representing Team Nemesis. I think he might become the nemesis of Bortnik if this game goes in the direction that the evaluation bar is suggesting, because that is already a big advantage for White. And you see the evaluation bar on the left side of the board creeping up further in the direction of a decisive advantage for Wei Yi.
Oof. The bishops, it's the power of the bishops. My favorite piece, Anna, especially on an open board. Here it's maybe more blocked, but they're so active. The black knights are in their eye line here. They're being fired down upon, those black knights. How to stop this? The black queen needs to get out the way maybe, but it's hanging by a thread already for Bortnik. This has been a nightmare start. It feels like he's still recovering from the previous round.
It feels like it, and I did love your pun there, David, just dropping in that nightmare. You think we didn't notice, David, what you did there with the nightmare? It is a nightmare.
Exactly, and yeah, for Wei Yi, he's showing us the way forward with his bishop moves. This is just beautiful. He's made it look easy so far, but yeah, Black just needs to somehow at least cling on to the pieces, not lose any material. Make sure that any disadvantage is still in terms of the dynamism, not in material quantities here. Maybe getting the queen out the way. I don't know, Anna. I'm struggling to find moves. Bortnik, he knows his position is terrible right now.
He knows it. He was shaking his head again. It's no longer about the singing and head bopping that we saw in the first 2 rounds. It is now trouble time. And Wei Yi, the Chinese grandmaster, rapping team nemesis, looking good for taking a really important point against one of the favorites of our qualification tournament. Bortnik here really deep in thought and not finding a way out of those pins.
Oof, he leans back, he's 2.5 minutes down. He looks lower on energy, shaking his head there. Not so happy. At least results-wise, I think a draw here would be fantastic for Bortnik, just because a black against a world-class grandmaster like Wei Yi, never a bad result. But getting a draw is just a distant dream at this point, Anna. How to defend? He just has to move his queen out of the way, or he has to bring his knight back where it came from. But the danger won't stop there. White knight is also coming to harass this bishop. Yeah, this is torture for black. Bortnik, I think there's just no good moves. That's why he's spending so much time.
He cannot believe it. You can tell from his facial expressions. He cannot believe that he got himself into trouble at such an early stage of the game. It felt like we are still in the opening. They have just castled, usually on grandmaster level. Trouble starts coming in at a later phase of the middle game or end game. They know their opening so well. They know how to place their pieces and how to develop. But Bortnik misplayed the opening and now moves the queen out of the pin to try to save his pieces, the knights that are tangled up there. But again, the evaluation bar is screaming that Wei Yi's position is winning.
Yeah, it looks fantastic for white, but that's just visually, and like you say, he needs to turn it into something more tangible, whether that's winning material, winning one of the black knights, or yeah, at least maybe winning a pawn in the process, opening up the black king. For now, if black can survive the next few moves, maybe he'll be okay. The first moves that come to mind, either the white queen coming out to hit this knight and try to break the connection between those two horses, or maybe the other one. Either edge of the board, either the queen coming out to the left, the white knight coming out to this side, hitting the bishop, which is quite short of squares. There we go, Wei Yi chooses the latter option. Still looks good.
Looks really good, and he's got the much better position and also a significant time advantage to accompany that winning position. Really troublesome for Bortnik. He needs to find some very precise moves and also to play very quickly. And even then, Wei Yi's position is looking menacing. What can you do here?
Oof, I mean, the most natural would be to maybe drop the bishop back, but there would be another bishop for knight trade. It's going to be 2 bishops versus 2 knights on a board that's opening up. The bishops are the better pieces. The black knights are not stable. Instead, he counterattacks against the white bishop. Wei Yi, okay, we see the eval bar drop slightly. Maybe he had something even better, but there we go. Sacrifice mode, Anna, activated. He's going to open the black king at any cost.
At any cost, and that cost is sacrificing a bishop for just a pawn. A bishop is worth 3 points or 3 pawns, so it's a much more valuable piece than a pawn. But in this case, you're giving it up in order to get access to the black king, damage the pawn structure in front of the castled king, then capture the bishop as well, and the white queen and the rooks will be coming in with checkmate threats. I don't think that Bortnik can survive that attack if everything opens up.
Yeah, and the problem is his hand is forced. There's not much he can do. I'm just going to very quickly put this on the board while Bortnik thinks. If he takes this bishop, goes a piece up, the white knight can take this bishop, maybe even the rook can capture. But yeah, there's so many strong options. Wei Yi has played this on pure instinct alone. His queen is coming, the black king is too open, the rook is going to sit, the other white rook can swing across. The black queen is so distant. It's on a different continent right now. It's not in Paris. It's all the way back home, and the black king is not going to survive without the help of its queen.
It cannot survive without the queen. The other rook is also just sitting there in the corner. 2 of the most valuable pieces of black are completely out of contention, as if they weren't even on the board, because it doesn't matter they are on the board if everything is happening on the right side where the black king is. Rook takes bishop. Is that the move, David? Is this what's happening?
It's what I showed, just even better, Anna. That's why it's him sitting there, Wei Yi, one of the most talented players of his generation. I mean, he knows the Black King is open. He knows the White Knight is actually more valuable as an attacker. And the reason Bortnik hasn't won a rook, it's a free rook, he hasn't taken it, is because checkmate is almost guaranteed now. The White Queen is coming. It's going to give the Black King the kiss of death. If the Black King tries to sidestep, the Queen still comes. And there's no way to stop a checkmating attack. It's mate within a few moves. And Bortnik looks devastated. He just looks shocked. He doesn't know what's hit him. It's just unstoppable. This is... yeah, almost game over. Only 21 moves in.
Incredible to see this on a top grandmaster level, that the position collapses right after the opening. Bortnik cannot believe it. And I think this is still from what we saw in the previous game of Bortnik against one of our youngest participants, 13-year-old French player, El Zayin. El Zayin played incredibly well, and if it wasn't for the time trouble, maybe he would have won the game against Bortnik. Bortnik's clearly not in his best shape today, and that's a problem because today decides who will make it to the playoffs.
Exactly. He needs to pull himself together. There's still time. A loss here isn't the end of the road. He can still go on a winning streak and cement his spot in that top 4. But yeah, for now, it's not going to happen in this game. This Queen is coming. If you could pick up the Black Queen, magically transport her all the way over to defend. Queens and Knights are the best defenders, but yeah, not possible, not legal, unfortunately. And Bortnik gave back a knight just to delay the inevitable. But here we go, checkmate threatened. Can't parry it much longer. Mate in 4 on the board, and Wei Yi wins. Bortnik resigns. Just 25 moves.
25 moves only, and Chinese Grandmaster Wei Yi for Team Nemesis wins a really important point, raising now the chances, definitely raising his own chances for the qualification spot. And for Bortnik, this is a sad story. He might have to go and win every single remaining game if he wants a chance. Wei Yi is already out of the arena, where we see Bortnik deep in thought, trying to figure out what went wrong.
Yeah, I think just everything, unfortunately, in that game. He was definitely still recovering from that emotional kind of topsy-turvy encounter in round 2. We see in the background, like, all the other games are still going. This is one of the first games to finish in this round. And there we see in the background a couple are starting to finish, but Bortnik not happy. And yeah, he needs to recover now. He'll need to start winning to compensate for what just happened.
He'll badly need to bounce back and compensate for what has just happened. And as for Wei Yi, this is 3 out of 3 for the Chinese Grandmaster, wrapping Team Nemesis and looking great for his qualification chances. As we mentioned, we are in the group stages of the last chance qualifier. In every group, the top 4 players will qualify to the playoff on day 3. So still plenty of play left, 4 more rounds to go. But for Bortnik, he needs to bounce back, and for Wei Yi, he just needs to keep doing what he has been doing. He won a brilliant game just now against one of the favorites.
Yeah, and Wei Yi, he has this aura around him. Like, I've played him many times myself, and he's just so calm, like poker face, whether it's going well, whether it's going badly, he'll always... yeah, he always looks in control, and yeah, that kind of deceptive, relaxed look does hide the fact he's an attacker, and he showed that here against Bortnik. Spectacular sacrifices. Wei Yi was a prodigy when he was 15. He was already 2,700, already in the world's elite, and yeah, he's been a candidate, of course, recently. One of the best players, and he showed it just there.
One of the best players, and he's proving that he's also amazing at speed chess and online chess and the esports format, because it's very different from an over-the-board tournament, very different from classical chess, and he proves that he is very much at the best of the best in any of those formats. And the mouse skills, you know, you need those mouse skills at speed chess. This game wasn't close to time scrambles, but I think a lot of the games in the final rounds, where it will be about who qualifies and who doesn't, will depend on flagging skills for sure.
Yeah, and it was the most heartbreaking moment for me to watch last year at the Esports World Cup, when Duda, just a few moves into a game, it was a must-win situation for him. He mouse-slipped, lost a piece, and just resigned on the spot. and he was out of the whole tournament. He barely even got a chance to show what he was about. So yeah, as you say, the mouse skills, so important, underrated. I can't say who, but I know a few players who are going to be in the main event, and one of them has been practicing a lot more with a mouse lately. They normally play on a phone or a touchpad when they're playing online. But
who could that be? I wonder.
skills.
I wonder if I have seen anyone, like someone who would be like a world #1 playing on a tablet some of his most crucial games online. But great that he has been practicing his mouse skills. That's good to know.
Exactly. It's all important, and especially because there are speed specialists in the field who will flag you ruthlessly. You need that extra, every second counts, right? You need that extra percentage. And yeah, the top players, they're very professional. They will not leave any detail ignored. So yeah, who are you most looking forward to, Anna, to watching in the main event of the Esports World Cup?
Well, I think we name-dropped Magnus Carlsen without actually mentioning his name. So I would definitely say I'm looking forward to seeing the defending champion, the EWC chess champion Magnus Carlsen returns to defend his title, but so many contenders there who will try to steal the spot from Magnus and gain 1,000 points for their clubs at the Esports World Cup, because it also matters a lot for the club championship, of course. And Team Falcons, they won it twice already, the Esports World Cup. Will they make it a hat trick? Can they win this year too? A lot will depend on the chess as well. And Hikaru Nakamura and Alireza Firouzja both playing for Team Falcons. I think they are definitely up there trying to steal spotlight from Magnus. What do you think, David?
Yeah, I'm looking forward to those few as well. We had some fantastic knockout rounds last year with those giants. I'm also looking forward to the younger ones. I mentioned Nihal Sarin earlier. I think this might be a big breakthrough for him. Hans Niemann always brings fire. His Netflix documentary, The Last Scenes, that was in Paris. Maybe it's full circle. Him versus Magnus back in Paris. But also, I don't know, Nodibek Abdusattorov, Jan Nepomniachtchi. There's so many names, so many big guns out there making their way to Paris right now.
So many big names, and 5 more names will be on that list after these 3 days of the last chance qualifier. That is what at stake for the 128 participants that are already in Paris competing at the STC Contenders Arena. It's a hall that is absolutely on fire. The tension, the stakes, everything you can feel in the air, even through the cameras. Whether you're in Paris or watching online, this is absolutely the biggest moment in the career of many of those players, if not every single one of them, when it comes to $1.5 million as a prize fund. Again, it's a number we're gonna keep repeating because it's not really common in chess to have a $1.5 million prize fund pool. And even if you finish last in the main event, that's still $25,000, I believe.
Yeah, that's more than just pocket money. That is a huge amount, and yeah, the players are all, of course, in the race for that. I think you're right, Anna. I can't think of any other event other than maybe the Classical World Championship, where it's only 2 players competing for that prize purse, where it's in the 7 digits, in the millions. So this is really unique, this event, and yeah, it's nice to see that so many players are going to get a chance at it. It's really kind of democratic in a way. Like, they all have the same chance. They've all qualified, or once we get these 5 from the last chance qualifiers, they've all qualified from different routes, different ways. Some, like Magnus, have known that they'll be back for the last 12 months as the title holder. He was guaranteed to be here. Others have had to play week in, week out, Title Tuesdays, some Speed Chess Championship, some, like you said, DreamHack Atlanta. Yeah, whatever the path, they all start on a level footing. And that's what I love about this format.
It's absolutely brilliant as a format, and also to witness that the Esports World Cup is not a one event. It's the entire year, as you said, the players trying to qualify to make it to the main event, and the main event itself, Esports World Cup in Paris for 7 weeks. the most watched, the most exciting games are being played at the very highest level, and chess is on one of the main stages. As we mentioned already last year, there were some really important points going in the direction of Team Liquid and Team Falcons when it comes to the club championship. The Falcons, I believe, want to win it again for the third time in a row, but chess will matter so much. And who will prevail? Can Alireza and Hikaru grab some of the top spots? They'll definitely try, but so many contenders and young contenders will try to stop them. And then there's this guy called Magnus.
Yeah, Magnus, he's always the big boss at the end of the road. But yeah, I guess Team Falcons do have two of the big three, if we count Hikaru and Alireza. So yeah, is it strength in numbers? Is it strength in just that having that little edge, being the GOAT? Who knows? But okay, from the last chance qualifiers, Anna, still early days. Wei Yi maybe now one of the favorites to qualify from this first group that we've been watching. Yeah, do you think it's going to be a case of him just cruising and the rest fighting for the rest of the spots, or what do you expect from the next few rounds?
That's a good question, and I feel like it's hard to tell because from our own predictions, and especially David with the numbers, because I'm not good at numbers. So David said perhaps it's gonna take 6 points out of 7 games to be on one of those 4 spots in each group to make it to the playoffs. And if you need to score 6 points out of 7 games, well, Wei Yi is on 3 points, so he's halfway through. But in a Swiss format in chess, things only get more and more difficult as you proceed. You start with quite a big rating difference between you and your opponent if you are one of the top grandmasters, and as you proceed and as you advance through the rounds, winning and winning, suddenly that pool of opponents is getting a lot smaller, and they are also on 3 out of 3, just like you. So someone in a top shape, also a top grandmaster. I feel like Wei Yi started really well, but this game against Bortnik, I don't think it shows fully how his shape is, because things went wrong at such an early stage for Bortnik. I don't know if Wei Yi is in peak shape, or is it just like, yeah, he's good, but I don't know. Yeah. Things can happen.
Things can definitely happen. Yeah, I should mention, I think 6 points is you're going to be pretty safe. You can probably kind of rest easy if you get 6 points to qualify in the top 4, but maybe 5.5. There might be 1 or 2 players, but then it comes down to tie breaks, and it's like, oh, your fate might not be in your own hands. In the last round, you'll be super nervous. I think that's why Bortnik collapsed so early, because so early in that last game, because he is a bit, maybe the cameras are on, and he knows we've been following him for 3 rounds already. The nerves start to creep in as soon as things turn against you. But yeah, I have a feeling we'll see some shaky hands in especially the last 2 rounds of the day.
I think so too, and Bortnik will get a bit of a relief that we are moving our cameras in a different direction. Our next featured game, about to start soon, is between Chinese Grandmaster Wei Yi, rapping Team Nemesis, and his opponent is Norwegian Grandmaster Arjan Tari. Arjan really wants to qualify. I know that personally from him, but so many, of course, of the contenders. Everyone is in Paris because of that same reason. So alone, the wish, the desire to qualify is not enough. It will all depend on their performance today. And can Arjan upset Wei Yi? He is the underdog in that matchup, and he's got the black pieces. How do you see his chances, David?
Ooh, it's difficult. I mean, I'm a big fan of Arjan Tari's chess. He even knocked me out of a World Cup once. He's so strong, so well prepared. Such a nice guy as well, good friend. But yeah, I think for Arjan, he's not going to see himself as the favorite. Yet that could go either way. Either you start playing a bit negative, you start playing for a draw and it could backfire, or you use it as a superpower. You say, okay, my opponent's going to come at me, I'm just going to react. It's sometimes easier to react than create in chess. And yeah, Arjan's a fantastic player, still young, and I think one of the few in this group who can compete with Wei Yi tactically. So yeah, although maybe in the conversation of who's the next best Norwegian player after Magnus, although Arjan's in that, it's a case of win-win for him. He just needs to get a result in this game. I think he'll be pretty happy.
I believe so. I think he has chances, and Wei Yi, so far we see him cruising 3 out of 3, and he's just taken down one of the favorites for the qualification spots, Alexander Bortnik. And when it comes to Arjan, you already mentioned he is up there behind someone called Magnus Carlsen, teammates, friends with Magnus. That certainly is also something I think that's very special, that the Olympic team of Norway, when they trained together, how many times Arjan had the chance to learn from Magnus, to hang out with Magnus, and you know he's the #1 in the world, so that's something that should help, right? That kind of atmosphere. Does it help you, David, when you hang out with Magnus?
Oh, I don't know. It doesn't rub off on my chest.
No.
I learn more every day, but maybe I think I learn too much and I can't process it. No, my brain's not big enough. But no, I'm very lucky. I know Magnus, I know Arjan very well, and we've all looked at chess a bit together. And yeah, it's just interesting that all the top players look at chess in different ways. Like I think Arjan maybe focuses a bit more on openings. Magnus maybe focuses a bit more on later in the game. Yeah, everyone has their different approaches, and yeah, that's why the top players like to study with each other. They see things from different perspectives, and yeah, I can't wait for this game to go now, to get going. Wei Yi against Arjan Tari. This is another clash of big guns, and it's going to be less one-sided, I think, than the previous round.
I think so as well, and if either of these players can win this game, I think that will be a very good sign of their current state of mind and their chances to qualify, because this is one of those battles where if you win, Wei Yi here repping Team Nemesis, getting ready for the fight, and his opponent is Norwegian Grandmaster Arjan Tari. Both of them are on 3 points out of 3 games, so leading and having 100% score, but that score will not stay impeccable, at least for one of the players. Arjan here looking very ready, listening to music as well. We saw Bortnik with the same strategy. Bortnik was even singing along at some point, but he was not singing against Wei Yi. He got himself into trouble at a very early stage of the game. I think Arjan will definitely try to avoid such an early collapse and trying to make it out safe from the opening.
And in the meantime, here we do see the standings. Only 3 players on a perfect score. Maybe I'll have to revise it, Anna. Maybe it's going to be 5 or 5.5 enough to get into that top 4, because players have been dropping points already. And it's just Wei Yi, Arjan Tari, and local home favourite, French Grandmaster Laurent Fressinet, on 3 points. Everyone else has dropped at least the 1 point, whether it's a loss or 2 draws. And yeah, it's still an open field. Those top spots, though, of course, what everyone is playing for, as we see all of the names here, all of the participants down to number 30.
This is incredible. Only 3 players remain on 100% score. And by the way, I was so happy to see on the earlier slide that our youngest participant, 13-year-old Bassam El Zain, is on 2 points out of 3. That boy, we're gonna need to watch out for Bassam El Zain, representing France, and had an incredible game against Alexander Bortnik in round 2. Maybe he will still have chances for the qualification spot, but the 2 players who definitely are looking great for a possible qualification are here. Arjan Tari on the left side of our camera from Norway, and Chinese Grandmaster Wei Yi representing Team Nemesis. I love the jersey, I love the colors, and I'm hoping that Arjan, if he qualifies, he will also sign with a team.
Yeah, it's Norway against China, it's Arjan Tari against Wei Yi. It's the Sicilian defense, and we see the bishop b5 check variation. White has parted with the light squared bishop early. White's bishop came out and traded off for a knight, but despite the fact he's given up a bishop, he does get the pawn center. So Arjan here, very well prepared, as we mentioned in the opening. Anna, we both know him very well. I think he'll be trying to use these early stages to put Wei Yi under some pressure.
He's using those early chances indeed, and I'm kind of glad I mixed up the colors, because I thought that Wei Yi had the white pieces, but no, that was the previous game. Of course, it is Arjan with the white pieces, and that's a bit of an advantage supposedly in chess. You get to start the game and get to choose the direction and the style of the opening and the dynamics of the middle game. So what we see from Arjan here is not the main approach, but he's playing it very confidently. I feel like he might have expected Wei Yi to play this way, and this was his plan all along. Do you think it's still his preparation?
Yeah, quite possibly. He did pause slightly, Arian Tari, before trading off the pawn there. Normally, you don't want to lose your big pawn center, take away from the middle of the board here, but he does have concrete ideas in mind. He's now attacking a backward pawn, a bit of a weakness, where you're now forced to block things up. And Arian's going to retreat his bishop, most likely, to hit the black rook. I'm a bit biased, and I prefer bishops in general over knights, and I think that the white knight, the fact that this piece still asleep at home can't get to the beautiful outpost in the center that it normally wants to get to, that means that black should be relatively comfortable. I don't think black's better, but I think a decent start, solid start for Wei Yi.
Very solid start, and one fact about chess that we often wish wasn't the case is that pawns don't go backwards. That pawn on c3 wishes it could go back to the original square, so then the square would be able for the knight to jump toward the center, but that is absolutely not possible, and that's why Arian cannot take advantage of that weak central square in the middle of the board.
Yeah, and he needs to find another path for his knight, therefore. Okay, first he pushes the pawn forward, makes sense, gaining some space. Maybe he'll try and push that pawn even further with threats to trap the black queen. The black queen doesn't have so many escape squares if the bishop can hit it. Arian, nice move from him there. I'm expecting Wei Yi, though, to bring the knight out and attack a pawn in the center. And maybe the black bishop will step out of the way to give the black queen some breathing space.
Both the black knight and black bishop will likely target the central pawn of white, and in that case, Arian will have to figure out how to hold on to that pawn. That's a very important pawn in white's position. You cannot give it up, but it's gonna start looking a bit harder to hold on to it. The knight jump out for white to defend is logical and natural, but the follow-up could have been more difficult. We do see a pawn push by Wei Yi on the edge of the board.
Yeah, very slow. He didn't want to bring his knight out for fear that it could get captured, that the white bishop might come and take that knight, and he's arguing that he actually prefers knights over bishops in these positions, or he wants to keep the black knight alive at least. But there was a threat against the black queen, so he gives the queen some breathing space. Very slow play from Wei Yi, but maybe he can get away with it. There's a blockage in the center, no open lines against the black king. So he has time, Anna. Who would you pick here? Who would you prefer?
I feel like I like white's position, but I'm also struggling to find the best way of moving my knight. The one that's still stuck on the back rank, I would love to develop it, I would love to activate it, but I don't see a clear path for that knight. This move, though, this suggests that Arian wants to push the c-pawn to free that c3 square for the white knight and then head toward the center. This could be it. This could be the recipe toward white having at least a slightly better position. I like this for white.
Yeah, I think it's definitely got better for Arian in the last couple of moves. Wei Yi, I just think he was a bit too slow by pushing his pawn here. A bit of a luxury. Maybe it's a luxury he could afford, but in hindsight, maybe that move was better spent elsewhere. Don't take the pawn in the center. There's a trap now on the board. The Norwegian Grandmaster's set. If Wei Yi captures the white bishop, I'm just going to put this on the board. We'll ignore the evaluation bar. The white bishop would jump out the way. Whoops, double attack, hitting the queen, hitting the knight. Wei Yi is not going to fall for this. And there we see, he ignored that, the temptation. He castled. The white knight, though, has got out. And Anna, suddenly, Arian solved the big problem of his undeveloped piece, and he's got a grip on the central squares.
That's a grip that will be a very long-term advantage for white. It's not that big of an advantage, but it's a very long-lasting factor that is exploiting the fact that black's d-pawn is a backward pawn. It's a weak pawn, and in front of it is a weak square because no black pawn can chase you away from that. Oh, amazing. Oh, goodness me. David, I forgot that your emoji game is just as strong as your chess moves.
Oh, at this point, my emoji game's better than my play. But yeah, this is a backward pawn. Just backing up your thought process there, Anna, and the square in front of it, the white knight can jump into at any time later.
Anytime, and that's the problem for black, that it's anytime. You need to be ready for that move every single turn. And oftentimes we see in chess that the threat is bigger than actually executing the threat. So the fact that it's hanging in the air, that White can forever prepare to play that move, but yet not play it, that is the problem for Wei Yi.
Exactly. He's got to work out and calculate what happens after that knight jump on every single move. Probably Ariane doesn't want to play it yet because after a capture, he'll be forced to replace that knight with a pawn. He ideally wants to keep that square free for a piece later, especially the line up against the black backward pawn here. He wants to keep that open. So maybe not yet, maybe soon. But in the meantime, Wei Yi is preparing to hop his knight around to hit the white queen, attack that piece. He's also cleared the path, and maybe for his f-pawn to strike forward and chip away, erode the white center.
Yes, and that would be a way for Wei Yi to try to do something about this hold of the central squares. The advantage that Ariane has is because of those e4 and c4 pawns, the way it's holding down Black's central structure and making that d6 pawn forever weak and the d5 square forever a spot for the white knights especially. Can Black go for that pawn push to challenge Ariane's central pawn, or is there anything wrong with that pawn push, David?
Oh, I don't see anything wrong with it. It is quite committal, and I think it's the type of move where he wants to play, but he will maybe weaken some more light squares along the way. I think he should go for it. It's a speed game. Normally, you don't want to mess around too much. I don't really see any other productive moves for Black. Maybe you can flick in a knight hit on the queen first, but there we go, Anna. As you say, it was the critical idea. Good or bad, he needed to be active. And at least he's asking some new questions. He doesn't give White all the time in the world to just slowly improve the pieces.
He does not, and now the white queen needs to go. It doesn't have too many squares to go to.
What do you think? Queen trade or no queen trade? Check or just retreat?
I would be tempted to trade queens because I like my endgames and I feel like, then I cannot get checkmated at least.
Yeah, same. I love my endgames too. I think Ariane, he likes endgames. He's also quite an objective player, but there we go. I think it was too hard to resist. You see a check, you play a check, especially in speed chess where you don't have time to work out the differences. But very important from Wei Yi that he invites White to trade only on his own terms. If the queens are going to come off, it's going to be on Black's terms here. If White had taken the black queen, the pawn would have recaptured and Black would have held more central control. Instead, the knight jumps and the bar dropped at least slightly.
It has dropped, meaning that this knight jump by Ariane wasn't the best move in the position. It's not a blunder, it's not a big mistake, but it has given away the slight advantage that White had. I'm really puzzled because oftentimes these positions are so complex that the computer points out it's a mistake, but to the human eye, it looks like a very natural move, jumping to a central square, targeting the black pawn, bringing the rook then to the open d file to continue attacking that pawn. I am surprised that it's a mistake.
Yeah, and I just took a sneaky peek at what the computer thinks here, why it might be a mistake, and that's because after a queen trade, White doesn't really want to take with the pawn, isolate the white pawn in the center. White would have had to take with a knight, and after some exchanges in the center, we would have seen an endgame where all the pieces start coming off the board. And yeah, Black would have been very happy with that on the safe side of equality. Instead, we see knights come off, Anna, and Ariane still has a nice square, a nice outpost for the queen to sit on, or maybe the knight to sit on. The rook's coming to the center soon. Still looks beautiful for White.
I like this position a lot for White. Black does have the pair of bishops, but this is the kind of position where the knight is actually a great piece, wanting to jump to that central square. The queens are still staring into each other's souls. No one wants to capture. If the white queen captures, then the black pawn can take back and strengthen the pawn chain of Black, while Black doesn't want to take because then the knight will appear in the middle of the board. So it's a staring contest, but the tension remains.
Exactly, very, very tense. And Wei Yi, the reason he's gone for this whole line is he wanted to attack the white king. Yeah, there's suddenly a semi-open file, a line that the rooks can stare down at, but Ariane calmly defends a pawn in the corner. Maybe later he might even challenge the rooks on this line. The king's going to slide out the way, and it feels like, Anna, the queen side, the left side of the board, dominated by White. Center, White's got a grip. the other side is where they're fighting for. And if White can keep control there, then it's going to be very, very happy days for Arian Tari.
It's looking good for Aryan, and he now started having a slight time advantage too. Earlier, he was a bit lower on time, but now it's a bit of a tables turnaround situation when it comes to the clock management, and it matters so much. This is a 10-minute game, no increments, so the players are left with 4 minutes. That's all they have. If you run out of time, you lose the game.
Yeah, and big trap there. The White Queen couldn't have taken the bishop. There would have been a nasty checkmate down on the square, so the White Queen had to stay in touch with her pawn. And Arian shaking his head.
Interesting.
Did he miss?
Did he miss something?
Apparently there was something a lot better. I don't think it would have been a game changer, but instead of being significantly better, having an advantage, it's now back to equal, or roughly equal, allowing the pawns forward. That was strange. Something must have happened there. Maybe he should have given a queen check instead. But, now bishop for knight trade. Can Arian flick in a queen check? Queen takes pawn. Very tempting.
Queen takes pawn would be an intermediate move, and then you capture the bishop. This is something that he had to take into account when he went for the bishop capture, and Arian plays it. Queen check, the bishop is still on the board, and now the pawn takes the bishop. The black king is getting a lot less protected, but also the white king is attacked. Now checkmate, threat on g2.
Yeah, both kings suddenly very, very open. For black, it's quite one-dimensional. It's just a one-move hit, so white has to guard that. I would maybe want to throw my rook in the way just to keep it super, super safe. But yeah, the black king is going to be open for eternity while the queens remain on the board. And but if queens come off now, then black is better, since black has a pass pawn and pawns connected in the center to run forward. But this is anyone's game, and the players need to speed up. 3 minutes. This is becoming a blitz game now.
It is a blitz game now, slight time advantage for Wei Yi, but the pressure on the board is definitely on Wei Yi. He needs to figure out a way to make his king safer. The white queen is threatening to target that pawn on the side of the board, so black is bringing the rook to the g5 to counter-attack the pawn on g3, but it's still looking very airy around that black king.
Yeah, looking very airy indeed, and yeah, normally this is actually quite a nice, especially in blitz, a nice pawn structure. The white king can hide, surrounded by 3 pawns. It's kind of built itself a nice little hiding place, a fortress in the corner of the board. But of course, it's not that easy. White still needs to watch out maybe what happens if this pawn drops. The black queen could swing across. He pushes forward, Arian, and back to Wei Yi. It feels easier to play for white somehow, since black's king is the one in more long-term danger.
Long-term danger indeed, and the time situation for both of them is getting into worrisome territory. 2 minutes and 40 seconds for Arian, about 3 minutes for Wei Yi. Reminder to everyone, there is no increment, so you run out of time, you lose the game. And the pressure is on Wei Yi now to make a decision what to do, how to improve his position. He says, okay, I'm just going to bite the bullet and capture that pawn.
Yeah, sometimes greed is good, sometimes greed is bad, who knows? But I think in this position, it makes a lot of sense. The pawn was there. What else was black going to do? The black queen, though, is slightly offside now, not really playing a defensive role. And Arian, with his last move, wants to infiltrate 7th heaven, 7th rank. Big question is, can he come in, threaten a checkmate, or does black have enough counterplay here? Wei Yi is going to hope to start checking the white king, maybe along the back rank if the white rook ever moves. Maybe with his bishop. This is really heating up, Anna. Could end any moment with a blunder from either side.
Very, very tense moment. And as you said, with the time situation, also take into account that this is a really complex and chaotic and dangerous position for both kings. Any mistake could cost you the entire game. Both of these players are on 3 out of 3, 100% score, but one of them at least will ruin that beautiful winning streak. In case of a draw, I guess they will both be okay for the qualification chances still, but if one of them goes down, that can ruin your chances overall. The rook is coming to the 7th rank, threatening checkmate in front of the black king on the h7 square.
Oh, checkmate threatened. That means the stakes are high. Wei Yi needs to keep checking the white king. He can't give white any time. There we go. He finds the only move to cling on to survive. But now, Anna, is it a draw? Can the white king escape from the checks? It wants to hide again on the side of the board, but suddenly it's vulnerable from bishop checks. The black bishop is going to come and hit that piece. Arian walks out into the center. That is brave. He wants to walk up the board. Maybe the white king's going to travel on the light squares all the way into the black camp.
Wow, that would be quite something to witness. The white king's marching all the way up the board. Will we see this brave king using the light squares to get into black's position and hide behind the black pawn chain? Is that Arian Tari's idea? Let's see if he's brave and goes up with the king. Can he run away from the checks?
Oh, it is so brave to play a move like that. There's pawn checks in the air, opening up lines. He steps back. Wei Yi has to simply keep checking, has to try and force a draw here. Exchanging queens is maybe the other option, but white's rook is so active, going to grab some pawns. I don't think you can consider that position repeating itself now, Anna. Maybe this was just a bit too safety first approach from Arian Tari when he had an advantage. I think Wei Yi now should be repeating the position. He's looking for any way to keep the fight alive.
And Arian already made his decision that he is happy with the repetition of the moves. He goes back to the back rank, and if Wei Yi gives a check on the back rank, we will see a threefold repetition. If the position repeats 3 times in chess, that is a draw. The point will be split between the players. It will ruin their winning streak, but it will keep their chances alive for the qualification spot. Will Wei Yi try to fight on? He's considering it.
Oh, but he's spending more and more time playing on here. For example, giving a check, trading off the queens. That's the only other way to survive. That now feels so risky with no time. Under the 1 minute mark any second. And there we go. He bails out. It's a repetition. It's a draw. Both players, I think, pretty happy with that result. Almost as happy as this young fan in the audience in Paris.
Incredible to see the fans and the interaction with the audience. This is live in Paris at the Esports World Cup for 5 qualification spots for the main event in chess. Arian Tari reviewing his game, seeing where he had some chances. He feels it, he knows it, that he had better chances than a draw. But at the end of the day, they split the points, and it's half a point for Arian Tari, half a point for Wei Yi. No longer on a 100% score. We will need to check in with the other player. There were only 3 players on 3 out of 3. 2 of them we have just seen, Wei Yi and Arian Tari, but I'm curious if French Grandmaster Laurent Fressinet managed to win his game and could be our sole leader. That will be now the question, David. Do you think he won?
I know he didn't win, Anna. There's nobody still on 100%. Laurent Fressinet did lose to Alexander Bortnik, who's back with a vengeance, back in the mix. And that means that the field is wide open. Nobody on 100%. And yeah, that means that anyone can still qualify if they put on a streak now in the final sprint of this group stage.
Anyone can still qualify with 3 rounds to go in this group. The top 4 spots will qualify for day 3's playoff. This is so much tension, so much pressure. $1.5 million is the prize fund at chess at the Esports World Cup main event, and these were the crucial moments. I wanted to show the game, but this I think is even better. The cute fan and rooting for his favorite players, Arian Tari and Wei Yi, made a draw with that repetition of moves. The queen kept giving checks, and while Wei Yi was considering to go on and maybe trade the queens instead, he assessed that the risk was too high with only 1 minute left on the clock.
Yeah, we talked about it earlier, and the players will take risks. They kind of have to in this format at some point over the 7 rounds, but it didn't feel like that was the moment to do it. Both players around the 1 minute mark, too much on the line. A loss would have been devastating for their chances, would have also helped one of their big rivals. So ultimately neutralizing each other, making sure that their rival doesn't leapfrog them, and yeah, playing it safe. Still got their fate in their own hands. I think it made a lot of sense. Very logical decision from both players.
Logical decision, and it means that both of them still remain in the lead. No one has a 100% score anymore in Group A, but the 2 gentlemen that we have just been following, Grandmaster Wei Yi and Arian Tari, They are in shared first place on 3.5 out of 4 games with 3 more rounds to go. There's so much at stake. This is the last chance qualifiers in Paris at the Esports World Cup, playing for 5 qualification spots for the main event. We are going to take a short break, but when we are back, the final decisive 3 rounds will take place for Group A, and we will know who will have chances to qualify to meet Magnus, Hikaru, Alireza, and the rest of the crew at the main event of the Esports World Cup in chess. See you in a moment. Sorry, I wasn't sure if I need to...
play is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Kadir City, powered by play.
We were there. For every click, every clutch, every respawn. We were there for the years of grind. And we're here. Now. The proud founding partner of EWC. Powering the biggest event in gaming. Shoulder to shoulder with the world's best. Making history. Greatness deserves a stage. Lenovo Legion. Reach your impossible.
Welcome back, everyone, to the Esports World Cup in Paris. This is it, the epic moment we've all been waiting for 7 weeks of the top gaming contentions, including chess, where it has come to the second year in a row that chess is featured as one of the main games at the Esports World Cup. And what you are witnessing today are the last chance qualifiers. We have 5 more qualification spots left, and this is absolutely the last chance for anyone and everyone to make it to the big field to fight for a prize fund of $1.5 million. That is what's at stake here. I guess the stakes could not be any higher, David, could they?
Exactly. The stakes are huge at this event. It's so nice to see chess as part of the Esports World Cup as well. I've been playing online chess since the early 2000s. It feels like this is what we've all been waiting for. And in the meantime, it is round 5 in Group A. And it's a Spanish clash, or at least 2 grandmasters who represent Spain. Eduardo Iturrizaga, formerly of Venezuela, and Alan Pichot, we'll get that name corrected in a moment, used to represent Argentina, now representing Spain as well. And it's a huge chance for both of these players. We've been talking about it throughout the day, Anna, but I think for these 2 players, they're at that kind of limbo in chess where they're so strong as grandmasters. They don't get the invites to the elite tournaments, though. This is their chance to qualify and make it big.
This is their chance to qualify, and we highlighted so many times, and we will continue emphasizing that a prize fund like this, $1.5 million for the main event in chess, that is the biggest paycheck a chess player will ever get throughout his career. And when it comes to many of the grandmasters competing here, they don't get these kind of chances, these kind of opportunities, and we don't see chess events featuring millions of dollars at stake. So huge pressure on the players. They have 7 rounds in each group to perform as best as they can, and only the top 4 in each group will make it to the playoffs on day 3 this week. At the last chance qualifier, we see the opening being played. Again, a more solid approach. White has already castled, and the center is very closed at the moment.
Yeah, the center's very closed, and it kind of looks like an opening you would normally expect to see with reversed colors, where normally with white you start pushing in the center, gaining space. Here, black is the one to push the pawn as far as possible. That's kind of got a clamping effect, stopping white from advancing, or at least trying to stop white from advancing. Iturrizaga, as long as I've known him, the last 25, 30 years, he's always been playing these kind of retty, English openings, these kind of flank openings where it's all about this kind of hyper-modern pressure along the diagonal, pressure on the queen side, pressure on the lines, keeping the center blocked, compact, flexible. He's a master at this. So I think he'll be happier of the two from this opening, even if objectively it's probably fine for both.
He'll definitely be happier, and I feel like when it comes to the tournament situation as well, with Alan Pichot being on 3.5 points, it is crucial for Iturrizaga to try to win and bounce ahead of Alan.
Yeah, exactly. And for now, the knight retreating. I think Alan actually has 3 points as well. I'm just looking. Alan did lose earlier to Wei Yi. Iturrizaga lost to Ariantari. So two of the players we saw earlier in the day. I love this knight move. He's just jumping back. Sometimes you got to go back to go forward. The knight is going to land in the center. It's going to come and start jumping into the black camp when it gets a chance. It's very difficult, like these positions, Anna. It's all about planning, but planning takes time. And in speed chess with no increment, you don't have that luxury. You just got to play on instinct, and that's what makes this type of position so difficult.
And that means that for Iturrizaga, the time advantage of over 1.5 minutes, that is significant to get that much of a time advantage at such an early stage of the game. And I think he will try to bank on this and continue playing fast to keep this big time advantage. It is a 10-minute game with no increment, so mouse skills and flagging skills are very much part of the game, and putting pressure on the clock is one way in which you can decide even positions that are less favorable. Iturrizaga's position, though, has improved over the last couple of moves.
Yeah, exactly. Somehow his rook and his bishop are still lined up in the same direction, targeting a pawn. A lot of pressure, especially on that long diagonal. The other bishop somehow is already lined up on a different diagonal with targets. White's knight has got out the way. Pawns can be pushed at some point. White has a variety of choice here. It's not going to be easy to continue improving forever without actually committing to a plan. But yeah, it looks like he's been doing some good work with white. It's unclear what black has achieved. I think for black, Anna, it's always so committal to open the center, to blow things open. Sorry, if we push pawns on either of these two lines, whatever pawn you push, you leave weak squares behind. So yeah, very cagey stuff.
Very cagey, and that will make Alan also spend longer on these decisions. It's not as natural, not as easy to decide what's the best way to continue from black's perspective. And now we see Iturrizaga with this bishop move to get further into black's position and make it a bit trickier for black to develop.
And maybe he wants to line up his queen as well, exert extra pressure on this diagonal. There we go. He opens up his rook. Black's piece just looked clumsy. This rook could be good. I guess it defends a knight, but it's also a bit stuck. The knight's not really sure where they're going. The black bishop is sitting at home, tied down to the defense of a pawn. But how to improve for white as well. Iturrizaga has just been playing so quickly. He feels like he's in the flow. There we go. A nice kind of psychological move, at least, Anna. Don't take the rook, you get forked.
Definitely a beautiful move, placing the rook in a square that's supposedly not okay. It is not safe, but it is a tactical pattern. If you were to capture, as already David highlighted, the pawn would capture back and then the rook and the knight are hanging. This is a fork. You will lose one of those pieces. So white regains the material sacrificed and more than that. Beautiful move. Black cannot touch the rook. He instead jumps to the b4 square with the knight saying that that rook is looking a bit boxed in on that b5 square.
Ooh, interesting. That's looks like a pawn sacrifice, but as you say, Anna, if bishop takes knight, maybe then black could consider taking the white rook, and when the dust settles, it does feel like black's going to have a little bit of extra material. The evaluation is still very, very unclear. Maybe that rook is going to drop anyway. It's kind of committed itself. But now Iturrizaga, for the first time in the game, has to stop and calculate, has to try and work out accurately exactly how to proceed. It feels like he's been playing on instinct alone up to now, and suddenly the nature of the game has changed. I love this decision for Black, the knight jumping in.
Very good decision, and that's what makes Iturrizaga spend very many precious seconds here. He still has a huge time advantage, but suddenly that's becoming less and less of a big gap. He had over a minute and a half of time advantage, which is a lot when it comes to 10-minute chess. He ends up taking on d6. Black takes back with the queen.
Yeah, I guess his rook survives now, but that was quite committal. White's bishop was one of the pride and joys of his position, one of the best pieces. So to trade it off for a knight, not ideal. At least the rook survives. Maybe Iturrizaga is going to go and grab this pawn next, although trading off White's beautiful fianchetto bishop on the long diagonal looks double-edged. And I think his last move as well hints that he's going to bring his knight forward and attack a different pawn. Different type of pressure now, Anna, but I think for Black, maybe a sigh of relief, a bit less to worry about.
I would certainly think so, and now Pichot is considering here where to place that queen. There's several options for him, and it's not just about this next move, but then the development of the rest of his pieces, especially what was going to happen to that bishop that's still sitting on the back rank for Black, and with the long diagonal open and the white rook targeting the b7 pawn as well, he needs to deal with that pressure to make sure that his bishop can develop safely.
And here we go. The black queen was hitting a knight, which had to move. The white knight jumped. The black knight retreated, so guarding this pawn on the edge of the board. And now, if Iturrizaga wants to win a pawn, he has to part with his beautiful bishop and weaken all of his kingside light squares. I don't think the white king is going to be happy about that. But if you don't take this knight, then it's a bit of a roadblock, Anna. Suddenly you're really stuck. Black's knight holds everything. It's the glue that protects all the pawns, and yeah, that's a very, very nice play from Black. And if White is too slow, then suddenly the attention could switch to the other side.
And that's something that Iturrizaga will certainly be considering here. What's the price of keeping that black knight on the board? And what's the price of giving up his bishop, that beautiful bishop that is the main protector of the white king? He ends up offering a queen trade. That's one way in which you can make your king safer. Without the queens on the board, any attack is usually less dangerous.
Exactly. And White is the one with pressure on that left flank. So Black cannot really afford to trade queens and make it very one-dimensional, give White everything he wants. Queens stay on the board. Alain Pichot is a very attacking player, very dynamic, doesn't really like slow maneuvering positions, so understandable he keeps the queens on. And he's opened up that bishop, and it's still sleeping, but it could finally come to life a bit later to trade off for its counterpart.
It could indeed join the attack on the king's side, and it's definitely looking in that direction. The question will be, can he move that bishop now, or can he prepare for it? There's still that pressure on the b-pawn for Black, but at some point you're going to need to assess if it's too much or not to give it up, because otherwise how do you bring the bishop into the game?
Exactly. How do you attack while the black pieces are kind of stuck on the other side of the board? The queen steps forward. I have a feeling, Anna, he's going to be a bit sneaky. At some point, he might move the black knight out the way, and then the black rook wants to swing the whole way across and add a bit of ammunition to the attack on the white king. The white king does lack defenders, but for now, yeah, it feels so difficult for both players to handle. I'm going to say, just it could go either direction. Either White breaks through on the queen side, just wins a pawn, wins the game, or Black delivers checkmate.
And this is the moment when Pichot decides, okay, enough is enough. I want to develop my bishop at last, even if it's at the cost of giving up that pawn on the left side of the board. As you described, David, if things go well on the queen side, on the left side of the board for Iturrizaga, then it's great chances for him. But Black is trying to attack on the other flank, target the white king. And Iturrizaga needs to be careful, because now with the bishop and the queen on the same diagonal, his pawn is also targeted, and there can be tactics with the pawn push as well in certain moments. There's now a lot more pressure against the white king for sure.
Exactly, and we do see the evaluation bar improving for White, so maybe not well timed by Black, but I think at this point, objectivity is secondary to the fact that he's got to be practical, he's got to be quick. He's down on time here with black, so he needs to go for the attack and try and shorten the game, if possible. Ituruzaga calculating, he tries to get away with greed here. Black's going to do the same and grab a pawn, most likely. Here we go. And like you said, Anna, the pawn coming to f3 now, locking in the white bishop, creating some mating nets around the white king. That's a bit scary. So Ituruzaga has to react.
That is looking scary, and I wonder if he will be able to stop that pawn push, or he's just going to have to accept that the black pawn will land on that square and try to exploit the light squares around the white king. Ituruzaga bites the bullet, takes the pawn on c7. Now the black knight is targeted by both the white rook and the bishop, but the pawn push would block the diagonal for that bishop. So that is definitely a move to consider for Alain Pichot here.
Yeah, it's kind of full breakthrough for white. He's done his job. Ituruzaga, he's got through with his rooks. He's won a pawn. But yeah, black's job was to deliver checkmate all along. So here we go. He closes that diagonal, as you say, hits the white bishop. And that bishop only has one real safe retreat square. Last thing you want to do is trade off for black's bishop, as the black queen could infiltrate on the light squares, deliver mate. So either the white bishop steps back or you ignore it and counterattack. Maybe on the side of the board. Lots of options for white. Clock ticking though.
Big decision for Ituruzaga, and both of them are down to their final 3.5 minutes. So the tension, the pressure on the board has been increasing, and so has been the time pressure. Will he find the most accurate continuation under so much pressure and so much at stake? The qualification spots to the main event. It's not obvious at all whether it's the bishop retreat or a counterattack on the left side of the board that's best for white here.
Yeah, Anna, I just checked. Apparently there's only one way to keep the advantage, or at least to keep the winning advantage here for white, and that is to jump with the knight forward, hit the black rook at the top of the board. Black's queen is actually overworked, so can't really defend the rook while defending her bishop. If there are tactics, he does find it. Wow. More importantly, there's going to be a breakthrough on the back rank. If the black rook ever moves, the black king is done, is toast on the back rank. So great find from Ituruzaga. Now his knight actually controls more squares. Now he can be a bit more cautious and maybe now retreat his bishop.
It's quite a significant advantage for Ituruzaga on the board. He's been playing incredible chess, but he's also going low on the clock. That is the price of having made those deep thought decisions. So can he continue playing this well under the pressure on the clock? It's a minute of time advantage for Alain Pichot. Better position for white, but more time for black. I feel like it's 50-50 who will win at this point.
Wow. And again, this is so complicated. I had to check. Apparently, the only winning move, rook to b7, just double down, stack up those rooks on the 7th rank, 7th heaven, so many targets. Go for the black king. We were talking about the white king, Anna. I was looking at the white king thinking survival mode, how to survive. But no, counterattack is the best recipe here. And yeah, attack is the best form of defense, as they say. He has to find this move, especially now he's down at 1.5 minutes. This is the only way to end the game quickly. But he hasn't found it yet. He knows this is a critical moment, but he's frozen.
He's frozen, and this is such an important move with a minute and a half left on the clock. Can he spot it? He must have been calculating attacks like that, but will he bite the bullet and just go all in with the rooks on the 7th rank without knowing the computer evaluation says, yes, that's the only way forward?
1 minute, Anna. This is reckless on the clock. He needs to find this move. He needs to go for this win on the spot. Otherwise, he's just going to get flagged later. If the game goes on, he's going to lose on time. What's he doing? He needs to move.
Absolutely needs to find it, but you're right. He's frozen. He cannot make a decision. He knows that this is a critical moment, but he's unsure of the continuation and has spent already way too long. 45 seconds left for Ituruzaga.
Wow, we're witnessing a self-destruct here. He spent, what is it, 2-3 minutes just on the last 2 moves alone? That you just can't afford that luxury. Better to make a decent move than the best move. He just needs any move at this point. Under 30 seconds, what is he doing? There's still so much life left in this game.
Wow. 20 seconds. He's completely frozen. He cannot make a decision. And then he moves the bishop into the corner, which was clearly not the move he wanted. He has 15 seconds to survive the game. He cannot. He's going to get flagged. He's going to lose this game on time. And that was because of the critical moment where he couldn't find a way out.
Wow. And now he's 3 minutes down, 10 seconds left. I mean, as long as Black doesn't blunder and get checkmated, it's over. Like, you can even play bad moves here as long as you don't lose on the spot, and 10 seconds, not enough. And what have we just witnessed? It looked like he was about to win a beautiful game, Iturrizaga, and then he froze.
He absolutely froze, and he knows it. 8 seconds left for Eduardo Iturrizaga, who went from a winning position to a completely lost position on the board and on the clock as well.
Oh, chess is so hard. Like, that was a difficult move. Like, I can't blame him for not finding it, but it was just the fact that he spent all of his time and still didn't find it. And that's the thing, it's that fine balance. Like, if you invest time, you have to kind of back yourself and kind of take risks and go for it. You can't spend time and then play kind of safety first chess. It just doesn't work. So yeah, now I'm expecting Black's rooks to start mobilizing. Maybe Black should give himself some breathing space on the back rank just in case. Play it safe, but yeah, here we go. 7 seconds left. No time at all.
This is going to be the first game in our day of the featured games where the time factor is the absolute crucial one. Iturrizaga not finding, under time pressure, the key sequence of moves to convert his winning position, and now is in a lost position with 5 seconds left on the clock.
Oof. When it rains, it pours. It was so tough. Shaking his head. He's trying to keep a poker face, but he knows queen's off the board now. He's never delivering mate within 3 seconds. He has to go for it with his knight, but Black has a great defender, the rook. 1 second left. He leans back, headphones off. Black wins on time. What a turnaround we just saw, Anna. This is huge for the standings.
Absolutely huge for the standings. Alain Pichot wins the game from a really difficult position where Iturrizaga had a beautiful sequence of moves to continue his attack, but eventually he froze. He could not make the call. Now we see the players discussing what happened, and it was absolutely a crucial game, as you said, David, for the standings as well. Alain Pichot moves to 4 points, which is one of the leading positions in Group A right now.
Yeah, now Iturrizaga needs to win his last 2 games and hope and pray that his tie breaks are good enough. Maybe he'll sneak into 4th place if he's very lucky, but more likely than not, he's out. His chances are tiny now. And yeah, that's the difference, Anna. It's this last few rounds. A win is like gold dust. A loss is heartbreaking.
Heartbreaking indeed, and this is where champions are made, and this is where Eduardo Iturrizaga could not find a way through. And the final moments in the game where the queens were traded and 3 seconds left for Iturrizaga, he could not save the game with no time on the clock. That was absolutely a heartbreak for Eduardo Iturrizaga, and Alain Pichot with a great chance to qualify to the playoffs now that he moves on to 4 points out of 5 games.
Yeah, it's a win for Spain either way, both players representing Spain. So Spain do have one player up there in the mix. But yeah, I think I can really sympathize with that. And I've been there so many times in my career when I sense it's a critical moment. I know there's a winning move, but my brain just doesn't find it. And then you start thinking about the clock, and then you freeze, and then you panic, and you're caught in 2 minds, and it all falls apart. It's tough to watch, but we've all been there. So yeah, that's just chess, especially speed chess.
That's just chess and speed chess. You could not have summarized it better, David, and the psychological side of those moments where Iturrizaga clearly knew that he has something, but he just could not find it. The precious seconds spent as well on trying to find it, because I think if we go back in our heads in terms of his time management, he spent maybe nearly 1.5 minutes or 2 minutes on that bishop drop back into the corner move, which he clearly could have played immediately, but he didn't want to play that move. He knew that that's not the right move. He just couldn't find what else was there.
Yeah, and that's it. Like, sometimes we talk about form, but especially speed chess, it's more about instinct. It's having that instinct, which he had. He knew it was winning his position. But yeah, just just trusting his instinct and going for something attacking rather than that passive move, which he was, like you say, telling himself, I don't want to play it. I don't want to play it for 2 minutes. It's just kind of, at some point, just gambling and admitting that there's uncertainty, steering into it, saying, okay, it's chaos, but I'm going to embrace it. And that would have maybe given him a win. There might have still been twists and turns ahead, but ultimately he gave himself no chance. And the clock, that's, I think, the first time, maybe other than the Bortnik game earlier with that time scramble, that's the first time the clock has been the main decisive piece.
Definitely the first time, and most certainly not the last time, as we are entering the final 2 rounds of Group A at the Last Chance qualifier. The first 4, the top 4 spots are the ones that will make it to the playoffs. This is a 3-day event. Today is day 1, but in your group, 7 rounds, and you need to finish in the top 4 spots to make it to the playoffs. And then from the playoffs, you will have a chance to qualify. So it is absolutely crucial for these players to continue with their good streaks. Wei Yi in a sole lead with 4.5 out of 5, while we see a 3-fold tiebreak at the moment for the second place. Aryan Tari, Alexander Bortnik, and Alain Pichot on 4 points.
Oof, it's so tight there. Looking further down, Fressinet on 3.5. At some point, he'll need to win. Maybe he'll need at least 1.5, maybe 2 points to sneak into that top 4 from the last 2 rounds. Iturazaga is in 6th, but as we mentioned earlier, now he is in a must-win situation. He's 1 point off the top 4 with 2 games remaining. He needs to win both. I think that's the same for anyone on 3 points, all the way down to Antonin Ferre in 11th. They're all in must-win situations these last 2 rounds. We're going to see even more blood spilled as the players jockey for position, Anna, and now they have to take risks.
They need to take risks, and the good news for Bortnik is that he bounced back with 2 wins after having lost to Wei Yi, and now he is back with the chances to qualify. But as we can see from the second slide as well, there's 30 players in each group fighting for those qualification spots. 4 groups in total, over 100 participants already in Paris fighting for that biggest chance of their career. It's a $1.5 million prize fund at the main event in chess at the Esports World Cup. It could be the biggest moment in their entire life if they make it to the main event, and that is what's at stake. That's what they need to carry as the weight of these games, and how much 1 point can make it or not. In case of Eduardo Iturizaga, he was so close, yet right now it's looking like his chances are getting a lot slimmer.
Exactly. And just imagine 1 point being the decisive factor, but 1 move, maybe more importantly, just 1 move, that's all it takes. At some point, trusting your instinct or not trusting your instinct, that's the difference between making it, having a chance at life-changing money, or losing and not even making it out of the group. That is heartbreaking. I mean, that's why we love chess. That's why chess is in the Esports World Cup, because so many twists and turns, so much drama, every single move, let alone every game. But yeah, there's always a winner, always a loser, unfortunately. And at the moment, those top 4, they're sitting pretty, but they are going to be feeling the heat. They've got a few players on their shoulder trying to chase them down.
They got a bunch of players chasing them, and also for the top 4 spots at the moment that we saw with a sole lead, Wei Yi, and half a point behind him, 3 players on 4 points. They will be facing each other in the next round. That will be absolutely crucial, who will prevail in those games. And I believe for our featured game, we're going to continue following the story of Eduardo Iturizaga, and if he can recover from this loss against Alain Pichot, a big miss when it comes to the position he had, and he knew it, he felt it, but he couldn't find it. Can he bounce back from this and still keep his chances alive? This is going to be the big question for our featured game.
Yeah, it's must-win territory and must-win chess. That's my favorite, Anna, when draws pretty much suit neither player, both players going at each other's throats, throwing pieces. Often it ends up in sacrifices, some side gambling, going for the attack, and whether it works or not is the big question. But yeah, Iturizaga, I have so much respect for him. I'm a big follower of his openings, especially. I try to copy what he does a lot. So yeah, it'll be fun to see how he reacts. I believe he'll be playing someone that I knew from my youth, a French player.
What can you tell us about Jonathan Durousseau? I hope I have not butchered too much the pronunciation there.
I'm glad you pronounced it and not me. I was waiting for you to jump in first, Anna.
It's so difficult, especially with French names. I love France and we're going to Paris. This is Paris for the Esports World Cup. But the pronunciation is like you write one thing and you say another.
By the final day, we'll get all the pronunciations right. That is guaranteed. We'll be fluent in French by the end of the Esports World Cup. But in the meantime, I can tell you he's a dangerous player, similar age to me, who has beaten some very strong Grandmasters before. So it's not going to be easy for Iturrizaga this next round.
Not gonna be easy, and he needs to bounce back from that loss against Ellen Pichot. The games are about to start. We see the players getting ready for this featured game that we mentioned, where Grandmaster Eduardo Iturrizaga will need to find his best and just forget about what happened. You need to recover from that loss and somehow erase it from your memory. It's not about learning from it right now. You need to just say that's water under the bridge, but oftentimes that's easier said than done.
Yeah, it's water under the bridge. It's water under the table, apparently, as Iturrizaga has to put his drinks down. Not allowed to be on the desk, just in case of a spill and some tech issues, I guess. We've all spilt water over our keyboards in the midst of some blitz action.
I feel like I might have seen a certain chess caster who also has spilled water during a main chess event broadcast while on camera. And it happens to anyone, David.
Exactly, it really does. And it won't happen in this game, though, thanks to our referees and there in Paris. And here we see it is Durerasu. I don't know if that's well pronounced. Against,
you did it so much better. That sounded so much more French. I need to take lessons from you, David.
Oh, I've just known him a long time. But okay, it's a Sicilian, kind of close Sicilian with white pushing pawns. Will it be Connect 4? There we go. He's got the beautiful pawn chain, attacking potential. And Durerasu, exactly, with attacking potential. So Iturrizaga, he's going to be trying to maybe play on the queen side, as he loves to do.
That's what he's trying to do, indeed. And the French Grandmaster here with the white pieces, expanding on the king side, on the other side of the board. It's always a very dynamic and exciting fight when one player is expanding and attacking on one flank and the other player is focusing on the other side of the board. Whose attack will be faster? Whose attack will be stronger? One is against the black king. That is the king side attack. But at the moment, it is black who has been advancing those pawns faster.
Exactly. Sometimes speed is all important, and for black, like pushing these pawns is going to create maybe more immediate tension. White's knight retreats preemptively. I like that move. Black wanted to step forward with his pawn, but now that would open up White's rook against the loose piece. The black bishop undefended in some positions. Yeah, everything's going to gravitate towards the black king. It's very practical. You start to put pieces on this side, you start to push pawns, and you just hope that there's a breakthrough. And yeah, I quite like this in terms of must-win for both sides. I can't see this fizzling out to any boring draw ever here, Anna.
I fully agree with you, David, and it makes perfect sense for the tournament situation for both Grandmasters here. It's all in. They have to play for a win. A draw will not help the chances of either of them. In fact, I feel like mathematically, if they make a draw, it's almost like near impossible that they will be able to qualify. So they have to play for a win on a 3-point out of 5 games situation. We see the attack that you highlighted on the king side. The pawn has been pushed. The knight is jumping toward the black king, but Iturrizaga now trading the pawns after pushing his B pawn, and there's only one open file. That's the A file.
Yeah, it's only the open file, and for now White controls it, but it's always so counterintuitive because actually I don't like touching pawns on the side that the opponent is stronger. Here Black is stronger on this left side. It means that actually Black later will challenge and most likely take control, infiltrate, and break through on this side of the board. Normally you don't want to touch anything at all. That's what Iturrizaga is doing. On the side his opponent is stronger, this right side. Well, I was going to say, don't touch pawns, and there we see the evaluation bar rise. I was going to say, he's not touching anything, because that's the perfect shield, harder to break down if the opponent wants to attack the black king. But, okay, he actually helps White there by opening up the side where his opponent is stronger.
He doesn't listen to you because he feels the pressure coming on the king side and the center being so logged. So he's trying to strike in the center, challenge the central pawn of White. the computer doesn't fully agree with it, but in terms of the logic, it makes sense. Now the evaluation bar is creeping up. It's showing even more of an advantage for white. But is it a specific line, David? Or is it in general that white should be better?
Yeah, I think, great question, Anna. That's exactly the key question right now. I think in general, it's fine. That's why Iturrizaga is doing it. At some point, he's going to put his bishop on a nicer square, put some pressure on a pawn. His pieces are still well centralized. I think in that exact moment, white did have a knight jump, hitting a loose pawn in the center. And it would have also defended white's g-pawn that he ended up defending in a more passive way. The knight could have come forward. There would have been some tactics. The black pieces are a bit overworked, but the moment has passed. And yeah, suddenly it's back closer towards equality.
Closer to equality, but still quite a significant time advantage for Jonathan. He has been playing so well against the speed monster that Eduardo Iturrizaga is. So it clearly is something that will be in favor of Jonathan, of course, his better time management. Now the position, though, these last couple of moves have helped Iturrizaga, and now the knight targeting the bishop, but also threatening a knight fork. If the knight jumps to e3, it's hitting the queen and the rook, and the pawn is also hanging so many attacks.
Yeah, one piece to rule them all right now. That black knight is threatening all sorts of jumps. I think this last move was underestimated. And yeah, suddenly, without this move, white would have been fine, but suddenly it's falling apart. How to defend everything. I think the move he was maybe relying on, the queen stepping forward to defend the bishop, stop the fork, that's not enough because a key pawn falls. And it's not just the key pawn, Anna, it's the fact that the bishop, the light square bishop, can be removed from the board after that. And the white king, long term, is a bit more open than its counterpart.
It is the main problem, and this must be that Jonathan missed. I feel like you're right that he might have counted on that queen move and forgot that it's two pieces. The knight jumps away, but the rook is also seeing now the white pawn. You cannot hold on to that pawn, and then the g2 bishop is targeted, and so is the white king. The position is collapsing on the king side for white, and that's where white was trying to attack originally.
Yeah, and both sides, that's why we've seen this be such a topsy-turvy game. Both sides have pushed pawns on kind of either flank, and normally you just want to sit and just focus on one side of the board. Your opponent focuses on the other. It's a bit of a race. Here it just erupted quite chaotically, and queen to d2 played to defend the bishop, but that looks like a freebie. Free pawn. And I don't see any downside.
Yeah, Iturrizaga, I think, is just double, triple checking that he can capture that pawn safely after having lost the previous game. That is something that usually shakes players. It might touch your self-confidence, and it might make you doubt your decisions more. But at the end of the day, when he takes that pawn, it will be a better position for black, and a beautiful beast, that knight that will be sitting on f4 targeting the white bishop.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, there's other tempting moves. I guess he can take the bishop as well. That's why he's pausing, hesitating. But yeah, maybe he's calculating if the knight does take a pawn, what if white's knight leaps into the center, and some tactics. But yeah, he's got everything under control, Iturrizaga. The one thing he has to avoid, you kind of touched on it there. He can't freeze, Anna. He can't spend 3 minutes, 4 minutes, 5 minutes on one move and go down to seconds. He very much self-destructed last time that happened. So yeah, at some point he'll need to speed up, but maybe he thinks the hard work is done, and a bit of accuracy, precision, and winning advantage.
Hopefully for him, that's what he thinks. But I'm getting flashbacks from the previous game that he's now spending again longer on a decision that maybe shouldn't be that long of a thing. It is a critical moment, but it's not as complex as in the previous game. I feel like in the previous game, finding that rook move that was the winning sequence, it was a lot harder than this position where it's a free pawn. You gotta take it and then continue the game. Throw the ball to your opponent and think then on his time instead of using your time right now.
Exactly. He doesn't even look like he's close to making a move, Iturrizaga, there on the camera. It looks like he's just chilling, enjoying the position. Classical game of chess, 2 hours for 40 moves. Nope, it's under 5 minutes now. And he does take the bishop instead. And I think this makes some sense, Anna. Like, the bishop was strong anyway. I would have preferred to remove the light squared bishop, but getting rid of that one also makes sense. Later, the black unopposed bishop on the dark squares can strike down this diagonal. But the question is now whether he can get away with taking this pawn, or are there some tactics white's knights can start jumping?
White's knight will definitely start jumping. So this is getting tricky here. And the time advantage for Jonathan is very significant. It's over 2.5 minutes in a 10-minute game with no increment, meaning that Iturrizaga is down to his final 4 minutes. Yes, a better position, but much less time. The position still has a lot of firepower, a lot of pieces, dynamic factors and tactics in the position.
Exactly. He comes up with a good move. He hits a backward pawn, double attack now with the bishop and the rook, but it did cost him time. And it's funny how it works, Anna. I've noticed a clear pattern. Like, if a player loses on time or plays too slowly, normally the advice, of course, is like speed up, like play quicker, don't let the same thing happen again. But often just the fact that it's in their mind, it slows them down, and it gets even worse, the time trouble. It happens for me all the time. The more I try to speed up, the more I slow down. It's counterintuitive, but I think in chess it's just so hard to contain the flow of the game that you just forget about the clock at some point.
And I think that's exactly what's happening here. Iturrizaga still being very slow, regardless of the better position. Yes, there's a checkmate threat right now, but he has a couple of ways in which he can deal with that threat. And it feels like, even from his body posture, that he's just very chill, and as if it was a longer game than what we have as a time control. You're right, David. I feel like he's in a classical chess mode when playing a speed chess event.
Yeah, you can't be perfectionist, unfortunately. I wish you could, but in speed chess, you can't be a perfectionist. You need to trust those instincts. Kind of play easy moves fast, trust yourself when there's no calculation to be done. He finds the great move, but he could have played this move in 5 seconds instead of 50 seconds. And yeah, every second counts come the end of the game. White's rooks are going to line up. This is still very, very tricky for both sides. Both sides have targets, as you say, Anna. And yeah, I just worry that 3 minutes isn't enough to successfully conclude the game.
It feels like it's going to be quite difficult for Iturrizaga. Twice as much time nearly for Jonathan, a French grandmaster here, representing his home country in Paris, trying to take down Iturrizaga. This is a game where both players are needing a win. They need to score a full point to stay in contention for the qualification spots. So there's absolutely no way that they want to go for a draw, that they want the game to peter out. But if you want to keep your winning chances, then how do you proceed here as White? Keeping the firepower, but also not letting your position slip into too bad territory.
Great question, Anna. I mean, the first move that came to my mind was to slide the white rook across, target a weak backward pawn. I think that makes some sense. There we go. The eval bar drops, though. Bit of a mystery. Maybe it's because the black pieces can start kicking back their counterparts. The white knight can be kicked back. There we go. The alternative, maybe better, would have been to push the pawn to f5, just to stop or slow down or scare black from going for what he's just done. And finally, Iturrizaga does win that pawn. Maybe a few moves later than we thought, but yeah, he's got the advantage, and he's sped up, most importantly.
Very important that he made this move very quickly. Pressure is on Jonathan now, with the pawn as an extra healthy advantage for Iturrizaga. Much more time for Jonathan de Rousseau, but can he deal with the pressure now? 3 of black's pieces are attacking that white pawn in the middle of the board. The black pawn can be vulnerable too. At the moment, the black queen is keeping an eye on it, keeping it safe. Knight jump into the middle of the board, trying for a counter-attack instead of trying to defend. I think it's a good idea. Risky, of course, but he has to take risk here and put pressure on Iturrizaga somehow.
That's for sure. And he wants to land a check. Maybe the black bishop can take that, but then black will have no more defenders left. Unfortunately, the white queen is stuck, can't break through in this diagonal. The black rook is doing a fantastic good job here of blocking. Now black's 2 pawns up suddenly, hitting the rook, hitting the knight. If the knight gives a check, Anna, I don't think black needs to react necessarily. Black can even just move the king forward, and that knight is a bit loose. I think it's all fallen apart. Iturrizaga is now in full control. The clock isn't going to be an excuse. He should have enough time to win this.
He should indeed have enough time, and it's a good tendency. The last couple of moves by Iturrizaga were played very quickly. Of course, he is very capable of playing very fast chess. He's a speed demon. That's why it was so surprising to see him freeze and not be able to make a faster decision in the previous game or in this game at earlier stages of the game. But right now, it's looking good for Iturrizaga, and if he wins the game, he will still have chances for the qualification spot. This is the penultimate round in Group A. Top 4 will make it to the playoffs. Will one of them be Eduardo Iturrizaga? It hugely depends on this game and can he convert it.
Exactly. The picture will become a lot clearer after this round. Everyone will know what they need in the final round, whether it's a draw, a win, whether they've already banked that top 4 spot. But Iturrizaga just knows he needs a win at any cost here and worry about the rest later. For Jonathan, I just think there's no good moves, unfortunately. He does give a check. The Black King shifts. Now it's a double attack. The White Rook is hanging. The White Knight is hanging. He's losing material. He's already 2 pawns down. It's going to be more.
It's going to be more. The pawn is being pushed to support the knight, but after the rook is gone now, it is an exchange and several pawns up for Iturrizaga. Huge material advantage. His only disadvantage is on the clock, but it's getting smaller and smaller of a gap between the time they have left. Jonathan on 3 minutes, Eduardo Iturrizaga on 2.5.
Yeah, this last move, very professional, removing the most scary attacker, the White Knight gone. And had to be replaced by a pawn there. If the White Rook had taken, the Black Rook would have come down and some counterattacks. Now the Black King is super safe. Anna, that's a double agent. The White Pawn actually acts as a shield, protecting the Black King. That is a pawn he wants to throw off the board here, Jonathan.
He wishes he could just magically make that pawn disappear and have an attack toward the Black King. But as you said, David, the Black King is using that pawn as a shield, hiding underneath it. Now the Black Rook is making sure that the diagonal of the White Queen is blocked, so there's no way that that queen would appear near the Black King and threaten it.
Great move. That's the most satisfying thing in chess, is always shutting down your opponent's ideas. You're telling them, I see what you want. You're not allowed that. Good luck finding something else. And Iturrizaga has got everything covered for now. But the queen's finding a new angle. She wants to come out this way and start getting at the Black King. Iturrizaga can maybe improve his queen, cut across that whole 4th rank, control some squares. He does look a bit nervous, though, Iturrizaga. Like, he's totally winning. Everything should be winning at this point, but he's looking at the position as if he thinks it's a narrow path and the clock maybe in the corner of his eye.
It could be that, and still the ghost of the previous game haunting him, going from a winning position to completely freezing and not finding a way to go and then losing on time. This, I feel like, is one of those positions where he would be comfortable under normal circumstances, but look at the hand gesture, how he's like feeling like there's something, but he's not seeing it again. He's going low on the clock again, and then he plays rook to d1, trades the rooks on f1. The White Queen is threatening that check to capture the pawn.
He shuts it down. This is a fantastic way to play. It just cost him so much more time than he maybe should have allowed. The White Queen is trying to sneak her way in, zigzag towards the Black King, but it's going to cost too much time. That's a check, and the king shifts. Iturrizaga, he just needs to put his queen on dark squares. There we go. He's going to give a check. He's going to win this pawn. His king's going to be safe. In 1 minute, Anna. Oh, I shouldn't guarantee it, but it should be enough. It should be enough.
1 minute should be enough, but anything can happen in speed chess. There is no increment. Flagging skills matter, mouse skills matter, and this is still such a high-pressure, high-stakes game. Now with the bishop on the long diagonal, I think the White King is trying to hide, but it's not easy to hide from the checks of the Black Queen and potentially later the Black Rook. The most important, though, for Iturrizaga is that that white pawn is gone, and now the check on the back rank. I feel like Jonathan might be about to resign.
Yeah, it's going to be checkmate on the diagonal as the king steps up. There we go. Iturrizaga wins. Jonathan Durer-Harsu is out of the running for the top 4. Heartbreak for the French Grandmaster, but for Iturrizaga, he's still alive. And there we see, yeah, always every player seems to sit there, analyze the game afterwards, try and figure out what went wrong, but too late now.
too late now, but of course it's great to see how the players take it as a learning opportunity. That's what we should all do. A loss is painful, but if you can learn from it and improve from it, then it will be a lesson that will make you better on the long run. Painful here at this event where every point has so much weight. There's only 5 qualification spots in our last chance qualifier throughout these 3 days. And now in Group A, it feels like only a handful of players will have chances going into the final round.
Oh, I can't wait to see those standings shortly. We'll try and update everyone who's still in with a chance. These were the closing stages between these 2 Grandmasters. It was a check on the back rank. If the King had stepped forward, it would have been checkmate on the diagonal. And Iturrizaga took the win, clutch win. He's still in the race, if not a favorite maybe for the top 4. He's still just in touching distance, Anna. He's, that was a very, very important win for him.
Huge win for Iturrizaga, bouncing back from that painful loss against Alain Pichot, where again, Iturrizaga had a winning position on the board, but he couldn't find it. He froze. He spent way too long. Then he ended up losing a lot of time and also losing the thread of the position. So this is absolutely important for him, a very significant win. And I'm so looking forward to seeing the results from the other games as well. As soon as every game finishes, we will show you guys how the standings look with only 1 round left in Group A. This is the final decisive round coming up next.
Exactly. We'll see which 4 move on from Group A. I can't wait. It feels like we've seen some really classy games from everyone lately. Despite the stakes being high, they're all bringing their best. And yeah, I have a feeling Wei Yi might already be in there, might already be qualified with a game to spare. But for everyone else, it's going to be a nervy final round.
Nervy final round. We will do a bit of calculations as soon as we have all the results in. Overall, in the last chance qualifier, as we said, there's over 100 players competing in 4 groups. This is only the first group that we have been covering. There's going to be another 3 groups, 4 in total. In each group, you need to finish in the top 4 spots in order to qualify to the playoffs that's coming up on the day after tomorrow. So this is a 3-day event, and what is at stake are 5 precious qualification spots for the main event at the Esports World Cup in chess. $1.5 million at stake, and this is what they want. This is what they're fighting for, that qualification spot that could be the biggest paycheck in their lives. In the history of chess, there haven't been many events with a prize fund of $1.5 million.
Exactly. They want those keys. They want to be crushing opponents' keys. They want that key to the main event, first of all. And yeah, that's why we're here. We've been following a lot of chess. It's been fun so far. We've got a lot more chess ahead today. But for now, for Group A, 1 last round. 1 chance to seize it all, to keep their fate in their own hands. Win or go home.
Win or go home, and those who win will get a key. Will that key survive till the end of the chess event is another question, because of course those keys will eventually get crushed if you do not make it to the next stage of the knockout event. But that is down the line. That will be when you're facing the already qualified players, such as defending champion Magnus Carlsen, such as Team Falcons rep Hikaru Nakamura and Alireza Firouzja. They are all waiting there at the main event, and our players at the last chance qualifier, they're trying to earn the right to make it to that event for the $1.5 million prize fund. Huge stakes, and only 1 round to go in Group A.
Exactly. How romantic that would be to win the whole thing after coming through the qualifiers, flying over from anywhere, the US, from China in Wei Yi's case, flying into Paris, making your way through this gauntlet, the group stage, the knockouts, and then entering the main event and winning it all. That would be a Hollywood story. But yeah, a long way to go. But that's what they're all aiming to do. That's why they're all here, Anna. They're backing themselves. I love to see it. They really believe that they can make it.
They really believe it, and I feel like the players that will qualify from the last chance qualifier, I'm gonna give them a little bit better odds than other qualified underdogs because they are already at the venue, they're already feeling the atmosphere, they're practicing in the best way possible. They are there. They know what it's like to be at the Esports World Cup in person, and that's where the main event will be held as well, of course. Even if it's a different stage, I feel like that will give you a bit of an edge among the other qualified players for the play-in.
Exactly. They'll be warmed up. The opponents will be rusty. It'll be easy. If not, if they get knocked out, they get to enjoy Paris. It's a win-win.
It's a win-win indeed. I cannot wait to see the other results. The last games are finishing now in the penultimate round in Group A, and then we will be able to tell everyone, including ourselves, to see who are the players who still have a chance to make it to the playoffs in the last chance qualifier. Who do you think, if you had to predict, who will be in the top 3 spots right now, David? Because we don't see the results yet, so this is also a guessing game for us. Who would you name?
Ooh, that's a tough one, Anna. I think Wei. I think Alain Pichot. I saw that he won his last round, so I think he's on 5.
You saw elsewhere. It. That's cheating, David. That's called cheating.
That's the only result I saw. It was on the board next to this one that we just followed. Other than that, Ariane Tari or Bortnik maybe, but I have no idea who's in 4th or who's in 5th, 6th. We're finding out.
Let's see. Did you guess correctly?
Yes, kind of.
Wow, Wei Yi is still in sole lead, representing Team Nemesis. He only dropped half a point. That was the draw against Norwegian Grandmaster Ariane Tari. Ariane is still within touching distance on 4.5 points. Alain Pichot on 5, as you said. Ariane and Alexander Bortnik are sharing the 3rd place. So right now, if the group ended as it is, we would have those 4 names highlighted in orange, this beautiful orangey red color. That would be our 4 qualifiers for the playoffs of the last chance qualifier for day 3. So it's not a direct qualification to the main event. First you qualify to the playoffs, then in the playoffs you need to qualify to the main event. But looking good for those 4 players. Itorisaga still within a half-point margin. So if he wins in the last round, I think he could still make it. What about the other players, David, on 3.5? Do you think there's a chance? I'm really bad at numbers.
Oh, it's an outside chance, right? The players on 3.5. Not only would they need Ariane Tari and Alexander Bortnik to lose, maybe even both of them, they'd also need Itorisaga not to win, to leapfrog. 1-2 players is one thing, but to leapfrog 3 is going to be extremely difficult. I think it's pretty much 4 from the top 5 going through from Group A.
I would predict that as well. And also, this is how the standings are, but it's kind of showing how the players have been in terms of their form. We have seen Wei Yi in top shape. We have seen Ariane Tari playing really well. Bortnik had a bit of a shaky start. He had a lost position against one of the youngest participants, 13-year-old French player in round 2. He managed to turn the tables around there. Then he lost in round 3. He bounced back from there. So a bit of a different story, for instance, for Bortnik. But that means he's on a winning streak. While the other players, they have been pitted against each other. So everything will depend on this final round. I'm so curious also which one will be our featured game. This is it. This is the final round of Group A.
Exactly. I can't wait to know who's playing who, first of all, but also which one we'll be following. It feels like Itorisaga, he wants to get lucky with the pairings. He wants to play someone half a point above him, whether that's Ariane Tari or whether that's Bortnik. I think he might have played one of them already, because if he gets a chance at a direct rival, then you hold your fate again in your own hands. You can leapfrog them, knock them out the running. You still need to win. Itorisaga will need to win this next round, but at least that's what he wants. The worst case scenario for Itorisaga is for him to play someone lower than him, get a down float, or maybe be up floated up to Wei Yi. That's going to be, going to be far too difficult. So yeah, luck of the draw, all important.
So important indeed. And we do have our featured game revealed. It is Aryan Tari, one of the players who are sharing the third place for the qualification spot. This is an absolutely crucial matchup against Antonine Ferré. I'm not too familiar with Antonine. David, do you know Aryan's opponent better than me? Maybe he was also one of your rivals back in the day?
I wish. He's a lot younger than me, Anna. So Antonine Ferré, he is a French candidate master, born in 2003, so around 23 years old. He's a decent player. His standard rating is around 2,300 FIDE, so a very, very good player, but I think less experienced than Aryan. And I think the fact that he's in a must-win situation doesn't really help him. He's going to have to take some huge risk. Aryan, I think this is a dream pairing for him, at least on paper. But there's one thing talking about favorites on paper, Anna, and what actually will happen on the board.
Definitely, and especially with the stakes being so high, even if you're the favorite, even if you're supposed to be the one that will prevail in the game, in chess, if your opponent plays perfectly, there is no breaking through that. And if the stakes are this high, psychology enters even more the battlefield. So will Aryan be able to just stay in his Zen mode and not care about the $1.5 million that is the ticket he wants to qualify?
Zen mode, all important. And look at this, it's the modern defense, Anna. This shows that Antonine Ferré, he knows he needs to win. I don't think he would play this if he was playing solid, playing for a draw. To have any chance at all of catching up his opponent, Aryan Tari, of qualifying, he needs to take some risks. So he's giving white the center here. White has a free hand. Black, in the meantime, will aim to strike on the queen side or a bit later. And here we go, action already in the center.
Action already, an early central push targeting the black knight. You can capture that pawn, but then another pawn or the knight will appear on the central square. So this decision time for Antonine, how to react.
The last thing he wants to do is put a knight on the edge of the board. I think if the knight is going to move, it's going to retreat. But okay, he trades off in the center. Like you say, it's replaced by another pawn, threat still there. Black's knight hanging. Queens could come off the board. And normally I would say that's a good thing for black, since black is maybe suffering from a little less space, getting more pieces off the board means the pieces can breathe easy. But here, Anna, I'm not so sure. I think white will be happy to just take back, and white is the one who can chip away at the center. With the queens come off, white's knight as well will jump when the black knight retreats, start hitting some pawns. I think there's actually some big, big danger here. And the evaluation bar says white already has a sizable advantage.
That is quite a significant advantage, as you're saying, and it's such an early stage of the game. This is a dream start for Aryan Tari, and it's also now getting into a significant time advantage territory because black is in trouble. He knows it, so he starts spending longer to try to figure out the complications and how to find the best fighting chances. It jumps to g4 with the knight, targeting the central pawn of Aryan. Now it's attacked by both the knight and the bishop.
Yeah, it's attacked twice. I'm wondering whether it's actually a threat to capture, because when the dust settles and if that pawn ever disappears, white's bishop will move out of the way, land on a long light square diagonal here. The white rook kind of indirectly might start hitting pieces. Aryan with a really pleasant choice. If he wants to defend, he can just bring his bishop out, hold that pawn, hold the strong point in the center. There we go. And yeah, maybe better not to take any risks. Keep things simple, keep things safe. White's ahead in development, Anna, and great start to the game for the Norwegian Grandmaster.
Great start for Aryan, indeed. And you can hear the crowds in the background. They are playing, of course, at the Esports World Cup. This is it. This is the final decisive round. And with all the other gaming events taking place at the same time, the atmosphere is absolutely thrilling, on fire, and high stakes. This is the STC Contenders Arena where the chess qualifier is taking place, and you can feel the atmosphere even just through the cameras, even just through those sound bites. You can tell that everyone there is, if you're a spectator, having a great time, and if you're a participant, you are feeling the pressure, the stakes, and this is it. You could make it or break it. This could be the biggest moment of your career.
Exactly. I love that, Anna. Like last year at the Esports World Cup, I was like a kid in a candy shop. I was walking around the different stages, the different arenas, and every atmosphere was electric. No matter what game was being played, so many fans, the players kind of embracing what was going on there, playing up to the audience. And okay, Anthony Ferry in the meanwhile, bit of a reaction there, a bit of a frown after he makes his move. But yeah, there's definitely something special in the air at events like this.
Very special atmosphere, and the players are definitely feeling how special it is and how unique as well for chess to be featured at the Esports World Cup already for the second year in a row. And it's not only featured there, it's one of the games where the battle between Team Falcons and Team Liquid was decided last year, with Magnus scoring for Team Liquid and Hikaru scoring for the Falcons. Now this pawn for Aryan, the side of the board, is pushing away Antonine's knight, and that knight doesn't have too many squares to go to.
Yeah, he's wondering whether he needs to trade off queens first before retreating. There's only one safe retreat square. But if you go back, I guess, Anna, there's some danger, maybe not immediately, but in the near future, that the white queen will step across and the bishop and queen will line up, target that knight, and it might find itself kicked around the board or maybe even trapped. So he's wondering whether he needs to trade off queens first before retreating, but that just gifts white the open file. White's rook will recapture, and controlling the center, controlling the space, the squares, Arantari, dominant position. So I think Antonine Ferre here, he's realizing that he's in big trouble. His kind of attempt to take risk and imbalance things early on, it's backfired.
It has fully backfired, which is great news for Aryan, who is in shared third place at the moment. And if he wins, he is guaranteed to qualify to the playoffs. This is not a direct qualification to the main event yet. In the last chance qualifier, the players are divided into groups. The top 4 in each group will make it to the playoffs on day 3 of our event. So it's a first and very important step toward the overall qualification to make it to the playoffs. And Aryan Tari looking great in that direction. But remember, it's online chess, it's speed chess. Anything can happen when it comes to mouse skills, for instance, and just a single mouse slip could turn this game fully around.
Exactly. For example, Aryan here, he could want to put his rook on the c5 square. He could accidentally slip and take a pawn, lose the rook, game over. So yeah, you can never relax, never rest easy. And more likely the rook will actually retreat somewhere along this line. There we go. Nice, very instructive, keeping the square behind it available for the other rook, just in case he wants to double up and totally dominate the file. But yeah, black has 2 bad pieces, Anna, like the black knights. The black bishop isn't great either, but the 2 black knights are really struggling to play a role. White has the bishop pair, total control, and there's no material advantage, but apparently it's a decisive edge for white. That shows how strong his position is.
That is a very instructive assessment indeed, with equal material on the board, but the quality of the pieces, that's the key factor here. Everything opening up now on the central files, and white's pieces are ready for action, ready to strike, while black is still struggling to finish development. And it's sad news for that knight on the back rank that even if it was black to move, you still cannot move it. It has nowhere to go safely.
Yeah, both black knights are so sad, so sad. In the meantime, white's knight is beautiful. It's about to jump in.
I love it.
Yeah, how do you stop this, Anna? The knight's jumping. You can't even move your rook.
I would emoji that square as well. It's such a beautiful spot for the knight, the e6 square, jump again with the attack over the rook. Then it could be a knight fork. If you head toward the queen side or the c7 square, everything is looking amazing here, especially with the white knight jumps.
Yeah, you can actually pre-move this pretty safely, the knight jump, unless black moves the rook here to e8, but then there's a beautiful discovered attack. Check, the bishop will jump out the way, hit the king, and the black rook would actually find itself undefended in the center. So black is powerless. Black cannot defend that knight jump, and that's just the very beginning of his worries. Yeah, active pieces, centralization. Anna, we talk about it when we first learn the rules, right? Centralized pieces, tactics work in your favor. You control more squares, you control the game. That's what's happening right here.
Very instructive indeed. And of course, Antonin knows those principles, but he struggled in this game earlier in the opening to be able to develop his pieces in the right way. And now he's paying the price for it with the knights on the edge of the board, the underdevelopment, the central control of the white pieces and the activity of the white pieces coming in with that knight jump. That will be lethal. As you showed already, David, there is no way to place the rook on the e5 for black because of the discovered attack with the bishop sacrifice picking up the rook. So that tactical pattern is so crucial. But if you cannot place the rook there, then there is no way of preventing the knight jumping.
Yeah, the knight jumping, the bishop landing on the long diagonal, winning a pawn along the way. There's just too much happening. And Anna, I've been looking elsewhere. I know I shouldn't spoil it, but Arian doesn't know. Results have happened, which mean that a draw is enough for him with white here. A draw is enough to guarantee a spot in the top 4, but he doesn't need to know. I think he wants more than a draw right now. Even if that's enough, he wants to finish on a high at this group stage.
He wants to, and the placements in the group will matter for the pairings in the playoffs. So it's also another reason, of course, not the reason to risk it all. You want to qualify first, that's the most important. But the higher the seeding, the better. So winning the group is the best you can do. Arjan would need to win this game, and Wei would need to not win in order for Arjan to have winning chances. But obviously, the Norwegian Grandmaster is not thinking of any of that. He just plays his game one move at a time, and he has been doing that wonderfully. 7 minutes on the clock, 2.5 minutes close to that for Antonin Ferré, who is struggling to find a way out of this position. Equal material, but white's position is dominant. He places the rook on the d5, and the evaluation bar shoots all the way up, saying that white's position is completely winning.
Ooh, where is the knockout blow? That is the big question. Is there something flashy? Do you even need anything flashy? Do you just still land the knight forward? Nope, he brings his bishop instead. That's also good, Anna. He's opened up his rook to land on the 7th rank. Yeah, there's pawns hanging along the way. Black is still really, really stuck. We've seen it multiple times today, actually. People forgetting to develop their queenside, to develop pieces, bring them out into the game, and that is what's costing Ferré here.
That's indeed what's costing him the full point in this case, because it is a winning advantage for white with not even an extra pawn on the board, but simply the quality of white's pieces is what makes the crucial difference here. The bishops that David is highlighting, dominating both of those diagonals, the knight in the center. The rooks are ready to double up on the open files, and black is still struggling to develop his pieces. The knight, both knights stuck on the edges. One could not even develop yet, and the other rook is in the corner waiting on the bench to be called into the game.
It might never get that chance, and it might run out of time. We'll be in overtime before that rook is allowed to enter the field of action. If Arian wants to keep it simple, now he can bring his knight forward. There we go. The rooks will be traded off, but again, it's the problem of those 2 black knights. One knight is jumping forward now. That's white's, and yeah, not much to do. You can still never move the knight off the back rank due to pawns and pieces falling. This is pretty much over 1.5 minutes. Even if he was equal in this position, miraculously saved it. The clock is against him. Ferré, Arian Tari in full control.
Full control by white. It would need to be a miracle, as you said, David. It would have to be a big mistake, a blunder, or a mouse slip on the side of Arian Tari to give the chances to Ferré to save this game. But also when it comes to how they are doing at the moment, Arian Tari on shared 3rd place with 4.5 points and the winning position. For Antonin Ferré, of course, it would be better to finish higher and get a bigger prize, but he no longer can qualify to the playoffs. His knight, though, is finally out. That knight, it has taken a long time, but is finally developed. All the black pieces have managed to move.
Wow. I mean, that's one thing to celebrate, I guess. Unfortunately, he's going to drop a pawn. There we go. And the troubles continue. But yeah, often it's worth a pawn, Anna, just to get pieces out into the game, to try and change the momentum. But this time, yeah, it's not going to help. Also, the white bishop is actually threatening to trap this black rook on the edge of the board right now.
Wow.
No escape squares. This is over.
Completely over, and there is no way of saving either the rook or the knight, because that rook is now tied down to the defense of the black knight. The white pieces are dominating the position. And even though it's, I guess with this knight jump, you are creating some space for the rook. So I might have spoken too soon that the rook was doomed, but the position is doomed regardless because of the pair of bishops here slaying it, giving a check now on e5. The other bishop can come to d5. And this is going to be just pin after pin. The knights cannot move.
Oh, those are the most beautiful bishops I've ever seen. Like, just totally dictating the play. And yeah, I mean, Black's knight's just no match for these two beautiful pieces. And yeah, this is just the definition of dominance, unfortunately. And I don't know whether to keep those stars on the board, but let's get rid of them for now.
The pair of stars is the key factor, making this equal, material-wise equal position, actually completely winning for white. The quality of the pieces, the pair of bishops, and that's what makes Antonin Ferrer resign. Arjan Tari, Norwegian Grandmaster, is one of our first qualifiers to the playoffs of the Last Chance qualifier. What a performance by Arjan.
Exactly. It's been a good summer for Norway in sports. Maybe for Arjan Tari, this is going to be a breakthrough event. He's through the group stage, still a long way to go, but Anna, he's looked really calm, really composed. Against Wei Yi, he had some chances as well. So maybe the only player who can say that today, Wei Yi, has been supreme, but Arjan has been maybe the other player to impress the most.
Very impressive play indeed by Arjan Tari, and I'm so curious what will happen in the other games. We see also Antonin still analyzing his game, learning from it, and a smile, a handshake between the players. It's always great to see the camaraderie, the way that it is at the end of the day, a game, a sport that they both enjoy. And I feel like for Antonin, this was a great learning opportunity against one of the top grandmasters in his group, and he will definitely improve a lot thanks to battles like this, facing some of the best of the best.
Exactly. It was a great performance by Antonin Ferrer, like I think above expectations in terms of rating against the level of opposition, but yeah, ultimately qualification was always an uphill battle. And as you also mentioned, just the spirit with which all these games are played, so nice to see, a lot of mutual respect. I'm hoping the gloves come off in the main event when it's like Hikaru against Magnus, and that gets fierce, that gets a bit feisty. But for now, it's really nice to see that all the players are playing in fantastic spirits.
Fantastic spirit and a very friendly atmosphere, regardless of the extremely high stakes. Again, it's $1.5 million. We're gonna keep repeating this number because it's insane, all right? It's insane. This is chess at the Esports World Cup, $1.5 million at stake. The players here at the Last Chance qualifier, they want to get that key to the main event of chess happening next week. But for that, they need to first be in the top 4 of their groups, and then they need to qualify from the playoffs. So it's several stages through which you need to perform extremely well. For Arjan Tari, for instance, he is now through to the playoffs, but that will be taking place the day after tomorrow. So he will still need to make sure he continues to play that level of chess and maybe continue practicing. Like, what would you say, David, to players like Arjan? Your next big deal, the next actually like it could make your career moment is happening within 2 days' time. What do you do for a day and a half as a preparation?
Yeah, it's so easy to say play loads of chess, study really hard, but the players do that every day of their lives anyway. So I think the main thing is staying sharp, staying fit, fresh. Getting a good night of sleep is priceless at these events, especially when it's all about speed of thought, when the clocks are ticking down. So yeah, I would say maybe he'll do a bit of preparation now that he knows he's through to these knockout stages. He might have a inkling who he might play along the way. Maybe he thinks Wei Yi will be a rival later again. Who knows? But so maybe a little bit of chess, but more eat well, sleep well, and turn up in good spirits to keep the form going.
I like your advice. I hope that Arjan and the other qualifying players will be listening to this and they will take your word of advice. We are about to figure out what happened in the other games as they are all about to conclude. This is the final round in Group A, and only 4 of those players will be happy to make it to the playoffs. So let's have this final seconds for us, David, as like maybe a guessing game. But did you look at it? Because please don't.
Whoops.
Oh no,
Okay,
not
Anna,
again.
you talk me through it. I might have seen that there's still one key game going where everything could be decided about the top 4.
Okay, still one key game. Which is the one key game still ongoing? You can tell that to us, please.
Okay, it's Alain Pichot with white against Alexander Bortnik with black.
Ooh.
And
So either
I
of
won't
those
say-
can still make it, depending on the result of that one single game.
Exactly. I think most likely both still make it, but you never know. And Anna, I don't know if you saw the pairings before this round. Iturrizaga was the number 5. He was the 5th out of, on the standings. To try and get into the top 4, he needed to win. He ended up getting paired against Wei Yi. And Wei Yi neutralized him so quickly. Iturrizaga had 0 winning chances. It was a draw. So he needs a helping hand. He needs Bortnik to lose, and Bortnik is still playing.
Wow, okay, that's huge. So Wei is through, Aryan Tari is through. There's 2 more spots. Alexander Bortnik and Alain Pichot, they could both make it, depending on what happens in their game. But Eduardo Iturrizaga, hoping that Bortnik will not make it. It's all a lot of action, a lot of tension, and one single move in chess could decide the fate of who will have a chance to grab a bite of the $1.5 million prize fund at the main event in chess. That is crazy.
Yeah, and as ever, it comes down to a flagging contest. It looks like it is Bortnik to win. That's bad news for Iturrizaga. I think the top 4 have been decided. It's the same top 4 we've seen just before this round. But it was always destined to be. The final game of the final round is the one with everything on the line.
Everything on the line, and the fact that the players who were in those top 4 spots are also the ones who prevailed in the final round, I think it goes to show that we have the truly most deserving 4 players making it to the playoffs. They have been the ones who were in their best peak form today at the group stage of the Last Chance qualifier. This was only our first group, by the way. We will still, of course, take a look at the results, see how everyone else has done in this final round. But when it comes to the event, there's 3 more groups to come. In each group, 4 players will be happy to make it to the playoffs, and the rest of over 100 participants will have to go home. So it is the sad story and the happy story, the 2 sides of the same coin, that there will be some really happy players who might make it to the biggest paycheck of their career, and others will definitely try again next year.
Yeah, I think the only ones happier than the ones who qualify, Anna, are us, because we get more chess. So many games. We've just had 7 rounds. It's only halfway for us. We've got another group to go, and I can't wait to follow what comes next. But in the meantime, that was 7 fantastic rounds to start the Last Chance qualifiers, and these are the final standings.
These are indeed the final standings, and the 4 names marked in that beautiful orangey red color. Wei Yi, repping Team Nemesis, is our top player. Then Alexander Bortnik and Aryan Tarion shared 2nd place, and Alain Pichot in 4th place. The 4 of them will make it to the playoffs, taking place the day after tomorrow. But the placement matters too when it comes to the pairings at the playoffs. So Wei Yi, at the moment, with the best chances, he will be facing the number 4 seed of one of the other groups. With 4 groups in total, 30 players in each group, 7 rounds. And that is to make it to the playoffs. This is a very long journey, but it's a very worthy journey. The stakes could not be higher. $1.5 million at stake in Paris in chess at the Esports World Cup. This is huge.
Yeah, this is huge, and many congratulations to those 4 players who made it. I think well deserved in the end. Maybe the one with regrets who didn't qualify was Eduardo Iturrizaga, because it did come down. He was only half a point off. Came down to that one moment. He froze tragically for 2-3 minutes in a winning position against his compatriot or fellow player who represents Spain, Alain Pichot, who got that 4th spot. So yeah, I think ultimately all deserved, Anna. And yeah, those 4 players, it's going to be fun to follow them in those knockouts.
It's going to be extremely fun to follow. And as you said, Saga and several of the other players will be disappointed that they didn't make it, but they definitely will try it again next year. It is the road to the Esports World Cup. There's several ways in which the players can qualify, and that means that throughout the entire year, the top chess players in the world are trying their best to fight their way to the main event of the Esports World Cup to be able to face Magnus Carlsen as the defending champion. We will take now a break before the next group begins, but when we are back, the same will happen again, but with more and more players. Everyone wants to qualify to the main event at chess at the Esports World Cup, so stay tuned. We continue with our coverage soon, and when we are back, another 30 players will try their best, this time in Group B of the Last Chance qualifier in Paris.
This ain't no regular thing. I came for the ring, you know what I mean. You see my name in the lights, better get right, I'm champion.
He can come in here and play my game. He knows nothing but go!
Tyler Wine, you're done.
This is my ladder. You can't climb it.
It's better than being hard-suck at Masters.
You're going too far now.
Your eyes buggy. Your elbows ashy.
That airline? That's an L airline.
Somebody better hold me.
Okay, yeah. Do something then.
Raw energy. Puff and blow the house down.
You look nervous.
You look short.
Everything's good?
Mm-hmm.
Fight.
Okay.
Do you really need the wraps?
Yeah, that feels like overkill to me.
Welcome back, everyone, to the Esports World Cup in Paris. This is it. For the second year in a row, chess is on one of the main stages of the biggest gaming competition in the world. 7 thrilling weeks in Paris. And this week includes the last chance qualifier in chess. I am your host, International Master Anna Rudolph, and I'm thrilled to be here with Grandmaster David Howell to cover the action in the group stages of the qualifier. David, how are you feeling so far about the event and the groups that we have been witnessing?
Anna, I'm loving every moment. It's been so much fun. I've barely looked at any chess at all in the last few weeks, but it feels perfect that I'm jumping in here now, witnessing the speed, the ferocity with which the players are playing. High-stakes chess is just the best. Esports it brings out the best in players, and I'm loving every moment.
It certainly brings out the best in players, and the stakes could not be higher. We have dropped the numbers several times during the broadcast, and we're going to continue repeating this number because it's absolutely unheard of in chess. $1.5 million is the prize fund at the main event in chess at the Esports World Cup, and that is what our competitors, over 100 players, are trying to qualify for. This is the last chance qualifiers happening throughout 3 days in groups. We're going to now start with Group B. We already have 4 qualifiers to the playoffs from Group A, but there's 4 groups in total, and then a final playoff the day after tomorrow. Only 5 spots to qualify and over 100 players competing for it. David, when you see those numbers, the stakes, the participants, the atmosphere, what does it make you think of? And also, why are you not here like in Paris, like as a competitor, please?
Oh, stop it, Anna. I've already had some friends pressuring me to play.
More pressure.
It has exactly. It has woken something up inside me just watching the players there. And I mean, on the plus side, it's so much fun. Like, it's a unique event. So much kind of at the end of the rainbow, that treasure pot, that $1.5 million, like you say, just so much on the line. On the other hand, it does look quite stressful. It's also fun to watch the games as a commentator, front row seats and all. So I can't complain. It's best of both worlds here, calling the shots with you. And yeah, this is just the beginning. Over the next couple of weeks, the chess is just going to get hotter and hotter, faster and faster, more and more fun.
More and more fun and hotter for sure in terms of the temperatures as well in Europe. But regardless of that, it is definitely a heat wave over the board because we are about to start round 1 of Group B. And again, we're going to have 30 players competing in a group where there's 7 rounds. So the players will play 7 games with a time control of 10 minutes. No increment. You run out of time, you lose the game. Huge pressure both on the clock and with the stakes being $1.5 million overall, it could be the biggest career-making moment of any of the qualifying players. We will now soon head over to our arena, and I cannot wait to see our Group B, because Group A, we have seen some players in really good shape. They are already through to the playoffs, but Group B is just about to get started. Anyone still is with the same amount of chances for the qualification as anyone else.
Exactly, and if Group A was anything to go by, there will be some surprises along the way. We did see 4 super strong grandmasters end up qualifying from Group A, so I wouldn't be shocked if eventually over the course of the 7 rounds, the top seeds start to gravitate towards those qualification spots. But it feels like we saw almost some big breakthroughs from some younger players. We saw a 13-year-old almost take down Porte, who ended up qualifying in Group A. I would love to see a surprise story in this next group.
It would be incredible, and definitely that round with our 13-year-old French player, we will hear a lot more of El Zayin. He is only 13, and he nearly took down a grandmaster that then ends up qualifying to the playoffs. Very, very strong, and one of our top favorites in terms of the last chance qualifier, Alexander Bortnik. What a game that was, and how it shows that in chess, even if you're hundreds of rating points behind, you might have that one moment in life when you will be taking down these giants. And that was nearly the case for our 13-year-old participant. In Group B, there will be some really big names and also some not that known names that could be the underdogs for this event, playing to earn their keys to the main event in chess. $1.5 million at stake, and this could be the key to their main success in life. If they make it, it could be the biggest paycheck in their careers.
Exactly. It's all about getting a key, getting into the main draw, changing their destinies. But yeah, most of all, I'm just looking forward to getting to know some new players as well. We've got a lot of French players who've been making the short trip to Paris, who are chancing their luck to try and join the likes of Alireza Firouzja in that main draw. And it's really nice to see how much it means. And yeah, there's a lot of familiar names, a lot of new names. And wow, one name I know very well, Malcolm Payne, English international master, many-time captain of the England team. He's the head of international chess at the English Chess Federation. He's a legend in British chess circles. Nice to see him, one of the elder statesmen, I think he himself would say, in this field. I'm not sure he's going to be the fastest on the mouse, Anna. He's a good friend, so I'm hoping he lets me tease him a bit. But nice to see Malcolm making the journey over from London.
It's absolutely amazing to see, indeed. And we have already been following the game of one of the youngest participants, our 13-year-old prodigy from France. And now, as you mentioned, Malcolm Payne could be one of the older participants. Hopefully, he doesn't mind that we say so. But that is also unique, and it's so special. I feel that he makes the trip to an esports event. You know, he wouldn't be one who grew up playing chess online. He would be like me, that, you know, I'm more used to touching the piece, moving it on a physical board. I don't know how to make chess moves with a mouse. I hope Malcolm knows it.
He definitely does. He's a pioneer, Malcolm. He's been running a chess shop in London for many, many years. It's just moved location, but not just chess and bridge and other board games. And yeah, he's 65 now, for anyone wondering. That's why we mentioned it's a real clash of generations here. And yeah, I think deep down, a lot of players of his own generation will be rooting for Malcolm. We'll talk about the pairings, who else is in Group B shortly. But yeah, this is going to be a fun game to watch. And Malcolm as well, a busy man. He's going to be campaigning to be vice president of FIDE. He's got a busy few months ahead, elections, the Olympiad. He's a man of many talents, spins more plates than anyone else I know, Anna.
I wonder if it's part of his campaign then, you know, to become an esports champion, because that would really push the campaign, wouldn't it? If you manage to make it to the main event at the Esports World Cup and challenge Magnus Carlsen, that's a headline story.
I love it, Anna. That accidental pun, the Payne campaign. He's on the campaign trail.
Campaign. Oh, I didn't even realize that I'm a pun genius like you. Surely.
Malcolm Payne. Will he exert some pain on his opponent, or will the pain be inflicted on himself? We'll find out. Malcolm's a very classical player. I think speed is going to be his biggest issue here.
Speed will definitely matter, and as we can see, his opponent is at least a couple of years younger, I was going to say. At least a few years younger.
Mm-hmm. And the games will start any moment now. And I'm not sure exactly how young Steven Schuffart is, but yeah, definitely different generations. Malcolm's son I also saw in the mix. I'm not sure he's in the same group. He might be in a different group, but Jonathan Payne is also trying to qualify for the Esports World Cup. I think a FIDE master. Malcolm is an international master. So he'll be in the mix, maybe not among the favorites, but the games are off. And it looks like a reverse Caro-Kann almost, Anna, until this last move. And White takes the center. Malcolm doesn't rely on openings these days. He tries to keep the game a bit offbeat. Looks like a Ponziani opening almost, as the center opens up.
The center is opening up, and I'm just admiring Malcolm's t-shirt. I'm glad he's playing in Group B, because his t-shirt is definitely not making him a morning person.
Yeah, I think all chess players are nocturnal in their own way. Malcolm, I know him very well. I don't think he likes mornings, as most chess players don't. We have to peak at the right times, right, Anna? Like often games start in the afternoon. Here he's starting at 4 p.m., 4 o'clock in the afternoon, French time. He's going to be trying to peak as the day goes on. You don't want to peak at 6 a.m. in the morning. You'll be drained by the time these games kick off.
That is very true, that the chess players optimize everything they can, including their daily routine and when their brain is at the most and highest capacity and power. And this oftentimes means the afternoon at tournaments. We see this peculiar opening. I think, David, you'll be able to explain it better. How is it that black's pawns are disappearing from the middle of the board?
Yeah, and unfortunately, we haven't been able to find out so much about Steven Schufard, his opponent here, Malcolm Payne. I just want to backtrack. Black is currently 2 pawns down, but more importantly, a knight down. And I blinked and I missed it, I must confess. He's keeping the queens on. That's the only way to try and fight on and struggle to keep this game alive. Just to backtrack a few moves in this position, instead of playing knight takes pawn, which would have kept the game within reasonable bounds, knight to g4 was a loss of a piece, simply forgetting that the knight was undefended. Malcolm's queen came out, snapped that piece off. Maybe this was Steven's idea to discover, attack the queen, but Malcolm is too experienced a customer to spot that his queen, to not spot that his queen is hanging. He drops it back, and that's where we are. Anna, it looks like, unfortunately, a queen blunder as well, due to a pin there, and everything's falling apart. Steven is not going to be winning this game, and Malcolm getting off to a good start.
Good start for Malcolm, and a difficult start for Steven, but it's also a lot of times the case in a Swiss format in chess that you are paired against an opponent that has a lot more experience or a lot higher rating. At the first round in Swiss tournaments or the Swiss format means that there's usually quite a big gap between the players, and that's what we see here. A very experienced international master that Malcolm Payne is facing a somewhat newer face in the chess scene, Steven Schufard, who will definitely have a lot of learning experience from this event. And this is just the first round. Even for Steven, he will still have 6 more rounds to go where he can make up for this not so smooth start. He blundered first the knight and then the queen. These are tactical patterns that are important in chess, but maybe he also is not a morning person and he's still waking up.
Exactly. And yeah, it's all gone wrong now. Rook is dropping off in the corner. Malcolm can take that. He doesn't need to take it, of course. The black king could be the first target. White's bishop can come out. There we go with a check. And yeah, this is a very difficult storm for the black king to weather. I'm looking at Steven's online chess profile, his chess.com profile. He has been semi-active, I'm going to say. Plays a few games here and there. But yeah, just not as experienced as Malcolm. And it's funny, the queen forked the king and rook on one side of the board, didn't take the rook in the corner. Now the queen's forking the king and other rook on the other side of the board. Maybe this one he will take, Anna.
I think that one he will. He had the luxury of being able to pick which rook to win. The queen will grab the rook and next move. And then it's, oh, no, Malcolm says, I don't even need your rook. What I'm playing for is checkmate. And by moving the knight away, my rook is ready to come into action. Maybe castling queenside. And that's exactly, what a checkmate. Castling to checkmate your opponent. And a smile from Steven.
Wow, that is once in a lifetime type of stuff. He should buy a lottery ticket, Malcolm. Castling queenside to deliver checkmate. Some words for the camera there. That you wait a whole career and you never get that on the board, but there, Malcolm getting the job done as quickly as he could.
I love the reaction of Steven as well. Just such a good sport. He got checkmated. He lost his queen. He got checkmated in the middle of the board. But you don't see this often, that castling is the move that delivers checkmate. Even delivering check with castling is quite rare, but the fact that it was checkmate, I feel like Steven moved the rook to where he moved it on his final move in order to be able to allow this in a way, appreciating the beauty of this incredible move. White castling, and that move that puts your king into safety is the one that exposes your opponent's king to checkmate. Wow.
Exactly. That's kind of the supreme of multitasking, like getting your own king safe while killing the opponent's king. And 17 moves. That is the definition of a miniature. Anna, Malcolm, yeah, off to a fast start. I think we'll see more of him as Group B progresses.
Definitely, and it's great to see that Malcolm, being from one of the older generations participating at the Esports World Cup, he starts with an incredible win that you could say that he was, of course, the higher rated, more experienced player in this matchup, but that was very smooth, and it will definitely give Malcolm that moral boost as well that you need at high stakes events like this.
Exactly. There'll be stronger opposition up ahead. Malcolm will be facing Grandmasters most likely in his quest to get top 4. So we'll see how that goes. And an active replay of the final stages. The Black Rook moves in a second. The Black King has no escape squares, and Malcolm had pre-moved this one. He was already good at castle. There we go. Boom. Checkmate. And that is a picturesque finish. And there we see the arena, the playing hall, Anna, where we'll get to know the other Group B participants a bit later.
We will get to know them soon. This is the STC Contenders Arena hosting the last chance qualifier, and the gesture from Stephen. What can you do? You get checkmated by your opponent castling, and that rook move of Stephen taking away the one final square where the Black King could have escaped to. I think that was a really nice gesture. Sometimes it is really about the beauty and the art of chess in this sense. It's a sport, it's a game, but today it also showed how beautiful it can be, and that's a moment that I think they will both remember for the rest of their careers.
Exactly. I know Malcolm's a big advocate, big supporter of speed chess and just modernizing chess, and a good start for him. I will point out, Anna, Group B, which is currently ongoing, it's one of, I think it's going to be one of the hardest groups. I'm not going to call it the group of death yet, but there's so many strong grandmasters. So many big names in Group B.
I also have been glancing upon the player list. Every round we will feature, of course, a different game and different players. But, just to name drop maybe for those of you who are following chess streams, perhaps I think one of the names that definitely will stand out to a lot of the viewers is Eric Hansen from the Chess Bros, possibly also streaming it while playing. At least I feel like at least he definitely has a fan group around him on site in Paris, and maybe a watch party following his games, because this is a big moment for Eric. We know him, of course, as the OG Chess Bro. He was one of the first chess streamers in the world before chess was even ever on YouTube or Twitch. Now, of course, it's everywhere and it's cool and everyone talks about chess, the Queen's Gambit, the Esports World Cup. It is a very different scene, but Eric was streaming chess when it was nowhere, no visibility, no one really interested on platforms like YouTube and Twitch in chess. And look where he is now. He's still streaming, but he might want to qualify to the main event to fight for the $1.5 million prize fund.
Exactly. Eric Hansen, a big fan favorite. There's also some top elite grandmasters, Parham Maghsoodloo of Iran. There's Daniel Dubov, former world rapid champion, someone known for his fiery games. There's not just Malcolm bringing the experience, there's Luc Van Welly, a multiple-time Dutch champion. And we'll get to know these players more as the day goes on. But this is, hard to pick a favorite, Anna. I think the Group A, there were maybe 5-6 names that the 4 were most likely to come from. Here it could be anyone.
It could be anyone. I just keep looking at the list too, and I feel like there's a lot of heavy favorites and fan favorites, and also a lot of players with potential, the young prodigies, the underdogs that you might not have heard of, but they specialize more in online chess and in speed chess. So there's going to be a lot of fight for the top 4 spots in Group B. We will be covering the next 6 rounds as well. We're going to take a short break now, but when we are back, this is Group B of the last chance qualifier in Paris at the Esports World Cup. Everyone wants to qualify to the main event in chess because it's $1.5 million at stake there, and Magnus Carlsen, the defending champion, is waiting as the final boss. So a lot at stake, high pressure, but this is why we love this event. We will be back on the other side of this break to break down round 2 of Group B here at the last chance qualifier in Paris.
and play my game. He knows nothing but go!
Tyler, why? You're done.
This is my ladder. You can't climb it.
It's better than being hard-sucking masters.
You're going too far now.
Your eyes buggy. Your elbows ashy.
That airline? That's an L airline.
Somebody better hold me.
Okay, yeah. Do something then.
Raw energy. Hard from blow the house down.
You look nervous.
You look short.
Everything's good? Fight.
Okay.
Never had you shine. Don't give up.
Do you really need the wraps?
Yeah, that feels like overkill to me.
Welcome back, everyone, to the broadcast of the Esports World Cup in Paris. This is the last chance qualifier in chess for the next 3 days, including today. We are seeing over 100 participants fighting for 5 qualification spots to the main event in chess. $1.5 million is at stake at the main event in chess at the Esports World Cup. The stakes could not be higher, David, and we are here to cover now Group B of the last chance qualifier, heading to round 2 already.
Yeah, we're heading to round 2, but I can safely say, Anna, I've commentated so many years now, I've never seen anyone end a game with castles, especially queenside, checkmate. That was a rarity. I'm going to put that in my memory bank and say, okay, I've seen it all now.
That was such an incredible moment. Round 1, international master Malcolm Payne winning with castling queenside checkmate on the board. Unique moment both for him and his opponent, who was really good sport and just acknowledged it with a big smile on his face. But now we're on to round 2 with a new featured game. This time 2 grandmasters battling it out against each other. Daniel Dubov will be facing Luca Moroni, and we see both players getting ready here for this crucial round 2. I feel like, David, you're right that Group B is quite a tough one. In round 2 already, 2 of the favorites are seeing each other.
Exactly. Group B is stacked. Daniel Dubov, we see on the left there, with his Team Spirit jersey. He's already a bit of a cult hero, a bit of a legend. He's won the World Rapid Championship. He's famous for sparkling attacking games. Luca Moroni, still young, but he's been representing Italy in international events for years and years already. Very dangerous opponent, can beat anyone on his day. Well over 3,000 rating on chess.com. So yeah, this is not going to be easy for either of them. Anna, we talked about maybe 5.5, 6 being the magic score in Group A to qualify. Yeah, we could see blood spilled as early as round 2 here in Group B.
It could very well be the case, because one of these players at least will not continue on a 100% score after facing each other in the second round. Will either of them prevail and get the full point, which would be huge for their chances for the qualification spots? And if it's a draw, how will they fare later on in the remaining rounds? This is definitely a key matchup for the overall standings. It's a very early stage of the tournament, round 2 out of 7 rounds. But these 2 players could very well be both qualifying or having qualification chances overall.
Indeed, and in the meantime, a Queen's Gambit declined, and this is quite a rare variation. It's come into fashion a little bit lately, but black pushing a pawn forward, non-committal, very flexible, hoping to at some point capture the gambited Queen's Gambit pawn, but Daniel Dubov trades off some bishops, brings his knight out. Very solid start to this game for both sides. And I don't know who a quieter game would favor here, Anna, because Luca Moroni is quite dynamic, but Dubov is a very fiery player. Yeah, I thought we'd see maybe something even more direct, even more complicated from the start, but no, it looks like both players just want to play themselves into form.
It really seems to be the case. A very solid start, and everything is still very flexible. It would be quite a peaceful start, but I'm also expecting the game to start developing in a more exciting fashion. I don't think that these 2 players are known for being boring players. I'm expecting that they both will be trying their best here to create something, because you do want to get winning chances against anyone and everyone. Doesn't matter the round, doesn't matter the color. It is an event where every single point has so much weight that you want to try your best in every game, and you might want to take bigger risks in order to get a bigger reward. That is the qualification to the main event, and $1.5 million is a prize fund.
Exactly, and I can tell you, if especially Daniel Dubov, if he makes it through to the main event, nobody wants to face him. I think he's one of the few who's beaten Magnus so many times at speed chess that you know, that aura that Magnus normally has isn't there anymore. He's been a second for Magnus Carlsen, a coach, helper, you name it. he's going for the hanging pawns now as well. Maybe easier for white to play. Black's pawns, with great space comes great responsibility, as they say, Anna, and you need to defend them somehow. White's knight is also maybe going to the edge of the board if it needs to kick away this bishop.
Yeah, it's a very multi-purpose move in that sense, putting pressure on the pawns, and the knight maneuver you highlighted will be quite annoying for black to face. The evaluation board is only showing a slight advantage for white, but I think in terms of the practical chances, Daniel Dubov definitely has the better chances here, and also putting the psychological pressure on his opponent that he has to play really precisely to not get into trouble here.
Exactly. I have noticed there's been a shift in Dubov's play just over the last maybe year or two. He's been playing a lot more solid, at least from the start. He'll only attack if the opponent kind of really provokes him, rather than his younger days where he would attack from move one. But yeah, still super strong, of course. He went on a long unbeaten streak recently. So a hard player to beat. And I don't really see white ever being in danger here. Ooh, big mistake in the meantime for black, as Moroni offers up this pawn. He's going to try and grab a pawn himself with the black queen, but there might be some tactics. Anna, he's gone wrong, Moroni.
He's gone wrong, and Daniel Dubov is so confident that he immediately grabs the pawn, and I think he knows the follow-up too. He's probably just double-checking his calculation, but he went for it so quickly that I'm very certain that Dubov senses that this is a big chance for him for the full point. He's got now a winning opportunity, at least to have a significant advantage if he finds the right follow-up here.
And only one move, Anna, I was going to say, and this is it. This is the move from a new angle, unexpected twist. That bishop looked really nicely placed anyway, but it's even better now. The black rook is forced to move, and Moroni's blundered. He knows it. His body language tells the whole story. The problem is, if the black rook moves to continue defending its knight, that is not a safe square, and there's going to be all sorts of pins along this open line. Just can't keep the stability, the rook, the knight, everything connected.
Wow, this is a huge mistake on a grandmaster level, but also it was quite a sneaky move. This sniper from the distance, the bishop on h3, hitting the rook, and once you move the rook, you can only move it to c7 to continue defending the knight, but then it's a pin where your rook is loose and there will be pressure over the knight on c6.
Yeah, this is a guaranteed material advantage now for Daniel Dubov. It's just about how Moroni can fight on, how he can lessen the damage. Does he actually move his rook, or does he leave it in place? That is the target right now. And I don't see what he can do. I think he's losing either the rook, or he might even lose the knight.
Big trouble for the Italian grandmaster here with the black faces. This is only round 2, but these two grandmasters could very well be some of the top favorites in Group B to fight for the qualification spots. And that was spotted so quickly by Dubov. The moment Moroni blundered, Dubov didn't even pause for a second. He knew that this sequence is winning, or at least giving him a really big advantage.
Wow, and although round 1 we saw Malcolm Payne win in 17 moves, that was very kind of spectacular, that finish, very brutal. This is a 17-move winning position from Dubov, totally different style. Slow start, the opponent makes a mistake, and boom, he takes his chance. But we're going to find out, Anna, exactly how he aims to win this pinned piece. He's got to put pressure on the pinned piece that night, but how to do it? One of these should drop off.
How to do it indeed is now the question on Dubov's side, and I think he'll take here a bit of a longer pause because he knows how critical this decision is to exploit the pin in the right way, and it could give him that very much needed win, or the start of a winning streak in a tournament like this, where every single half a point matters, and you might need nearly 100% score in order to qualify in your group. So there's so many ways in which he'll be looking at this and how to raise the pressure in terms of, do you target that knight with, for instance, the queen also coming out and attacking the knight, or can you somehow use your knight in a way? It looks like the queen move to me, to my international master eyes, the queen move is like, okay, like I can see that works, but with the knight move, for instance, there's a bit more to cover because the black queen is also guarding some of the squares, and yet it's a pin on the c5, so certainly a lot to calculate, and Dubov chooses to trade queens instead.
Yeah, I mean, that was a grandmasterly move. I think just attacking the knight, that would also have done the job. But he wants to kind of bank it. He wants to just secure his advantage, say, okay, it's safe. Queen's coming off. The black queen doesn't have many options. She can take a pawn. But I think that would just allow white to continue adding the pressure with the rook. Or maybe the queen gets trapped. Hold on. Maybe just the rook sliding across. The queen has no more squares. So if the queen's come off, Anna, then what's going to stop white from just slowly doubling up, winning that piece?
That is such an incredibly strong move now that you explain all the details and how the pawn of white is untouchable, and in case of a trade, there is no way out of the pin for black. This is big trouble for Luca Moroni.
He knows it. I mean, that body language, he's trying to lock in. He's trying to say, okay, there must be one way to keep the fight alive, but at this level, like you said, especially with such reduced material, no counterplay, no attack against the white king. At this level, being the exchange down, a rook for knight or rook for bishop or whatever black decides to kind of part with, whatever material, it's almost hopeless. And Dubov, yeah, that's typical Dubov pose. Super chill. Win, lose, draw, super chill.
Always chill, and that's something that we could all learn from. You know, chess is a game at the end of the day, but you hear the crowds cheering because this is a game that's played at the highest level at the Esports World Cup. This is a venue in Paris, the Expo Center, full of incredible fights and high-stakes competitions. The atmosphere is absolutely on fire, and the stakes could not be higher at chess as well, with $1.5 million at the main event. That's where the players are trying to get their keys to. They want to qualify. And Daniel Dubov, for Team Spirit, looking really good at the moment. It's still an early stage of Group B, but if he wins this game, he'll certainly be one of the few on still a perfect score, 2 out of 2.
Yeah, and you feel better doing that 2 out of 2 when you know that you've beaten another grandmaster along the way already. And the question is whether white even tries to win the black queen. I think Moroni is relying on some tactics, maybe the knight jumping forward. White is totally winning come the end of it when the dust settles, but maybe there's something even better. What is Dubov considering here? No, he just gets the queen. Moroni is going to try one last trick maybe, but he's going to be a piece down, I think, once the dust settles. He's got to try something crazy. His queen is trapped.
His queen is trapped, and he is counting on this tactical pattern, counter-attacking the white queen. And this is just launching absolute chaos. So many pieces are hanging, the queens, the rooks.
Yeah, the queen is gone now. Black has one rook in return. Is about to get a second rook. But unfortunately, the white king can just take this knight now. And that should be good knight. White has an extra bishop. The queen balances out the 2 rooks. Pawn count irrelevant. And still some work to be done, but should be winning for Dubov.
Should be winning indeed. He steps out of the check, and there would be a follow-up check now on the back rank with the other rook if black wants to, but the white king will hide safely on the g2 square, and then there's no further checks. The situation is that you have a queen and a bishop fighting against 2 rooks.
Yeah. A queen versus 2 rooks tends to be like 50-50 almost in most kind of scenarios, but with a bishop in the fray, that's just too much. And I think, unfortunately for Moroni, there's no way to build a fortress, to keep everything protected, to trade off all the pawns and just say, okay, I'm going to sit here and make a draw. Unfortunately, all of his pawns are on light squares, and it's a light squared bishop. It's not going to be able to save all those pawns long term.
It's not going to be able to save them, indeed. And we see one of the players or fans that is witnessing the game, spectating from the best seat in the playing hall. I thought we had the best seats, David, but some of the participants get even closer to the action.
I'm pretty comfy here, Anna. I'm pretty cozy here. We get to see all the games. We get to chill. We get to chat while the games are going on. They're not allowed to do that right next to the players. The fans nearby cheering. You know, I can't wait for the kind of Magnus Carlsen versus Hikaru Nakamura battles when, Team Liquid versus Team Falcons, crowd going wild just like they did last year. That's going to be fun. But yeah, for now, it's a quieter atmosphere.
This is the calm before the storm, because that's where our players are heading. Everyone in the last chance qualifiers trying to make it to that main event that you're talking about, David. The defending champion Magnus Carlsen will be sitting there as the final boss, but Team Falcon reps Hikaru Nakamura and Eliezer Firouzja are also in the main event, and so many other really strong grandmasters representing several clubs. And it matters so much for the club championship, matters so much for the prices at the chess event. As we said, $1.5 million. That is a lot of money. It's not really something that we are used to in the chess world as a prize fund.
Yeah, give me $1, let alone $1.5 million. That is, that is a generous prize fund. 7 figures, almost unheard of in chess. And now it's just about the killer blow in the meantime for Dubov. How does he land a punch on the black pieces, on the black king? Everything's undefended for black. The rooks, the king has so many squares around it. Often you want to kind of bring your knight back. There we go. And jump into some squares. Will he try and jump in? No, he goes back first. The queen is cutting across his beautiful diagonal. Any check will be checkmate if the white knight lands. But first he's going this way, Anna, and hard to keep that pawn protected now.
Extremely hard to keep that pawn protected, and as you said, once the knight enters, it is going to be game over with so many knight jumps, knight forks, and the black king is really vulnerable over the dark squares, especially with the pawns being on light squares. It is the dark squares around those pawns that are the entry squares toward the black king.
One rook defends the pawn. He could centralize his queen right now. There we go, the most logical move. Queen's beautiful in the center of the board. And, okay, it's all hanging by a thread. The rook is only defended by the knight. Can you just kick that knight now? Can you just attack that knight? Is that the end of resistance? I don't see defense.
It looks like it could be the final blow, chasing that centralized knight of black away, and then that's exactly what Dubov does. Luca Moroni resigns. What a game for Daniel Dubov, who goes on to 2 out of 2. And a bit of an exchange of words and comments about the game between the players. It's always great to see the analysis and also the friendly gestures. This is, after all, a game, a passion, a competition, but the players, after the game, they go back to, I would say, friends. In a lot of cases, friends, a lot of times teammates, colleagues, and they all have the same respect for chess.
Exactly. 2 fellow grandmasters. They've probably faced each other many times before. They've definitely known each other from the circuit, similar ages. And of course, it's not over for Luca Moroni, the Italian grandmaster. Still a long way. We've seen that before, Anna. Player fall to an early defeat and storm the way back. We saw that with Alexander Bortnik losing in round 3 in Group A. He came back and qualified. Still a long way to go.
Indeed, it can still happen. And in a Swiss format, which is what we have in the group stage, it's almost like it's easier to have less points. I'm not really saying that's the right strategy. It's going to be really hard for Luca Moroni. But for the next few rounds, he will supposedly have easier opponents, because in a Swiss format, you always face players with the same amount of points. So players on 2 out of 2, 3 out of 3, you're going to start facing the top of the top. While if you lose a game, you will be more in the midfield and you might get some easier opponents. Having said that, no game is guaranteed in speed chess. It's 10 minutes, no increment, and we have seen some really, really crucial moments and upsets. This was some of the final moments here in the game between Daniel Dubov and Luca Moroni, and that knight, chasing the knight away. You called it, David, that if white pushes the pawn, there is no way for black to continue, because the knight was guarding the rook as well, so even more pieces are falling off of the board. Players are still analyzing. You love to see it.
Yeah, you love to see it. Fantastic game there from Dubov. Extremely accurate as well. Played all the best moves. And he's going to be a hard one to stop in these last chance qualifiers. I think he might be one of the favourites to make it through to that main event. But yeah, in the meantime, the Swiss Gambit. That's what Moroni has to hope for. Easier path forward. Still 5 rounds to go in the group stage.
Definitely he will have easier pairings. But as we said, no one can really be counted out from contention. Even the underdogs here, well, we saw in Group A, the youngest participant, 13-year-old French prodigy, almost upset Alexander Bortnik, who was one of the favorites and ends up qualifying in the end, but could have gone in the other direction to that game for the 13-year-old French player. We will hear a lot more about Bassam El Zain, I feel, and I think we're going to be looking for our Bassam El Zain in this field too. Maybe not the youngest participant in this case, but we have seen one of the oldest participants, Malcolm Payne, in round 1, who is representing England, and he has played a game that is something to remember forever. Checkmate with a costling move.
Exactly. 65 is the new 18. He's a youngster at heart. He's going to be trying to mix it with these top grandmasters, and Malcolm Payne, yeah. The hopes of England rest upon him and another couple of players in Group B. All the English players seem to be grouped here, so I'm not going to be biased, Anna, but we might see them a bit later on.
We might see them for sure, and I'm curious how many players will remain on a 100% score after 2 rounds. It's still an early stage of the rounds, of the Group B rounds, but if you are on 2 out of 2, that's usually a good sign, and the more rounds we have, the less likely it is that players remain on a 100% score. What would be your guess, David? How many participants will remain on 100%, that is 2 out of 2?
Ooh, that's a tough question. I'm going to say there's not so many draws in the first couple of rounds, when a lot of mismatches in rating. So I'm going to say the field halves. That's down from 30 to around 15, then another half. So I'm going to say 6 or 7, maybe. 6 or 7. Wow, 6 or 7. I think, yeah, that's a good. That's a good estimate, I would say. We will reveal the number shortly. We're going to take a short break, but when we are back, this is round 3 coming up next at the Last Chance Qualifier in Paris, the Esports World Cup, $1.5 million at stake in chess at the main event, and that's where the players are trying to qualify in this final event, a final qualification chance. We will take a short break, but when we are back, round 3 of Group B begins.
Play is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Kadir City, powered by play.
He can come in here and play my game. He knows nothing but go!
Tyler Wine, you're done.
This is my ladder. You can't climb it.
It's better than me hard-sucking masters.
You're going too far now.
Your eyes buggy. Your elbows ashy.
That airline? That's an L airline.
Somebody better hold me.
Okay, yeah. Do something then.
Raw energy. Hustle, blow the house down.
You look nervous.
You look short.
Everything's good?
Mm-hmm.
Fight.
Okay.
Do you really need the wraps?
Yeah, that feels like overkill to me.
Welcome back, everyone. This is the last chance qualifier in chess at the Esports World Cup in Paris. We are now about to witness round 3 of Group B. But before we head there, let's just break down what's at stake. David, we have mentioned it so many times, but the players are here. Over 100 players are here to try to qualify for the 5 remaining spots of the main event at chess at the Esports World Cup. And there, the stakes could not be higher. $1.5 million is the prize fund at the main event. And the final boss, defending champion Magnus Carlsen, is waiting there as your final challenge. That's quite the, I guess, trajectory. If you qualify from here, then you make it to the play-ins, then you make it to facing Magnus, Hikaru, Alireza, and then maybe even have a chance to take some of them down. Would be a Cinderella story for sure.
Exactly, and there's a lot on the line. You mentioned the individual prizes there, the prize money. Also, a lot of these players are already attached to teams, so they have that extra kind of inspiration to do well, to represent, to try and get points on the board. And yeah, so much on the line, so many storylines. And another one is Parham Maghsoodloo, an Iranian grandmaster. He's currently on 100%, 2 out of 2. When I think of Maghsoodloo, I just think tactics, fire, energy, passion for chess, and speed specialist as well. Very confident player, Anna. He's going to be fun to watch.
Very confident player, and he's facing another speed specialist who we already talked about. His opponent is none other than the OG chess bra himself, Erik Hansen. Many of the viewers will be rooting for Erik. He's a fan favorite for sure from his streaming career. He was one of the very first chess streamers in the world before the Queen's Gambit, before the Esports World Cup. He was there before chess was cool, and now he's facing Maghsoodloo, and he's going to try to upset Maghsoodloo in order to have a chance to qualify to the main event of the Esports World Cup in chess.
Yeah, Erik, a classy customer. I've been confused for Erik a few times. People are often asking me, yeah, at an Olympiad, they were like, oh, I saw Canada won, good job. And I was like, well, thanks. But yeah, he's a classy player. His openings are very well worked out. It's a Nimzo Indian defense. Black pinning this white knight, and the question is whether later he does capture this knight, double the white pawns, or whether he just tries to challenge it in the center instead. Classical start to this game. I think Erik, the clock might be a bit of an issue for him. He tends to spend a lot of time and rely on seconds. But Anna, I know a lot of people would be happy if he does get a result here.
A lot of people would be happy, as so many of the viewers are cheering for him. All the chess bra community supporting Erik Hansen, and Parham Maghsoodloo, of course, has plenty of fans himself, and he is still just such a rising star. I feel like we have seen him for so many years now, and yet not long ago, he won the World Junior Championship. He's still like not in his prime, I would say. Who knows what's the upper limit for Parham Maghsoodloo when it comes to his career?
Yeah, still in his mid-20s. I remember first playing him at an Olympiad. I think it was 2016, 10 years ago. Wow, I feel old. But he was a teenager then. He was the hot new thing on the chess scene, and yeah, he's been kind of leveling up ever since. I agree. His peak is still to come. But yeah, it might all start here. He loves speed chess. He's one of the nicest guys as well. He won Title Tuesday a few months ago, one of the pathways to the Esports World Cup. He didn't make it overall, but that 1 week he won, and he was just saying such nice things about the whole format, about how much he wants to be here in Paris. And yeah, I think out of all of those who want it, he's probably among those who wants it the most. So we'll see how that goes as Erik trades off bishop for knight. Level position, but white has the bishop pair.
White has the bishop pair indeed, and Erik will try to compensate for it by putting pressure on some of those squares that are weaker and access them with his knights if he can. This is a very classical setup. It's no early surprises in this opening. We see the bishop retreating, so there would be no discovered attacks toward the bishop in case the black pawn was going to move away. And now, by pushing the pawn, black is ready to develop his bishop too and fianchetto it. We say fianchetto when you place the bishop on the long diagonal by pushing your pawn this way.
Yeah, and white does the same. Bishop on the long diagonal, although it does look quite blocked. So later Paham might be trying to push one pawn forward, lengthen that diagonal in the bishop's vision. Yeah, although the dark square bishop, it's unchallenged. Black's already parted with with his own dark square bishop. This one, it tends to be dormant for a long time, right, Anna? And then only later, when the board starts to clear, it comes to life and plays a bigger role. So I think we're in for a long game here.
We are certainly in for a long game, but I feel like that's what we said about the previous game we covered, and then suddenly Luca Moroni made a mistake. So I'm hoping we are not jinxing it for any of the players.
Yeah, commentator's curse, that's how it works, right? We say one thing, a second later, it all changes unexpectedly. But in the meantime, yeah, logical moves from both sides. Last two rounds, we've seen decisive advantages by move 17. We're at move 12 here. Seeing a blunder in the next 5 moves, I don't think it's going to happen. Surely not. Surely not.
You never know, especially with the mouse playing a part of these games as well. A mouse slip could happen, but I feel like you're right, David, that we are now heading toward the territory where the margin for the mistakes will be lower and lower. This is so far perfect chess by both players, two very strong grandmasters facing each other for a very high stakes qualification spot at the Esports World Cup. Both of them are still on 100% score, but one of them will have to ruin that beautiful streak. With this game, it's either going to be sharing the point with a draw and half a point for each, or one of them will continue with the winning streak and the other player will not be that happy.
Yeah, and
and Max Lu with a bit of a checking on the headphones. Maybe he didn't have them fully on and he might have heard the audience. It's a venue packed with all the excitement of all the ongoing gaming events, the other competitions at the Esports World Cup, and he wants to just stay in the zone, so he adjusted his headphones.
Exactly. We've seen that before. That always happens, right? You need to feel like everything's perfect. You want conditions to be good. Sometimes you're busy thinking about chess, something drags you out of focus, and suddenly you think, okay, I have to adjust things to try and get my mind back in that zone. And I was just looking in the meantime, Anna, you asked me to predict earlier how many players would be on 100% after round 2. I said maybe 6, maybe 7. It was only 4. So there have been some draws along the way. These are 2 of the top 4 right now. If we ended things before this round, they'd be safe, they'd be done. But of course, they've got to face each other as a reward for winning their earlier games.
Only 4 players in a perfect score, meaning that it's a pair of matches. The one we are featuring, of course, is the main clash, and another game also featuring the 2 players on 2 points. So only 2 can remain on a perfect score, if at all. We will see if there will be any draws, or can any of the players leading right now continue with the winning streak. We see the pawn push by Erik Hansen in the center, and Max Lu meeting it very quickly with a queen move. You were right about the time management, that's going to be concerning for the Chess Bra streamer Erik Hansen, because it's already a lot of time spent on his side. 5.5 minutes remaining, started at 10, and it's still the opening phase or early middle game, and he has used nearly half of his time.
Yeah, I've watched Erik a lot in classical chess, blitz chess especially. He's a fantastic bullet player. So like when he's down to 1 minute, Anna, he's phenomenal. Maybe outside of the Hikarus and Alarezas, he's in that next bracket. But the problem is he's always playing bullet. It feels like classical, rapid blitz. He's always in big time trouble from an early stage, especially when he faces the top guys. Maybe it's a psychological thing. He spends a bit more time when he faces stronger opposition. Trusts his instincts slightly less, at least early on. But yeah, I think the fact that he's going to be low on time isn't the end of the world because he can handle it. But yeah, it's a high-risk strategy. He's going to hope that by the time he gets down to 1 minute, he already has a good position.
That's what he hopes for, but he also certainly needs to take into account that there is no increment at the Esports World Cup. So while in other speed chess events, you would have at least maybe a 1 second increment, something to count on, something to bank on for the final seconds of the game, and you can continue living off of that increment. Here at the Esports World Cup, that does not exist. It's 10 minutes no increment. You spend your 10 minutes, you lose the game. So for Eric, he really needs to start speeding up at some point. But as I'm saying it, we also see Maksud Lu slowing down and trying to match Eric's time management.
Yeah, it's because it's such a tense position, Anna. It's like there's so much, especially around these pawns in the center. White would love to push forward one pawn, open up that dark square bishop that we mentioned, but not possible yet. If you push this pawn forward, the other pawn falls. Black doesn't really want to trade off on White's terms, helping White to connect all the pawns, opening up some lines. So kind of both sides unable to open the position yet. Maksud Lu here, he's like, okay, please just take me. Allow me to open up my bishops. But more likely, Eric's going to say no. Even at the cost of a pawn, you can just leave the tension. And yeah, this could explode any second. But I think until that point, the players will continue burning time.
Definitely. I'm expecting that this is the calm before the storm, and the position will start heating up, especially as the time is evaporating. Half of the time, as we said, on Eric Hansen's side is gone. He's down to his final 5 minutes, and this is still such a complex position, not the easiest way to proceed. I was looking at a rook move because you would like to bring that rook out of the corner, but maybe he is not making that natural move because it could also step into, for instance, bishop to a6, chasing that rook away immediately. And then you might say, why would I even place the rook there in the first place?
Yeah, and that's exactly the type of thought that's going through Eric's head right now. But he needs to maybe just trust himself a bit here. I mean, when in doubt, push the h-pawn, just throw that one down the board. That might come later. That's something that maybe Magnus would do, Alireza would do. I think he'll be reluctant to trade off, but yeah, maybe moving the rook is fine. Just he's got to weigh up whether it's annoying that piece might get hit. He just needs to move though, Eric. Down under 4 minutes now. We've only played 16 moves.
Only 16 moves and only 4 minutes remaining. That is going to be a huge time pressure on Eric Hansen, and he's still not making this decision. Again, it's a complex position, it's a complex middle game, but there aren't too many good options for Black here, and he really has to speed up with no increment. This is a big, very significant time advantage, nearly 3 full minutes already as a time advantage for Maksud Lu.
Yeah, and I've faced Maksud Lu many times. He's very good at changing the pace. There we go, h5. When in doubt, that always happens. It's just a modern trend. I could sense it. The eval bar didn't like it, so probably not objectively a good move, but it makes sense. It's logical. It supports a potential pawn avalanche. It maybe supports the knight coming forward and some threats on the king side. But Eric could have played that in 10 seconds. It took him 2 minutes. And yeah, now Maksud Lu advances. The white bishop's finally coming to life.
That's exactly what the bishops want and need to open up the position more, and the diagonal, once it opens up, it will be quite dangerous for the black king, with the bishop already slightly through the pawn targeting that black knight. So once the pawn is traded or is pushed, the knight would have been attacked. That's why Eric moves away and Maksud Lu immediately trades his bishop for the black knight.
He didn't want to have to touch any of the pawns in front of the white king. The black queen was threatening to swoop in, so removing the knight makes sense. Now, opposite color bishops. Anna, I think I prefer the white bishop currently to the black bishop, especially now it's got an open diagonal. But yeah, this one's still anyone's game. The black knight can come into the center now and try to jump into the enemy position.
It's anyone's game indeed when it comes to the position. The time management, though, it really has to be that Eric speeds up. He has pre-moved that capture. That's something that we will see a lot in these speed chess battles, and especially as the final minutes are approaching. Pre-move skills, mouse skills, and flagging skills matter a lot.
So much. And Maksud Lu, I think he wants to make it slow, positional. He knows that the longer this game goes on, the more likely it is that Eric gets in severe time trouble now under 3 minutes. So there we go. He locks it up. It's a blocked center, so maybe long-term the knight better than the bishop. He wants to launch a minority attack, one pawn undermining 2 pawns. And yeah, small ideas, nothing big here, Anna, but the key parts of the game are still way ahead, and Eric's down to 2 minutes.
down to 2 minutes and 18 seconds. That's very little time to face 5 minutes on Maksudlu's side and a complex middle game where, as you said, Maksudlu is going for a slow position where you need to burn time, where you need to face these knight jumps, the knight maneuvering toward better squares. It could take several moves for that knight to get to a better location, but it doesn't matter that it takes so long when the position is closed.
Mm-hmm. And nice move as well, because black wanted to swing the rook across, go for this same checkmate that he threatened earlier, but the white knight just calmly defends against that. Evaluation bar, not so impressed, but we'll ignore that one for now. It's not anything too dramatic. Eric with a small objective advantage, but simply no time. And how's he going to end this game, Anna? I don't see it. Within 2 minutes, he needs to either get the queens off and go to an endgame, head that direction, or go for some big attack against the white king that takes ages to organize. It's going to be so difficult. 1 minute 40.
It's going to be incredibly difficult for Erik Hansen, even regardless of his very strong bullet skills. This is going to be a bullet game for him, but still a blitz game for Maksudlu, and there is no increment. So he has to finish the game, Erik Hansen, within the next minute and a half. That's all the time he has left. He runs out of time, he loses the game. That is how simple it is with our time format at the Esports World Cup.
Exactly. Great move, though, from Eric, this last move, locking things down and cementing a target. The white pawn now forever on a light square, and the bishop's going to hit that for the rest of the game. And yes, it comes at the cost of a backward pawn. Oh, whoops, if I clear that. That was not my intention. But yeah, in the meantime, the white knight is going to try and maneuver around to defend that weakness.
There was a slight shaking of her head by Erik Hansen, but I don't think it was for the move. It could have been for him seeing the time situation and the significant time lead of Maksudlu. Nearly 3 full minutes is what Maksudlu has as a time advantage. Equal position as the evaluation bar to the left side of the board is suggesting very close structure as well. But this is a position that you can play on forever and ever and try to make small improvements and put that severe time pressure on Eric, who only has 1 minute and 10 seconds left.
Yeah, this just looks so blocked that it should be a draw with best play. But, I mean, Maksudlu, he's going to lock it up completely, and then he's just going to play around. He's just going to put his king forward. He's going to move his rook to different squares. He's just going to do nothing for 50 moves. And by then, Eric has no time. So Eric has to force the pace. I love this last decision, at least from Eric. He's opened things up. At least now there are some immediate attacking ideas. Rook takes pawn is incoming. Maybe the black bishop at some point will be able to give some checks to the white king. Or the rook can line up. But yeah, this is what he needed to do. Just ideally with a bit more time on the clock. Can Maksudlu hold the fort? Anna, like, this is so hard to predict. He could still go all 3 directions. Either side could win, could still be a draw. But yeah, it's so hard to look away from the clock.
Really difficult to not consider that the decisive factor here, since the position is balanced or even slightly better for black here. But Erik Hansen down to 1 minute and 7 seconds. Maksudlu still has about 3 minutes on the clock. And yes, Eric is finding some really important moves. The pushing of that pawn and trading on the king's side, on the right side of the board, was very important, and trying to simplify the position, force some trades and more direct variations, direct encounters between the pieces, not let it be a slow-paced maneuvering position that Maksudlu wanted.
And Maksudlu's slowed down. Eric looks like he's in boss mode, full focus right now, ready to blitz out his next few moves. At least now, suddenly, for the first time in ages, black's next moves might be a bit more obvious. He just wants to take this pawn. Ooh. Maksudlu gambling there. He's giving up a pawn just to get a square for his knight. Oh, Anna, I didn't expect that. And it comes with risk. Eric just ignores it.
Definitely with a big risk. He goes for it because he wants to put a lot of pressure on Eric and not make it for him simple to continue making good moves under 50 seconds. That's all that Erik Hansen has left. But now with a slightly better position, but no time on the clock, can he continue playing well in this endgame and not lose on time? 40 seconds left.
Oh, he could have maybe given up his rook there for a knight and then relied on counterplay on the other flank, pushing his pawn, trying to break through to the white king, but he just had no time to calculate. He goes defensive. I think a good move, but it cost him a bit too much time. And oh, now the tactics start. The white pawn is super strong. The rook will come behind soon, but Eric's going for counterplay. Gotta
He's
push.
trying to push now. I think that's what he's considering, but he's down to 27 seconds. Eric, you need to play the move now.
Oh, there's a huge threat. Anna, what about this one? Pawn's f4 check. Oh, the king had to get out of the way. The rook was hanging.
Goodness me, that was a brilliant move. That's why Eric could not push his pawn, but he notices the threat. He steps out of it. It cost him, though, several seconds. He's down to 18 seconds. That's all the time that he has left. He is so close to losing on time, and yet he's finding the best defensive moves here.
Oh, that's heartbreaking. That's what's so tough about this format. You play all the best moves. You have an equal or better position, but no time, and you get no chance. Maghsoodloo, very professional, not rushing. He doesn't want to risk a blunder, allowing Eric to win the game on the spot or end things with a draw, for example. He's just going to try and keep control. Whoa, and a bunch of quick moves there. And yeah, he's just stopping Eric from doing anything active. This game's going to go on way beyond the 7 seconds that Eric has left. And oh, he leans back. He knows he's got no time. Black's king in a mating net as well. Watch out.
It's an amazing net, and we see a check. There certainly will be no repetition of moves. Maghsoodloo is repeating once, but I don't think he will do it another time. He does not want to draw here. He makes a losing move.
Oh, Eric is now totally winning, but just no time on the clock. And he leans back. Eric Hansen runs out of time in a winning position. Maghsoodloo, too quick when it came down to the last few moves there. He had it under control. He knew his match strategy, Anna. He knew he was playing for time.
He knew it, and Eric just cannot believe what has just happened. In the final moments of the game, he turned it into a winning position. Eric Hansen with a winning endgame on the board, but he ran out of time.
Yeah, it's so tough. I mentioned it before the round. That's his big weakness, Eric. Nowadays, at least, he's still such a strong player, world class on his day, can beat anyone. But the clock, that's his Achilles heel, and so it proved in this round. And Eric there, just adjusting his headphones, yeah, just analysing the game, coming to terms with that result. Still plenty of time to go. Still, if he wins his next 4 rounds, he's going to win going to get into that top 4. But yeah, he just has to recover from this setback first.
He's still sitting there in his chair, going through the game, seeing in which moments he could have played better. But certainly it wasn't that much about the moves. His chess was really high level, even in severe time pressure. It was the time management that got him into this situation where, regardless of his winning position, he had to go down. He ran out of time and eventually lost the game because of playing slower than his opponent.
And still seated. An announcement being made about the start of the next round. Eric, yeah, he's going to go get some refreshments, try to forget about what just happened. And here was the closing stages, Anna. It all happened so quickly. Eric's clock, though, at the bottom right of the board, the black clock, it was all about that as it started to tick down. It looked like he was getting in trouble on the board, but kept finding the right defensive moves. Just not enough time when his chance finally came towards the end.
And we saw that gesture by Eric looking like there's no longer a chance, but then we see the repetition of moves, and if Maghsoodloo had continued playing the best moves here for white, it would have led to a 3-fold repetition and therefore a draw. So Maghsoodloo risks it all, goes for a worse sequence, and now black is winning, but black has no time to finish the game, and Baha Maghsoodloo scores a very important win against Eric Hansen, who is definitely the favorite in terms of many of the viewers' eyes. He is such a beloved chess streamer, and he will still have his chances, but he has to go on a winning streak, bouncing back from this loss against Maghsoodloo.
Yeah, very professional from Maghsoodloo. He knew that, I think, 10-15 moves before the end, he knew that the clock was his best chance, and he put his foot on the pedal, started accelerating just at the right moment. But yeah, I think a lot of people cheering for both of those two players, both yeah, just phenomenal at what they do. And Maghsoodloo, he's put himself in a great position after 3 rounds.
in a great position, 3 points out of 3 rounds, 100% score. Will he be the sole leader after this round, or can anyone keep up with this pace? There were only 4 players heading into this third round with a maximum score 2 out of 2. Now the question remains, David, I don't know if you have seen it already from the corner of your eyes, or can you guess if Maxulu will be the sole leader, or will anyone else manage to catch up?
I'll let you guess, Anna, or actually we'll reveal it all to the audience. 2 players on 100%, Parham Magzulu and Daniel Dubov. We followed them both so far today, and they're chased down by a huge pack, down from 3rd all the way down to 11th on 2 out of 3, including in 4th place currently on the tie breaks, Alireza Farouja's brother, I believe, followed by a huge number of Grandmasters. Malcolm Payne, we saw earlier in the day, his son Jonathan also on that chasing pack on 2.
Wow, wouldn't it be incredible if Alireza's brother makes it to the field too? Or now that I see Malcolm and Jonathan in the field, father and son qualifying for the Esports World Cup main event, that both of them could be an incredibly inspiring storyline.
Exactly. I mean, chess is full of those funny kind of coincidences, family connections, Polgar sisters, Muzitrick sisters. Yeah, maybe the Payne father-son duo, or maybe it's the Farouja brothers. Lots of storylines, lots of different kind of people to cheer for. It feels like so diverse this Group B.
Very diverse, and I think you were right when you called it one of the toughest groups, because so far what we have seen is that there are a lot of very strong grandmasters in this field, and all of them with the right and chances to make it to the qualification, but only the top 4 will advance to the playoffs in the last chance qualifier. The next round is about to start. I'm really curious which will be our featured game for round 4, and a reminder to our viewers that this is 7 rounds in each group. The top 4 are advancing to the playoffs, which is taking place also in Paris the day after tomorrow. So 4 groups, top 4 qualify to the playoffs, and the playoffs have 5 qualification spots to the main event at chess at the Esports World Cup.
Yeah, so much to play for. And if they do qualify into that top 4, they get a day off tomorrow to get in the zone, to prepare, to get fresh, and throw everything at those knockouts, those playoffs, to try and get in. Yeah, they've got all eyes on those 4 spots. It's kind of do or die. You win or you go home, and that's when chess becomes that brings out the best in all the players.
It certainly brings out the best of all the players, and so inspiring to see also how many participants flew all the way from other continents to Paris to be able to have a chance to qualify and try to make it to the main event of chess at the Esports World Cup. This is the biggest prize fund that we have seen in a long while in chess. It's not common. $1.5 million at stake. That is the overall prize pool at the Esports World Cup main event in chess, and whoever makes it from here, 5 players will make it from the last chance qualifier to the play-ins. They will be probably getting the biggest paycheck of their careers.
Exactly, and that's why all the players have taken that risk. They have kind of flown out there to Paris, a lot of them doing it at their own expense, and yeah, just to have that chance, just to enter their hat into the draw and pray that they are the lucky ones. And round 4 about to begin, Anna, and it looks like some more fun matchups ahead.
Definitely more fun matchups. We will have, of course, the main clashes. We have seen Maxulu, of course, continuing with a great performance, and he is on 100% score. But we're going to follow actually the storyline of Eric Hansen now for this next featured game, because he's facing a round 1 featured player, Malcolm Payne, 2 fan favorites.
2 heroes. The non-morning person, Malcolm Payne, versus Eric Hansen, the chess bra. Malcolm is 65, almost double Eric's age, so a generation clash. Malcolm, yeah, he lost round 2 after his quick round 1 win, castling queenside to deliver checkmate. Round 3, he bounced back with a victory. So will that yo-yo continue? Sometimes that happens, Anna. You win, then you lose, you win, you lose. You kind of get caught in that loop. Or can he turn on the magic? The players having a friendly chat. I know these 2 are good friends. Eric's played at Malcolm's tournament, the London Chess Classic, many times before.
He has, and now, even though they have a very good relation, they have to face each other for a very high stakes qualification spot for the main event at the Esports World Cup in chess. So friends outside the board, but over the board there is no friendship. There will be blood spilled on that chessboard, and only one of them will manage to continue in a good shape. Both of them already lost one game, as you mentioned, David, so it's crucial for either of these players to risk more and play for a win.
Exactly, and it's tricky because you have to kind of play for a win here, but a loss, it would be totally disastrous. They'd be on the brink. They'd have no more room for error. We talked about how many points was needed in the previous group. I said 6. It turns out the winning score was 6. 5 was enough to clinch it. But I think 5 here in a field like this, where it's so strong, so many Grandmasters, might not be enough. So I think 5.5 is probably the minimum to be safe. 5, you're playing with luck. So a loss would be, something to avoid for both of these two.
Definitely, you need to be very careful, as you said, the risk reward and how much risk is too much risk. Eric is the favorite in this matchup, but Malcolm, you cannot write him off. As you said, he's such an experienced player, captain, organizer, director, and also running a very important campaign right now in the chess world.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, he writes newspaper columns every day. I literally think he spends probably 20 out of every 24 hours doing something related to chess every single day. And we'll see if that pays off as the game begins. It's an e4, e5. It's a Spanish opening. Roy Lopez. Malcolm, he loves, from my experience working with him in the England team, he loves playing old-fashioned lines that his younger colleagues might not be aware of.
That is good news, I think, for us. And also, I'm curious to see what will it be in this case. In the variation that we see on the board, this is a very known opening, the Ruy Lopez or the Spanish opening. And will Malcolm try to go for some of those sidelines and lesser known paths to try to surprise Eric? So far, it's a very traditional and classical setup.
Yeah, very typical stuff. Both sides likely castle in the near future. Eric might at some point try to nudge a pawn up the side of the board and create some pressure. Maybe Eric will play to, there we go, he plays that first of all. Later he might try to advance in the center as well, with some preparation needed. Development first. But yeah, this is all very well-known stuff. Malcolm most likely is going to either move his rook, his bishop, or push this pawn. And this type of position has been played countless times in chess history, Anna. But yeah, maybe the fact that it is kind of classical stuff, not too many early fireworks, maybe that favors the more experienced player.
I think it certainly should be the case. And Eric, he played really well the previous game, but his time management wasn't the best. Will he try to speed up in this game, not just for the sake of this round, but overall for his tournament? He cannot really do what happened in the previous round, where yes, the moves were great, but the time management didn't allow him to capitalize on a great opportunity against Maksud Liu and ended up losing on the clock in a winning endgame.
Yeah, it's easy to say, right? I'm a time trouble addict myself, and my whole career people were like, oh, if you just sped up just a little bit, just 10%, your results would be 10% better. But I mean, it's a lifelong habit, and Eric, I think he's in the same boat. He's had this issue with the clock, I think, for many years, and it's hard to correct it between rounds, mid-tournament. It's going to be tough. So I think Malcolm, if he's aware of that, might start to kind of prolong the game a bit more, give Eric more choice. But Eric being a bit more direct this time, jumping into the center of the board with his knight.
I feel like I played a very similar game against Malcolm. I don't play much chess nowadays, but I did have a chance to play at the Houses of the Parliament in London against Malcolm at a very special event. And I have a very vague recollection of also placing my knight in the center and then was very happy about my bishop attacking his knight, and it was all for nothing. He knew everything, how to face it, how to play in the best way as black, and I had to bail out to not lose the game.
Anna, I was actually sitting next to you during that match. So.
Oh, goodness me, I forgot that you saw that disaster that I was causing on the board.
No. It wasn't a disaster. It was a very interesting game. I was enjoying watching. Very balanced, I think, in the end. But yeah, I think a draw would have been a draw was a fair result in that game.
I think so too, and I wonder if that will be the case in this game too. So far it's balanced. The knight jumps back to not allow that the black pawn structure would be damaged. If white were to capture that knight where it was earlier, black would have had to double the pawns. So Malcolm goes back, keeps the pawn structure very healthy and intact, and is ready now to also develop his light squared bishop.
Yeah, lots of choice. He can bring it out to challenge white's bishop. Maybe if he's allowed, he can create a pin on the white knight. First, Eric jumps into an outpost. He would love to have a knight on that square, but it has to be a bishop for now. And I'm expecting black to just defend his knight with the queen. And yeah, it just looks like this could be a kind of world championship match easily. Classical world championship match from 1968. Just very traditional stuff so far. No fireworks yet, Anna, but still early days.
Still early days, the calm before the storm, as we say it in many situations, and this is certainly one of those cases. Eric, again, with the more time spent, but at least this is not that big of a gap as it was in his previous game against Max Lu, where time was the decisive factor that ended up ruining the game for Eric.
Exactly. 7 minutes is acceptable now. They've played 15 moves already. I would say that if he gets down to 2-3 minutes and still super tense, all the pieces on the board, that's when panic stations start to occur. But yeah, in the meantime, I am a bit surprised that Malcolm chose to defend the knight with the bishop, meaning that his own bishop cannot challenge the beautiful piece in the center right now. But Malcolm's going to try and play around this bishop, just ignore it maybe. And Eric doesn't look so happy on the camera there, Anna, shaking his head, not liking his opening.
Yeah, I wonder if it's about the position or it's still about what happened in the previous round, because they don't have much time to recover between games. And I feel like that was a very big hit for Eric Hansen, that he goes down against Max Lu. By having played a near perfect game, he found some incredible resources even in time pressure, but ends up losing on the clock.
Chess players, we know the hardest thing to do is forget. We can't forget defeats. We can't forget our own mistakes, most importantly. We always think, what if only I'd done that better? If only I moved 5 seconds faster, trusted my instinct a little bit more, I would have won this game. Coulda, woulda, shoulda. But yeah, it's that's why the likes of Magnus and Hikaru and others, that's why they're at the top. They all lose occasionally, very rarely, but they all lose, but they all bounce back. And that's the key skill.
It's an absolutely crucial skill, and that's what Eric needs in this game to bounce back. And for Malcolm, same thing, that he went down in the previous round. And yes, he is the underdog in this game, but I feel like we're going to see upsets in this event, and we're going to see players who normally wouldn't be called some of the favorites for the qualification spots, and they can be upsetting higher rated opponents. They are playing with less pressure, that is for sure. Malcolm is here to have fun.
Yeah, I didn't know Malcolm would be here, but I talked to him quite a lot, and yeah, I know what he would say. He was like, oh yeah, you know, I just decided to play some chess, last minute, last chance qualifier, flew over. It's only London to Paris. You can take the Eurostar. You'll be there in a couple of hours, and yeah, he's definitely just there to enjoy. He likes challenging himself and taking a break from work and playing some games. So yeah, definitely zero pressure on Malcolm's shoulders. Whereas Eric might be thinking, okay, I flew further. I flew from Canada. I have to win this game. Otherwise, was it all worth it? So
exactly.
Yeah, Eric.
Yeah, and his whole community, all the fans, the chess bra community supporting Eric Hansen. Lots more eyes and pressure on Eric, and he does have a somewhat better position here with the white pieces, but it's also not that obvious how to make further progress and how you can increase that advantage.
Malcolm's last move might look like the bishop's a bit blocked, but he's cleared a square for his knight to try and evict white's bishop. That bishop's a bit of an intruder in the in the black half of the board, so kicking it out would be a small gain for black. Yeah, it's very tough. Like, maybe he should be trying to activate, control the open line somehow, get his rook up, or maybe just move the queen, just keep control. But a lot of maneuvering ahead. Both players around the 5-minute 40, 50 mark. Yeah, I have a feeling, Anna, that this might be decided later when things look level and then suddenly out of the blue, someone gets in time trouble, someone loses control, the total momentum changes, and yeah, it becomes chaotic.
I think that's exactly what's going to happen. The time is even, the position is roughly even as well. Very tense moment in this middle game where there's still a lot of pieces left on the board. Only one open file, only one pair of pawns have been traded and one pair of knights. Everything else is still on the board, and it makes it a very complex middle game with a lot of chances for both players. But will Eric sink into a deeper thought here? Because he is shaking his head a little bit, not being certain of what's the best way forward.
Yeah, he's just not in the flow right now, Eric Hansen. He's still got a good position. He's played well. Like, both sides have played pretty much perfectly since move 1 here. But yeah, you just got to stay positive, look for chances. One move he would love to play is to move his bishop to apply pressure to this pawn. But at the moment, his own pawn would be defended insufficiently. So he could be thinking about exchanging first, bring his bishop forward. He could just move his queen. Plenty of squares he could use for the queen. There's no right or wrong here. I think that's the key. Like, whatever you play, the position's fine. It's still roughly equal. He just needs to keep that time in the bank for later. He's been spending 1.5, nearly 2 minutes now on this one move, Eric. That's just too much.
It really is too much, and that was the recipe toward a not successful result in the previous game, where he was doing so well on the board and even had a winning position at the end of the game against Max Lulu, but that was the time factor that decided the game. We see the bishop dropping back, knight maneuver by Malcolm toward the king side, toward the right side of the board.
Yeah, if that knight is allowed to jump even further later, it might cause white to part with the bishop pair. It might open up the black bishop if the black knight jumps and is recaptured. Eric improves his bishop. If the knight does move, Anna, maybe he's going to ignore it, just shift his queen. At the moment, it's still so tense. All the pawns on the queen side looking at each other. Neither side wants to blink. Oh, you can tell, like, both of them, they want this so much. And if they're going to qualify, it feels like both of them might need a win.
They both might need it indeed, since they both have lost already one game. This is both of them having 2 points out of 3 rounds. In the 4th round, there's still a few players, or at least one that I know of, on 100% score, but that's not Eric, neither Malcolm. As you said, they need to bounce back from the loss in round 2. They need to win this game, but only one of them can prevail. It's tense moment on the board, tense moments also when it comes to the clock, as both of them are approaching their final minutes. 4.5 minutes for Malcolm and 3 minutes 48 seconds left for Eric. There is no increment, so this is all the time left.
Yeah, the one thing I will mention, though, is if it's 1 minute versus 1 minute, Eric is a huge favorite. If it's 1 minute for Eric, 2 minutes for Malcolm, then things could be quite spicy. I think Malcolm needs to maintain the time advantage. He's far less experienced than Eric at bullet chess or playing super speedy with the mouse, as he does jump in with his knight. And Eric does trade off in order to get his pawn center rolling. Great decision from Eric Hansen. Suddenly the game, Anna, we can feel it, the player's body language as well. It's sped up. The pace has changed.
The pace has certainly changed, and now Malcolm is also trying to activate his pieces, coming in with the queen, attacking several of the white pieces. But now that queen could end up being in trouble, as the other rook is about to trap the queen. What can Malcolm do about this?
Oh no, danger for Malcolm Payne. His queen is in huge trouble. Oh, he does find a way to at least not lose material. I'm not sure whether that was the best decision necessarily, but if the white rook comes to hit the queen, then the queen could capture that rook. And 2 rooks for a queen, a fair trade. Eric, though, he's looking for a breakthrough on a different part of the board. And I think we might have just seen the first big error. Just this last couple of moves, Anna. Malcolm jumping in with his queen, getting her trapped. And now, while his pieces are deflected, there's pressure against his bishop. More importantly, e6 is going to blow open the light squares around the black king.
And that is the problem here. As you said, the black queen found a way to stay safe But once the white pawn is advanced, now it's attacking the black bishop. The bishop needs to go. And then you advance the pawn further to target the other bishop and open up the diagonal of your own bishop. That's the sniper waiting on b3, ready to attack the black king once the pawns are off of the board.
Exactly. That is the heart and soul of the Spanish opening, the Roy Lopez, the light squared bishop. Bobby Fischer, world champion, used to win so many games in this opening due to the beauty of that piece. And yeah, it's about to become even more potent and powerful. Eric, he might not look it, but I think this is the happiest he's been all game. He's still looking tense, but this is the first time he's had an advantage and had a clear plan of attack.
And he knows it. He knows that his position is now much better than how it was. It was a very balanced position a few moves ago, and now it is advantage for white. Also advantage on the clock. So great news for Eric that even though the previous game was hugely decided by his time management, he managed to speed up more, be more confident about his decisions. And it's looking good right now for the Canadian Grandmaster. Beloved chess streamer, so many fans are rooting for him, but Malcolm here, the underdog, he's really trying to find a way to stay in the game and to have fighting chances.
Yeah, he finds a safe square for his bishop for now, but yeah, to keep fighting chances, he's going to have to find a solution if white pushes forward in the center. Eric is doing some calculation. Why attack immediately when you can work it out and maybe attack at the right moment? What to do? Is he going to push his central pawn and try to get to that black king on the light squares? It takes almost superhuman self-restraint, Anna, to not play that move instantly.
I know, I expected him to almost pre-move it because the pawn was heading in that direction, but he is taking his time and that's the right thing to do here. Critical decision. And he knows that if he plays the right sequence, then his position should have really good winning chances. So he's making sure that he executes and exploits the advantage given to him in the best way possible.
Yeah, there we go. Spending a lot of time though. Eric, head in hands, not ready to move yet. Other tempting options might include first attacking this black bishop, maybe bringing the rook to the center. I don't know, taking that bishop, so much choice, but he needs to move, he needs to speed up. And finally he looks ready. What's it gonna be? Oh, 2 minutes against 2 minutes. This is becoming even more random now. Anna, like Eric's determined to be lower on time than his opponent.
It seems to be the case, and he's shaking his head. He knows that he needs to make a decision faster, but he just cannot make up his mind whether it's the pawn push or another move. I'm sure he's considering a few options here, and what is the best and most accurate way to continue here. He knows he's better, he knows it's his chance, and the evaluation bar says that the pawn push actually was not the best way to proceed.
Ooh, not the best way. Maybe he needs to prepare it. Still with an advantage, though. And still an unpleasant move for Malcolm to face. Okay, we see some exchanges. That bishop should be captured. Malcolm may be thinking of pinning it. But yeah, leaving that bishop alive a little longer does feel super risky. I think, ooh, he does pin it. Not the best. Maybe just taking it would have been a little safer. He's still going to win the piece back, but now Eric can drag the black king out of its hiding spot. Maybe there are better moves. Oh, this is becoming very tactical now, Anna, and this is where they needed their time.
Extremely tactical indeed. Now the black king is drawn out to the 7th rank. There could be checks from the side, and that's exactly what's happening. The queen moves out of harm's way with this check on the diagonal.
Ooh, check on the diagonal, and I think the black king might have to move. The only tempting option other than moving the king would maybe be to block with his queen, but oh, that allows white in. There was actually a killer tactic there, Anna. White could have landed a fork with a knight check, and then a queen check would have won the black rook, but Eric missed it, and now it's back to almost level. The clock's at totally level, 1 minute each.
Incredible total level on the clock, and the position is somewhat better for Eric, but it's no longer that kind of a significant advantage that it looked like it was heading toward with the tactical pattern you were highlighting, David. That was a big miss by Eric under the time pressure. Now he's down to 1 minute and 5 seconds, very close to the 1 minute and 2 seconds that Malcolm has left.
Exactly. So inspirational, the way Malcolm's been defending, covering everything. He's been playing so accurately since Eric missed that chance. And Eric is trying to win a pawn, But if the whole queenside, those 2 pawns disappear, Anna, this should be a draw with best play. It's just about the clock. Malcolm suddenly 10 seconds down. Still the one with a slightly more open king. I think Eric is a favourite here because of the nature of the position, but also because of the clock.
I agree with you that in a bullet segment like this, the players below a minute, Eric Hansen is a beast. He is going to try to capitalize on even this few second time advantage that he has, and the position is still a lot more simplified, but that pawn, the C-pass pawn of white, is making sure that Malcolm has to parry those threats and not allow the pass pawn to be pushed.
Black's queen is a pure blockader, but Black's pawn as well, quite dangerous if he can get it rolling later. And maybe he has ideas of cutting the coordination between the white rook and its pawn. I think objectively it should still be a draw. Mistake there from Eric. The advantage is gone, but wow, suddenly Eric's 10 seconds down. How did that happen?
He started thinking more, and now it is Malcolm with the time advantage. This will be decided in the final time scramble. Here, 16 seconds for Eric Hansen, 24 seconds for Malcolm Payne. Can the underdog prevail in this game where Eric Hansen, the Grandmaster from Canada, was the one with the better position? And now he's in the winning position after the rook move.
Oh, Malcolm's walked into a pin.
And he knows
and he's laughing.
He knows
he's laughing. Pawn to b3, the game continues, but there we go. The knight puts maximum pressure, and Malcolm's laughing. He's had such a fun game. Whoa, and Eric took with the rook.
With the rook? What?
He's going to flag Malcolm here, and Malcolm doesn't even try. And there we go. Eric, I think he feels guilty. Handshake between the two.
What an ending to a very tense game, and the players are exchanging smiles and comments about what happened.
I wasn't sure. I couldn't find it.
Maybe h4, bishop d8, and h6.
Yeah.
Isn't that too strong?
I was h4, bishop d8, and then e6?
Then e6,
yeah. That's right. That's what I was originally looking at, but I thought I overestimated.
I thought you might have missed rook e8 on a bad day, but I wasn't sure.
I saw rook e8, I overestimated it. Because h4, I was like, do I have to play?
At the end, I'm right back in it, aren't I?
You're right back in it.
Having fun, yeah.
You're right back
just intuitively, I can see my bishop's doing quite well.
Because my knight can't get in the game.
So I thought I probably can't come to too much harm here if I play the cards right.
Yeah. No, I can't do anything with my knight. So no, when I finally had an easy position, I didn't play h4. You just confused me with bishop c5. I forgot about like.
I thought here's a move he won't.
I almost played queen a2. That's what I was spending time on.
Oh shit! What do I do about that? Can I go queen c4 again?
No, when my bishop's on b3.
Oh, when your bishop. Oh, queen a2 first. Yeah. Yeah, that might be quite good. I hadn't thought about it. I mean, I was always on the lookout.
I was going to gamble because in the end I saw rook a8. If you don't find rook a8, I didn't find a nice move because it.
I think I'm lost if I don't play rook a8.
Yeah. But rook a8 and then king f8, or I don't know. It was.
I thought it would almost.
So that was the problem. I thought I could go queen a2 and then I saw rook a8. Because.
Oh, I see what you mean.
My pieces just get tangled.
Somehow don't work. Yes.
If you play passive.
God, at the end, I thought, my God, I have a passed pawn, I have a good bishop, I'm attacking f2.
Oh, yeah, you almost got.
I thought, do I win now? But then you confused me. Rook d1, of course, I just didn't see.
Oh, yeah, rook e1. I'm like.
Yeah.
That was.
I just completely missed it with my back rank was on priest.
I mean, that was my only trick, was the light squares, because my knight can't do anything.
Yes. Yeah, because if you don't play rook e1, I suppose I'll just push my b pawn to b2 and happy days.
If I wanted to take no risk, I was supposed to just maybe take your bishop or something earlier.
Yeah.
Oh.
But, I mean, the opening, knight f4 is very controversial, but it's just, I know if I don't do anything, I'm not as quick as you, so I might as well do something. And I wasn't sure objectively how bad it could be.
Probably
actually. Queen c3 is a bit cheap. Yeah, no, that's pushing it.
It's pushing it.
Yeah.
But if you don't do it, maybe.
Yeah, maybe I should go, I thought actually maybe just to go, funnily it's strange enough, rook e8, actually.
Yeah.
And then g5 and king g7 and...
Yeah, if you can get in
If I can do that, I should be okay. Yeah. Oh, that was really entertaining, thank you. I've actually never played someone like you in a game like this in my life.
Oh, okay.
So it was like fun,
You don't have to remove, you will be staying there.
Oh, okay.
Oh, you're in the hot seat now.
I'll just shut them down.
Yeah, that was good fun. Thank you, Eric. Good luck with the rest.
Wow, that was chess language at its best. The two players analyzing the game. Blindfold, of course. There's no longer a board in front of them. They are just spitting out variations and moves and what could have happened if. That was a very important win for Eric Hansen. But what a fight by international master Malcolm Payne. We're going to be following these two players and the rest of Group B for the remaining 3 rounds. We're going to take a short break, but when we are back, this is the final decisive 3 rounds left from Group B, and only 4 players will make it to the playoffs at the last chance qualifier. This is the Esports World Cup in Paris, and a lot of players want a prize pool of that $1.5 million fund at stake when it comes to the main event in chess in Paris. We'll be right back at the other side of this break.
Play is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Kadir City, powered by play.
He can come in here and play my game. He knows nothing but go!
Tyler Wine, you're done.
This is my ladder. You can't climb it.
It's better than me hard-sucking masters.
You're going too far now.
Your eyes buggy. Your elbows ashy.
Is that airline? That's an L airline.
Somebody better hold me.
Okay, yeah. Do something then.
Raw energy. Half blow the house down.
You look nervous.
You look short.
Everything's good? Fight.
Okay.
Do you really need the wraps?
Yeah, that feels like overkill to me.
Welcome back, everyone, to the Esports World Cup in Paris. This is the last chance qualifier in chess. 5 qualification spots remain for the main event in chess, taking place next week for a prize fund of $1.5 million. The pressure, the stakes could not be higher, and only 5 players will make it to the big field where defending champion Magnus Carlsen is waiting. While Team Falcon members Hikaru Nakamura and Alireza Firouzja will be trying their best to take points from Team Liquid and the rest of the clubs at chess. This is significant for the club championship, but what we have today are the players who are trying to make it to that big field in chess. Parham Maksudlu and Daniel Dubov are in shared first place, while Luca Moroni and Eric Hansen are in 3rd and 4th place with 3 points. I think there will be some corrections here when it comes to just the number of rounds. They have played 4 rounds, but what matters is the number of points they have collected. 3.5 for Maksudlu and Dubov, and they will be facing each other. So the 2 leaders will be facing each other in this upcoming round in our featured game, while the other players that you see right now from 5th place and below at the moment wouldn't be making it to the playoffs. Top 4 in each group qualifies to the playoffs that will be the day after tomorrow here at the last chance qualifier. David, when you see this matchup, and what are the chances of the players here? How do you see their performances, their form? What can you tell us about these 2 heavy favorites?
Yeah, it's going to be interesting. We've now followed Eric Hansen quite a few times. We see patterns in his play. Fantastic positional player, great understanding, great feel, knows where the pieces go, rarely blunders, but maybe the clock, a small issue. Dubov, we've seen once. He won in very fast fashion. I should mention, he also drew in very fast fashion, Anna. He and his other co-leader, Maksudlu, in the previous round, we missed it because I think everyone missed it. They were there for about 30 seconds at the board, exchanged Slav, swapped all the pieces, draw. And Dubov, he has Malcolm Dubov, as we're calling him here. He has started drawing a lot of quick games recently in his career. I think he likes to play it safe when he can. He takes risks when he can. And I think the fact that he's black means that he'll be happy to be solid. And wow, it is like watching Eric Hansen against Malcolm Dubov, because it's pretty much the exact same position he had against Malcolm Payne earlier in the day.
I think that was foreshadowing, because we exactly see that same setup. And will Eric try again the knight jump into the central square, trading knights there to get his bishop in the middle of the board? He again has the white pieces and again plays that same kind of setup. So it will be interesting to see if he changes the strategy against a higher rated opponent. In this case, it is Daniel Dubov who is the favorite in this matchup. But of course, you cannot write off someone like Eric Hansen, very experienced speed chess grandmaster, also from Canada, and very experienced streamer, very much a fan favorite. But I feel like so is Dubov. And as you said, no one wants to see Daniel Dubov in the main event when it comes to the players who are already there. Everyone fears him a little bit.
Exactly. The fans want to see Daniel Dubov there, but the other players, they don't want to see him there. He's so dangerous, especially when you provoke him, when you wake him up, when you force him to play. Daniel comes for you. But I think, yeah, lately with Black, I think he wouldn't be so scared of a draw here. He's just rock solid with Black. He's doing exactly what Malcolm did. Maybe he even saw in that short break between round 4 and 5 how Eric did. He prepared a small improvement. Eric, meanwhile, he had this exact position just a few minutes ago, and now he's burnt 2 minutes thinking what to do new. He should just copy, just do what he did earlier. It worked out eventually. Eric, you got to move.
You got to move, Eric, and I think he should listen to you, because spending time here to try to figure out a different setup is not the best recipe in speed chess when it's 10 minutes, no increment, and he already has burned over 2 minutes of his time. Ends up costling a natural move, but spent way too long on that decision. Another knight jump into the middle of the board, as it happened in his previous game against Malcolm Payne.
Exactly, and yeah, nothing new under the sun here. We've seen this all before earlier in the day.
The only
Eric,
difference, yeah, is that Eric has spent 2.5 minutes getting the same position. Why?
Ooh, and it was actually Daniel Dubov to try something new. A slightly different twist. I think Eric hit the knight back in a different way earlier. But now the knight's gone a different route back. It wants to step towards this square where it can actually prevent the white bishop from sitting as it did in the Malcolm Payne game, pretty in the middle of the board. So, yeah, Dubov with the first surprise. Dubov probably still in preparation. He's a very well-trained opening expert. And Eric, of course, back in the think tank.
And that's not good news because Eric played really well in all the games we have witnessed, but his time management was the decisive factor against Grandmaster Parham Marsulu. That's the game where Eric went down in a winning endgame. At the end of the day, it was a winning position, but no time left on the clock. Now it's already over a 3-minute or about a 3-minute time disadvantage, and Eric is still thinking, then pushes a pawn on the edge of the board.
Yeah, and a frown from Dubov. He's like, wait, that's a bit slow. You're not going to punish my opening. You're not going to get a white opening advantage with a quiet move like that. But we'll see what is the plan. I think perhaps if Dubov retreats too early, Eric might be tempted to pin that knight, bring his bishop to the edge of the board, maybe even just trade off that knight to cement his bishop on a nice outpost. But more likely, we'll see Dubov try to be a bit clever with his move order. Let's see what he can come up with. Repping team spirit. His games are always very full of attacking spirit. Anna.
Most certainly, it is a very fitting club for Daniel Dubov and, of course, Eric Hansen, rapping the chess bras. He has been a chess streamer for so long, an OG streamer, was streaming chess before it was cool, was streaming chess before even Hikaru Nakamura was streaming chess. So he really was there as a pioneer in the chess industry on YouTube and on Twitch before it was a popular category. Now the bishop comes to the long diagonal. That's how Daniel is developing his light squared bishop. Very logical. And it is still keeping an eye on that knight on the edge of the board.
Still defending his knight. Probably Dubov will get his queen off the back rank. Then he'll start to centralize his knight a bit later. Bring it into the center. And yeah, looking very, very solid for black. These are just typical Roy Lopez Spanish opening types of positions, right, Anna? Just slow maneuvering, long games. In classical chess, it makes a lot of sense, but in speed chess, it's hard because you just can't spend too long on the clock. You have to just admit there's no calculation to be done. Just got to make your slow improvement moves. Get your bishop to a better square, move your queen off the back rank, connect your rooks. Slow and steady wins the race.
Slow and steady is definitely the key here, but you cannot be slow on the clock. And I'm a little bit worried about Eric and looking at that 2-minute time gap. And in this moment, it's still quite an early stage of the middle game. Still very complex, lots of pieces left on the board. I feel like Daniel will try to keep the position as complex as possible and capitalize on his time advantage.
Yeah, I wonder, Daniil, he brings his knight back where it came from earlier. If Eric were to tickle that knight, say, okay, I might come back and take it, would Daniil drop his knight back where it came from and the players start to repeat the position? Or would he go to a different square with his knight? Eric's spending so much time at this point that, okay, we're going to find out. Does Daniil want a draw?
Repetition. Will they continue with that dance, the bishop and the knight jumping back and forth? If it repeats 3 times, that is a draw.
Second time we've seen this. So if Eric decides to move his bishop, he needs to decide quickly. He's down around the 5-minute mark now. If he moves his bishop and Daniil brings the knight back, we could potentially see a draw. But at some point, if Eric thinks 2 more minutes and then goes for it, Daniil Dubov will not agree a draw. He will play on and try to flag Eric Hansen. So Eric needs to just decide, tournament-wise, does he want the draw? He says no, he wants more.
That is a brave decision. And also, I feel like Daniil might have been playing mind games, making you think, oh, I won the draw, but then he decides not to repeat for the 3rd time. You never know. You can never tell in these situations if the player was actually ready to accept a draw and repeat the moves, or was it just making you burn some time on the clock with that hesitation, the doubt, and then continue the game. But Eric goes and says, I don't care what your plan was, I'm just gonna not repeat no matter what. I'm bringing my rook to the 5th rank, attacking that pawn on b5, which at the moment is loose, has no one to protect it.
It can be defended in a variety of ways. The knight can step back to hold that pawn, although the white rook then will get access even further down into the black camp. The queen could also defend that pawn. Dubov, I wonder whether he's weighing up some tactics, like in the near future, whether he might start pushing some pawns forward, just creating squares for his knights. Yeah, it's very, very tense position, but Dubov has the luxury to stop and think and try to figure out what to do next. Eric needs to start pre-moving almost at this point. Queen to d7, I'm expecting from Dubov.
Queen to d7 is a very natural move to guard the pawn. He chooses the knight to jump back to c7 and defend the pawn this way. And it also allows for him to bring his rook to the open file. But that's why Eric places the rook on the 7th rank, putting pressure on the bishop.
Not allowing black to trade off those rooks, as you mentioned there. Also, maybe some ideas of that pin that we mentioned earlier, trading off a bishop for the knight. The dream is to end up with a good knight for white versus black's dark square bishop. A slightly dodgy piece. And, ooh, Dubov's trying to trap Eric Hansen here. The rook has no way home.
He has nowhere to go, and black is ready to attack the rook with the queen. If it's black to move, the queen will come next to the rook and attack it. You have nowhere to go, and therefore bishop to d5 was a key move in order to somehow rescue your rook from being trapped there.
Yeah, great move from Eric. I don't think he saw this idea of his rook getting trapped, but luckily there was a way out, and he finds that, and maybe now we'll see a bunch of exchanges. And first it's the bishops that come off the board. I think Eric wants to take this bishop back, even though it fractures his pawn structure. Doubled pawns now for white in the center. Now the rooks will come off. And yeah, this is maybe a transition that helps black. And long term, black is the one who can start playing on the other flank.
And that's exactly a move that Daniel Duba will be looking at. He first offers a rook trade to eliminate the most active piece of his opponent, this rook on the 7th rank, and then try to expand, as you highlighted. F5 will be a very natural follow-up.
Eric defends his hanging pawn in the center. Those pawns protect each other. Yeah, body language has changed from Eric. Suddenly upright, suddenly a bit more tense. He knows that he's lost a little bit of control. He's still totally fine, but yeah, maybe in the back of his mind, not going for that repetition, whether Dubov would have accepted it or not agreeing to a draw or going for it. Yeah, that's where the mind games you mentioned earlier, Anna, they persist over the course of the game. You could start regretting every decision you make.
And that's going to be a heavy one to have it linger in the back of your mind. That was it a draw? Did Daniel want to repeat? Did I push too much? Was it better to just continue with that repetition of moves and accept the draw? But instead, we have seen Eric Hansen very brave going forward, and it's no longer a repetition of moves but a pressure on the b5 pawn, and that pawn is pinned, so black cannot capture the white pawn because his queen would be captured at the end of the day.
Yeah, there's still some tricks, still some tactics. If the black pawn now captures, then after a queen trade, the white rook will be able to capture the black knight that was en prise. It was hanging loose, so it's retreated. And yeah, long term, it just feels like black has a very pleasant position, but short term, white does have the open A file. White doesn't have any real threats to deal with immediately. Yeah, Eric, I think 3 minutes should be enough if he's calm here and just starts improving his pieces. He ideally wants to move his bishop to a better square, maybe get his knight back into the game somehow. But yeah, big decision still ahead.
Big decision, and also a big decision on how much time is he going to spend on this decision. He cannot afford to think long anymore. He's down to his final 3 minutes. He drops the queen back to c2.
Interesting. So he is saying that black can win a pawn by exchanging here. The black queen and rook are lining up, doubling up on this loose pawn. But if it's captured, if the queens come off, then at the very end, the white rook will be able to activate and come into the black position. So bit of a judgment call there from Eric. He's trying to force Daniel Dubov to simplify things, speed up the end of the game. But Daniel says, okay, you've got no time. Why should I make any commitments here at all?
And that's what Eric does too. Just a little improving move. One step forward with the pawn to strengthen his pawn chain and make sure that he can take back on c4 with the b pawn. if it were to be hanging because of the black queen and the rook.
Solid move. Dubov challenges for the open file. If rooks and queens come off the heavy pieces, Anna, it should probably be a draw. If it's just bishops and knights because it's so blocked. But yeah, still not easy to achieve that for Erik Hansen.
It's still not. He does place the rook on the 5th rank again. We have seen a rook there before. Now this is the second rook coming to the same square. Erik looking up and shaking his head. He's not very happy with the last couple of moves, I feel.
Yeah, he's got to be careful here. His bishop might get trapped. If the black pawn was able to close the cage and keep that white bishop sidelined, it would have been disastrous long term. So the white bishop runs away before it's too late. And the only question is whether Dubov wants to try and get his queen into the white position, or whether he's going to prioritize instead pushing pawns, trying to switch play to the other side of the board.
That is a very important question. And also, looking at the time situation again, it's a 1.5-minute time advantage for Daniel Dubov. And he is definitely going to use the pressure on the clock to try to get something more out of this game than sharing the point. Draw would be the most likely result based on the position, but if you take into account the time management, Dubov still has pretty good practical chances.
Definitely. And there's a pattern, Anna. Every move, Daniel Dubov is just trying not to commit. He's trying not to do too much. There we go. He blocks it up. He's saying, okay, this is just going to go on and on and on. And very experienced players. And Dubov's young, but I'm going to count him among them. Like, experienced players at the top level, they know when to just keep the tension, just when to keep the game going, because they know, they kind of have the confidence to think that the game will be decided a bit later, that things will heat up inevitably.
Things will definitely heat up, and we do see that pawn push that you highlighted already moves ago, David, that at some point Black was going to try to expand further on the king side, also keep a better control of the central squares. And we see the Black queen now going to the back rank, might head over to the king side, but Erik is trying to stop the activity of Black's pieces by placing his queen on the 7th rank.
Just tying down Black's pieces for now. The Black king is also X-ray vision, being hit by that white queen in some variations. Dubov, I'm expecting him to slowly move his bishop out of the way, then move his knight out of the way, and try to activate. But yeah, it's all about the clock. He's still not committing, still not doing anything significant, Dubov. It feels like he's just playing the waiting game. He's going to wait till Erik's down at 30 seconds, and then he'll try and confuse him.
It really feels like it. And again, twice as much time for Daniel Dubov. He is trying to use the time pressure in his favor, but for now, Erik Hansen has been playing really well, no mistakes, and still an equal position with this active queen on the 7th rank trying to block the activity of the Black pieces. We see a knight maneuver by Daniel Dubov.
Yeah, that knight might come round and support some pawn pushes towards the white king. A knight is a king's best friend. Nice square anyway for that Black knight. But Erik, the body language, it's a bit nervous. Yeah, he knows that he needs to end this game soon, as quickly as possible. So he's going to change his tactics now. And yeah, that knight is keeping the Black queen from activating. The Black queen would love to get out into the game, but tied down defending her knight. Some light square issues maybe around the Black king. Erik's played fantastically. It's still a level position, but yeah, under 1 minute. He just needs to clarify things, Anna. And I don't see how he forces the issue or trades things off or gets an attack in the near future.
That is the problem for Erik, that there is no easy way of simplifying the position, and Daniel will try to keep the pieces on the board. Having said that, he's offering a queen trade, but that's because the white queen is so active that he wants to get rid of the most active piece of his opponent.
Oh, and Daniel Dubov leans forward. Watch out.
That was a mistake. Again, a piece is about to be trapped. Earlier, it was in the rook getting into trouble. Now the white queen is nearly trapped. Therefore, Erik has to push the pawn to create a space for that queen.
Oh, Erik shaking his head. He knows, again, he's lost control because of the clock. He's done nothing wrong on the board until that last move, but that was because he rushed. Taking the queens off, Anna, if he had 1 more minute, he would have taken the queens off. He'd been like, okay, I'm guaranteed going to draw this. Oh, nice move there from Dubov, pinning and winning. That G-pawn now cannot move forward. The white bishop is still hit. He's just going to gobble up a pawn in the near future. And the queen is also coming in a bunch of different directions to remove and grab all the white pawns.
And essentially, the white position is collapsing. The violation bar is screaming now. Decisive advantage for Daniel Dubov. This was the storyline that you highlighted, that under time pressure, there will be moments where it won't be enough for Eric. And having said that, sorry, I'm jinxing everything. And now it is Daniel Dubov who makes a mistake, and we are back to even.
We're back to even, but 27 seconds. Now Dubov is going to have to be ruthless and just play for the clock. I think he forgot that the bishop could be captured before the black knight. He was assuming the black knight would be taken. Now it's a level knight endgame. This is the closest Eric's been to ending things, forcing the draw. But 24 seconds, still some big decisions to make. And you still can't get the knights off the board, build a fortress. You can't end it anytime soon.
You cannot, and this is a big time disadvantage to play with. There is no increment, so 21 seconds left for Erik Hansen to stay alive in this game. The position is even. It should be a draw if it comes to this end game, but he has no time to defend it.
Oh, no time, and now the white knight is tied down, defending a pawn. Dubov's just going to try and maneuver his king around, slowly waste a bit of time, repeat the position once, maybe twice, but not 3 times. He offers a knight trade, rejected by Erik Hansen. 10 seconds. Yeah, 50 move rule. Only kicks in if there are no pawn pushes. No progress from 50 moves. And finally, a mistake by Erik. We see a check. Maybe the black should have taken and got the knight in through the center instead, but now the black king is coming. It's all gone wrong for Erik Hansen. Anna, no time.
3, 2, 1. Erik Hansen has lost thread of this endgame and is now losing on time. He has played so well this game, but at the end of the day, it was Daniel who had the better time management and uses it in his favor. It's part of speed chess, it's part of the format, and we see a smile and a handshake by the players analyzing the game together.
Yeah, great sportsmanship from Erik Hansen, despite the defeat, despite the setback, still shaking hands, still giving his opponent a smile. But yeah, regret, I think, the main feeling for him. Ultimately, Anna, like, if he was a bit more cynical, Eric, if he tried to go for a draw right from the start or repeated the position, a draw would have been a fine result. He would have been top 4. Dubov is one of the toughest opponents. That would have been out the way. A couple of rounds left. But Eric wanted more, and that's why we love him. That's why he has so many fans, Eric. He's a maximalist. He wants to play more chess, to entertain the fans. He doesn't want quick, cowardly draws, but yeah, unfortunately, just the clock coming back to haunt him.
It happened again, unfortunately for him, but you are so right. That's the reason why so many of the viewers and the chessbrah community have been backing Erik Hansen. He is courageous, he is fearless, he's going for it, and he had his chances in this game. He has been playing really good chess. It was only the clock situation that ended up becoming the decisive factor again for the second time in his tournament. And now that he has lost 2 games, unfortunately for Erik, it's looking really small, the chances for a qualification.
Yeah, small chances. Most likely, Erik will need to win both of his last 2 games, and then he might have a chance. But yeah, it's not in his own hands anymore. He's going to be struggling. And just a replay of the last few moves, it did start to turn in Dubov's direction. Anna, just you could see black advancing, white retreating, and the final position. The clock is one thing that decided it, but it was winning king and pawn endgame incoming for Daniel Dubov.
Winning on the board and winning on the clock, but that collapse in the endgame was because of this time situation, and Erik knows it. He played a good game, he just did not manage his time as best as possible. As you said, it's really hard if that's something that has been a trademark of yours, so to say, that you spend longer, end up in time troubles, and this is an unforgiving format and unforgiving time control. No increment, 10 minutes the players start with, no increment. You end up using all those 10 minutes, you end up losing the game as well. And after the first 5 rounds, with only 2 more games to go, we do have Daniel Dubov now rising to the top with this win. Shared first place between Daniel Dubov and Parham Maksudlu, and on 3rd place and 4th, as well as 5th, actually 3.5 points by Maxime Lagarde, Robert Gabriel Sava, and Luc van Vely. So it's still quite a tight race, and even the players on 3 points, including Erik Hansen, you cannot rule them out. If you win the last 2 games, you still have a pretty good chance at making it to the top 4. It's the top 4 that matters to qualify to the playoffs of the last chance qualifiers.
Exactly. Some players in must-win situations, that means risk will be taken. We'll see maybe Eric speed up finally. But yeah, above that, there's no room for error either. Dubov, Maizulu, most likely they should get through. I think 1 out of 2 from their last 2 games should be enough. So maybe we'll see them play it safe. But everyone else will be going for it, going for their opponents. And yeah, nice to see some underdogs like Robert Gabriel Sava. Just a candidate master up in top 4. Breaking the mold, big breakthrough in his career if he can make it.
Would be an incredible breakthrough for Robert, candidate master from Romania, and is now sharing the 3rd place with 2 grandmasters. So it's an incredible event so far for Robert, and he will be the opponent of tournament leader Daniel Dubov, at least Group B leader Daniel Dubov. That's not an easy matchup for Robert, but if he has 3.5 points, it's because he has upset some strong opponents already, and Daniel Dubov is the one with the pressure on his side, so he is supposedly the favorite in that matchup.
Yeah, and that's the thing about being a dark horse, an underdog. You can use it as a superpower, bully your opponents into taking risk, overpressing, and then counterattacking. But yeah, ultimately, though, you are playing an uphill battle, facing all of these world-class grandmasters, game in, game out. It can start to add up. So great start for Robert Gabriel Sava. But can he keep it up? That's the big question.
Can he keep it up, and can he keep it up with the black pieces? Daniel Dubov now will have the white pieces. We have seen in his previous game him defending on the black side of a Spanish opening against Eric Hansen, and now it's going to be Daniel with the white pieces. For Daniel, so far this is an incredible tournament, and even though his game against Eric Hansen was a very tense one, he always had the better time management and a very significant time lead on the clock. So I think he always knew that he's at least safe. It was always, he was never really in danger of getting into a worse position. If anything, he was the one who was trying throughout the whole game because of Eric having less time. So time has been a really important decisive factor in some of these top clashes, and that's what we love about speeches. It's the chess moves, but also the pressure on the clock and the tension in the air, the stakes being this high. Can we again say that it's $1.5 million, the prize fund at the main event at the Esports World Cup in chess? That's happening next week, the main event, and 5 players from our last chance qualifier are trying to make it. There's only 5 spots left to this very big field with a huge prize fund. So over 100 participants in the last chance qualifier, but only 5 spots to actually make it, and that could make the career of any of these players the biggest paycheck of their lifetime possibly.
Exactly, for the likes of Sava, just a CM, just a candidate master. I mean, that's stronger than most players in the world, but compared to these grandmasters, that is very impressive. For him, it would be life-changing. For the likes of Jonathan Payne, Malcolm Payne's son, FIDE master in 8th place right now, again within striking distance, that would be life-changing. Yeah, there's a lot on the line. And of course, we're used to saying, okay, the grandmasters clinch it. The clutch games, they bring their best, and like Dubov earlier against Hansen, just looking really calm. I think that just that know-how, that kind of trust in themselves, that tends to pay off. But what a story it would be if an underdog strikes, makes it through.
It would be an incredible story, and we have seen some upsets, and maybe there is more to come. It would not be a shock if we see some upsets like that and underdog stories as well. A FIDE master making it, a candidate master making it, when it's a lot of grandmasters that are waiting for you at the main event. And what a qualification journey that would be if you are an underdog in your group and then you make it all the way to the big stage.
Exactly, and we'll see in this next game. I'm especially excited. Yeah, I don't know much about Sava, I must say. I'm sure he plays some very suave chess, but it's going to be a fun one to watch. Yeah, in the meantime, Dubov, I think a win here would secure it for him. So we might see Dubov back to the more attacking routes that we know. So far, he's been calm. He's been playing more positionally, strategically. And here we see the 2 contestants in front of us. And there we see our first glimpse of the day of Robert Gabriel Sava.
Robert Gabriel Sava, as we mentioned, candidate master from Romania. His classical and rapid rating are not that high, but when it comes to speed chess, his blitz is actually over 2,700 on chess.com, and his bullet is also over 2,700 on chess.com. So definitely a very experienced online chess player, and a lot more dangerous in these formats in there with his smile as well. He's in great spirits. This is probably the biggest game of his career and one of the toughest, if not the toughest opponents he has faced throughout his chess.
Yeah, I can guarantee it's the biggest game of his career. And you saw the nerves beforehand. He's just trying to keep himself calm. He's saying, you got this. You can do this. A draw would actually be a great result here for him as well as Black. But yeah, of course, a draw with Black against Daniel Dubov is a hard feat to achieve. So Anna, a Queen's Indian to start this game.
A Queen's Indian, indeed. Openings in chess have so many names. A lot of them are based on places or players. In this case, this is a very traditional opening, a very classical opening that has been around for a long time. But we see this early pawn push by Daniel, which is a pawn sacrifice, not a new idea, but it makes the position very dynamic. White gives up that pawn in order to free the central square for the knight, and that knight is ready to jump toward the black king with knight to f5 as well.
Yeah, this is quite an old line. Pawn sacrifices are Dubov's speciality, especially with white, and especially when he has fianchettoed his bishop. But yeah, this is very old stuff. I remember seeing annotated games from the 1980s in this, 1970s even, from this variation. But of course, modern computers have given more resources, defensive resources to Black, more attacking resources to white, and Dubov is happy to just play on a pawn down as if nothing happened. Anna, soon he will land his knight on f5, maybe now, and he's going to go for an attack.
It could be the moment when he decides to jump there with the knight. That's the square that he was giving up the pawn for, this knight maneuver, while Black's development on the queen side is still a bit harder. You see a lot of pieces crowded there in the top left corner of the board. The bishop comes out to f4. The knight jump is still in the air for white. Knight to f5 could be next.
Knight to f5 could indeed be next. I think the one move probably to avoid here is to capture in the center. That only allows white to make moves like that knight jump, and suddenly the tension between the queen and the other queen, the fact that the black queen is overworked defending the knight here, the bishop, I think Black's position just falls apart. So more likely you have to focus on development. One typical move would be to develop this knight to the edge of the board, but at least it supports its fellow knight, which in turn supports the pawn in the center, so kind of clinging everything together. But he moves his knight the other direction.
And it's a mistake, and Daniel Dubov senses it immediately. His expression changed radically when he saw this move. He does not see the evaluation bar, but his inner evaluation bar says, this is a mistake, and I'm going to try to capitalize immediately on this moment.
Oof. Yeah, that was the biggest giveaway ever. Just the fact that Dubov leaned forward, suddenly looked super interested in the position. He was looking very chilled before. But what is the knockout? Is there a knockout blow on the spot, or does white just continue with the attack by bringing the knight forward? It might be something to do with some exchanges in the center. Anna, Dubov is calculating. Is he going to find something to seize a decisive advantage?
He's calculating. You can tell that the engine is running very quickly, the processor of these variations, and which one is the killer sequence. The evaluation bar screaming that there is something, that there is a killer sequence, but it doesn't seem to be that obvious, at least not to me. David, do you know what's the right way for white to execute here the advantage? Oh, we see Daniel Dubov has figured it out already, and he is giving up the knight for a pawn. It's a knight sacrifice, but when the bishop takes, he's now ready to capture on d5 with the pawn. Once the bishop moves, you can continue pushing the pawn, and that's a fork, attacking both the knight and the bishop. Oh, goodness me, everything will be hanging.
Oh, everything's falling apart. That's just a temporary piece sacrifice. It's actually going to be a gain of material for Dubov. Black can't just give back a piece and survive. Black is losing much more than just a piece back. And that's just a knockout. Poor Sava. opening disaster. One complacent move, one careless move, and it's just over like this. Dubov, he's the Punisher. Anna, he is so ruthless. He sensed it. He beat me to it. I realized it was an option, but I was like, wait, there must be a way for black to bail out. I checked the computer, and the computer said, totally winning, on the spot. Dubov finds it.
He found it immediately. He just made sure he ran through the calculations in his head and made sure that there is no defense here for black. And it is the correct assessment. He knows it with his Grandmaster brain. For us, it's the engine too that supports that, yes, white's position is completely winning thanks to this temporary knight sacrifice. Now, black has given back the knight. We see a trade on d5. This is equal material at the moment, but white is threatening to win material by capturing the bishop with a check, and then the c6 bishop would be loose.
Yeah, and not just that, but how else to defend? Okay, he does take the knight off. I was going to say also taking the bishop followed by the white bishop coming in, and it would have been skewering the black queen to a rook. Now there's a threat of taking that rook in the corner, which has just moved. But Dubov, can he amp up the pressure? Maybe just bring some rooks into the center of the board. Two bishops, and it's so open. Daniel Dubov, big advantage, but can he end it on the spot and win material? He goes in with his queen, lining up the pin.
He's lining up that pin, and how can you prevent that? The knight is jumping to c5 to attack the white queen, but the white can pick up the pawn on a7 and continue with the threats. The rook will be coming to the open fight to attack the black queen.
Yeah, one of the rooks, unclear which one it should be. You can make an argument for both rooks here. The black queen will be forced to sidestep, and white will save his dark squared bishop. He doesn't want to trade off that piece. That would be a way for black to get back into the game. So I'm expecting that bishop to maybe just retreat. There we go. And Sava's got to trade off pieces while he can. Two bishops as a pair, too strong. You need to remove at least one of them. And Sava's fighting, Anna. It's not over yet.
It's definitely not over yet, and kudos to Robert for finding some really important defensive moves here, even regardless of losing material. He's down a pawn, and he's up against a very experienced opponent. But this queen trade, at least according to the computer, wasn't the cleanest way. Knight jump now by Robert trying to counterattack. It's an extra pawn in an endgame for Daniel Dubov, and that's diagonal for the bishop. Looking at the promotion square, that's going to be tough to stop the pawn.
Yeah, that's the dream duo, right? Like a bishop on the long diagonal and a passed a-pawn promoting in the corner. Yeah, long term, short term, it's totally winning. Dubov is playing very, very cautiously, though. I thought he'd move his king to this square. He retreats his bishop off that diagonal we just praised. He wants to park his bishop on an outpost in front of the pawn. And he thinks that the extra pawn will do the hard work. If all the rooks come off, it's over. Bishop will beat knight, especially with that pawn. But can Sava create any counterplay while the rooks remain?
That's the main question here, yes. And I am surprised too about the cautious play by Daniel Dubov. But he says, you know what, I'm not going to allow any counter chances, and I will later very carefully and slowly start pushing my pass pawn.
Yeah, I'm very careful. And yeah, it's interesting seeing Dubov because like he's a tactician, attacker, but it feels like he's evolved into a more mature player, maybe taking less risk, just trying to control games, not giving his opponents any fun, any tactics. It feels like he's using his tactical vision himself, Anna, to neutralize his opponent's tricks rather than to create those kind of magical attacks that we're so used to seeing from him.
It really feels that way, and now he's gonna need to face the rook, the black rook, attacking his pawn on b2. If he pushes the pawn, that would be a very natural way to defend, but that will make it harder for you to push then the a pawn, since the b3 pawn will always be hanging.
Yeah, he slowed white down slightly, Sava. And there we see him push a pawn. I was surprised the computer only said +1 for white because it looks completely winning. But now, after this last move, the eval bar rises again. I'm going to try and put myself in the mind of Daniel Dubov. I think he might just move his king, avoid any checks.
I think so. I feel like that was a move on his mind. He brings his rook instead, attacking the black rook. Maybe now he's going to move the king out of harm's way, and that's happening right now.
Exactly. You don't want to allow any checks, just in case. They probably didn't do much, but yeah, typical, especially speed chess wisdom. And Sava's trying to create some counterplay by creating a net around the white king, but still very slow, takes a lot of time.
It does take a lot of time, and Daniel Dubov also has more time on the clock in this game. So a healthy extra pawn in an endgame, more time as well. But kudos to Robert Gabriel Sava for the fighting spirit and finding some really important defensive resources to stay in the game.
Yeah, and it makes you wonder, right? If he hadn't blundered just after the opening or, you know, just allowed this tactic, the way he's played is so impressive. Maybe he would have been able to hold Dubov in another scenario, but unfortunately that early blunder, now the fact that one set of rooks are off and white's pawn is almost unstoppable, this should be a slow but inevitable end.
It is unfortunately the case for Robert that this endgame is incredibly difficult to play, and the evaluation bar screams winning advantage because of the extra pawn, the passed pawn, and now white slowly but surely advancing the pawn, first by activating the rook to target that f7 pawn that David is highlighting. That's a big target in black's camp. And once you tie down the black pieces to the defense on the king side and chase the knight away from c6, then you can start pushing your pawn, the passed pawn, and it's going to be extremely difficult to stay in the game from then on.
Yeah, the only way black can blockade is by putting his knight on the edge of the board, and sooner or later, maybe Dubov's going to offer a rook trade. There we go. I was going to say, this is going to be the scenario where the bishop totally cuts off this poor black knight. It's got 0 moves. And I wouldn't be surprised to see, yeah, there we go. Dubov just activate his king now. He's going to slowly creep over to this side of the board and then try to win that knight, break the blockade. And that should be game over.
That is so instructive, how the bishop is completely dominating the black knight that's stuck on the edge of the board. The black king is trying to chase the bishop away, but the bishop moves away by attacking the king side pawn. The h5 pawn now is going to fall. If you push it, white, by capturing the pawn, will have a new passed pawn on the other side of the board.
Yeah, knights, it's so unfortunate, and a knight struggle, especially against these corner pawns, the A and H pawns, because the knights have to sit passively, only controlling 4 squares instead of the normal 8, where they would in the center. The knights hate it, they ate it, these A and H pawns, nothing to do.
Nothing to do. The knight is a short-range piece, while the bishop has been first dominating on the queen side more so, and the center and now is off to the king side. That's a very key difference between bishops and knights, the short range and long range that they cover.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and it doesn't help when half of your pawns or most of your pawns are on light squares, easy pickings, easy targets for that white bishop. And yeah, Sava here, not much to do. We didn't need to talk about the clock in this game because it was actually on the board that this was settled. He drops his king back. Dubov most likely just defends his pawn before mopping up black's pawns on the other flank. Let's see how he tries to finish this game as efficiently as possible.
That's exactly the move he plays to be ready to move the bishop away. Now the pawn has been sacrificed by pushing it to h4. 2 passed pawns for Daniel Dubov, both on the edge of the board, so the knight cannot make it to both.
Mm-hmm. Exactly, and the bishop is hit, so he just needs to find a safe square. He retreats, and yeah, it's what they sometimes call the trousers, or the 2 legs of the trousers. One over on this side, one on the other side, and yeah, no way to contain those pawns. This is it, Anna. We're going to see Dubov clinch his spot in the top 4.
It really feels like, so far, a great form by Daniel Dubov. He is moving on to 5.5 points if he wins this game, and it looks like we are about to see a resignation by Robert. That pawn is unstoppable. Robert Gabriel Sava, candidate master from Romania, has done as best as he could, but at the end of the day, so far no one could stop Daniel Dubov, who is wrapping team spirit, and he's just one game away from making it to the playoffs of the last chance qualifier. So far, an incredible performance by Daniil Dubov.
Yeah, looking too strong, too sharp, tactical vision there. He's had one chance, he spotted it, jumped on it, and never allowed his opponent back in. And Dubov, he's just looked so patient, calm, collected. He looks confident that he's going to make it, and a peace of mind and just that kind of internal belief just helps you loosen up. It helps you play a bit quicker somehow, and yeah, it's all gone right for Dubov. I think a lot to learn from his play today.
A lot to learn, and for the rest of the players in the other groups and also in the main event, this is not good news. As you said, Daniil Dubov is a very dangerous player, even when it comes to facing the best of the best. He's not afraid of not even the defending champion of the Esports World Cup in chess, Magnus Carlsen. So it will be quite a feat for the audience and for us as well if Daniil Dubov will clinch one of those 5 qualification spots, and we will see him in the main event. This is still an if, because Dubov at the moment looking great in the group stage, but he will also need to do really well the day after tomorrow. This is a 3-day event, the last chance qualifier, that will be in the end a playoff between the 4 groups, 4 players qualifying from 4 groups, and then facing each other in a double elimination knockout format. It's more chess, more exciting formats, no increment, all the speed required, and lots of money at stake, David.
Exactly, lots on the line. And Dubov, although it looks like he's pretty much guaranteed top 4 now in the group stage, he will still want to win his last round, or at least play it out, because if you come top of this group, you do play someone who comes 4th in another group. So at least on paper, it should be a slightly easier pairing. So yeah, there's big things at stake. There's the huge money on the line. There's the team points. Team spirit will be wanting Dubov to do well, but also, yeah, taking it step by step, looking ahead. He'll want to do well in those knockouts, that bracket, and yeah, if he wins this final round, he'll guarantee himself a nicer pairing.
He'll definitely try that, and I'm really curious to see how the other games have ended. Actually, we are still waiting for some of the final games to finish in this penultimate round in Group B, and once we have the standings updated with all the results coming in, we will have a better idea on who are still the players with a chance to qualify to the playoffs of the last chance qualifier. This is going to be the final round in Group B. It has been such a thrilling day of chess, David. We first covered Group A, 7 rounds in Group A, 4 qualified players. Now Group B, the final round is coming up next, and tomorrow 2 more groups will also fight it out for those qualification spots to the playoffs.
Exactly. It's a bonanza of chess. It's a marathon for us watching. It's a marathon for the players. Anna, 14 is my lucky number. So 7 rounds earlier, 7 rounds today. It's the perfect amount of rapid chess. And yeah, it's going to be dramatic. I have a feeling the race for the top 4 isn't over yet. There might still be a twist or turn ahead.
Yeah, I'm really curious how it will be for the rest of the players, since you mentioned that even what we saw earlier, a round or 2 ago, that yes, the first 1 or 2 spots, it was like with a bit, at least a gap of half a point or then a point in comparison to 5th or 6th. But that was a big chasing pack from the 5th place downwards. And if you win in the final game, especially if you're paired against someone that's ahead of you, you can bounce in front of a player that's currently on 4th place, for instance. And only the top 4 places matter in the group stages. So it's gonna be really interesting to see the updated standings once the results are in, and who else can still make it. Daniil Dubov looking great with his chances, but who else will make it from his group?
Oh, I'm looking at... I know I shouldn't be peeking, Anna, into the future,
you
into the other games.
Do it, but tell us, if you already have seen it, David, share, please.
There's still a lot of games going, but Eric Hansen has won, which is good news for him. So a win in the final round, he might still make it. It looks like Luc van Welly against Parham Magzulu is... I mean, it's a flag fest. Magzulu's trying to flag Van Welly, his older opponent, but it's a dead drawn position, like the most drawn position you'll ever see. And yeah, results elsewhere, it's very much in the balance. I think it's going to be very tight from places 3 down to maybe 6. there could still be a lot on the line.
An incredibly tight race indeed. We are going to take a short break, but when we are back, it is time for the final decisive round of Group B at the Last Chance qualifier. This is the Esports World Cup in Paris. This is the chess event that still has 5 qualification spots left for the main event that will feature $1.5 million as a prize fund and Magnus Carlsen as the defending champion. Stay tuned. We'll be back in a few minutes' time to cover the final decisive round today. Amazing. Welcome back, everyone, to the last chance qualifier at chess at the Esports World Cup in Paris. This is the final 3 days and final qualification spots left for the main event at chess that will feature a $1.5 million prize fund. Who will make it to the big field and who will be able to face the likes of Magnus Carlsen, Hikaru Nakamura, and Alireza Firouzja, among other top grandmasters who already have qualified? This is a huge player pool, over 100 participants in groups, and we are right now covering Group B with only one round to go. The situation is as follows. Daniil Dubov and Parham Maghsoodloo are in shared first place on 5.5 points each. Maxime Lagarde, the French grandmaster, is in third place, and then Eric Hansen and Luca Moroni both are on 4 points. Only the top 4 will advance from each group, so it's crucial for Eric and Luca to do very well in the final round. And guess what, David? They are facing each other in the final round, and that is our featured game for the final decisive round of Group B.
Wow, it couldn't have been more perfect. We couldn't have scripted it better. The two players in the danger zone, Eric Hansen, Luca Moroni. Yeah, it's going to be one of the two, and most likely they will want to go at each other. A draw, not necessarily enough. There's still a few players beneath them on 3.5 out of 6 who could catch them. Tie breaks then would play a role, and that would add a bit more randomness to it. They want their fate in their own hands. That's going to be fun to watch. But Dubov, Maghsoodloo are through. They're guaranteed top 4. Maxime Lagarde, the French grandmaster, should also be through, although will want to secure at least a draw to cement it. But yeah, I can't wait. This is going to be the perfect way to end the day, Anna.
Is going to be the perfect way, and what a tough group this has been. As you said at the start, David, you knew it. You saw the player list and you were like, oof, Group B, this is going to be a tough competition, and some of the grandmasters will have to miss out, including players like Luc van Wely, who had a good chance in his previous game against Parham Maghsoodloo, but ends up getting flagged, and that is part of the game. In speed chess, there is no increment, so even though the position on the board was equal, he had to, at the end of the day, continue playing until one of the players were gonna lose on time, and that's how Parham Maghsoodloo won at the end of the day in the previous round.
Yeah, my heart breaks for Luc van Wely. He's a member of a certain generation, former kind of real elite player. But Parham Maghsoodloo at some point had 40 seconds against Luc van Wely's 50 seconds, dead drawn endgame. But Maghsoodloo kept refusing a draw. He knew he's younger. He knew he was faster on the mouse. He flagged van Wely in the most dead drawn position ever. But a draw would have been enough for Parham anyway to go through. So he ruthlessly knocked his opponent out of contention, just for the sake of it, just for maybe a tiny bit of placing. He wants to get top spot in the group. That was merciless, Anna. That is something I would not associate normally with Parham Maghsoodloo, one of the nicest guys on the circuit. He really wanted that win.
He's definitely one of the nicest guys, but when it comes to competition and competitiveness, he needs those points because he wants to make sure that he will have the best chance to qualify to the main event as well. So not only he wants to qualify from his group, but he wants to qualify as the first place player. The seeding will matter in the playoffs, and this is what they are playing for. They want to earn their keys to the main event that is, again, an unheard of prize fund when it comes to chess events. $1.5 million is at stake at the main event in chess at the Esports World Cup in Paris. 5 players for our last chance qualifier will make it. This is what the next 3 days are about, today being day 1, and the final decisive round of Group B is about to start. Eric Hansen, Luca Moroni, 2 very strong grandmasters, but only one of them can make it through to the playoffs.
Only one, and which one will it be? Will it be Canadian Grandmaster Chess Bra Eric Hansen, or will it be that cool Italian customer Luca Moroni? And I think it helps Eric that he's going to have the white pieces. He's a much more dangerous customer with white, and he'll be able to choose the opening, dictate the play, hopefully get an advantage early doors. But the main thing we've seen from him multiple times today, Anna, is the speed. Just the fact that this situation is tense, there's so much on the line. it shouldn't slow him down. He needs to learn from past mistakes, use the clock a bit more practically.
He definitely needs to take better care of his time management, as we have seen 2 of his games heavily decided by the time factor, and he knows it. His whole lifetime he has known it. Time pressure, getting into time troubles, it's part of who he is, but in this game he's gonna have to go against that and try to play very speedy from the beginning, as if it was nearly a bullet game, or at least a blitz game.
Ooh, and interesting from Luca Moroni here. He's saying to Eric, do you want an endgame? Do you want to get the queens off? Capture it in the center. The queen's coming off. That would lead to a very equal looking position. And I don't think Eric will want to do that. He brings his knight out instead. Moroni trades off. So now back to more mainline territory. And yeah, this kind of Philidor defense does lead to quite imbalanced play. Eric just trying to fianchetto, trying to get his pieces. Bishop on the long diagonal. We've seen it so many times today, Anna, and he'll get castled next move.
Yes, we have seen that fianchetto and castling on the right side of the board, the king side castle, and with the black pieces, this knight jump is offering a knight trade. In case the white knight captures it, black will have that lovely square for his bishop. So it would be ideal for Eric to not trade the knights and keep the black pieces more passive, since they are really fighting for the same squares. It's a lot more crowded in there in black's position due to the lack of space.
Yeah. And that's why often white does end up even retreating the knight, just keeping it on the board, saying, okay, the more pieces remain, the more comfortable I'll be there. And instead, he leaps forward, Eric, after not too long a thought there, only burning around 30 seconds. That's a much more healthy use of the clock. He's saying, please take me, because yes, white's pawns get doubled, but the bishop is unleashed on the diagonal. What do you make of this, Anna?
I like it. I think that bishop is looking really dangerous on the long diagonal. Now that the black bishop is off of the board, no one can meet this light squared bishop of Erik Hansen that is covering the entire diagonal. Now the knight is jumping into the central square. I think he's playing in a very aggressive, dynamic way and wants to play for a win very clearly.
Yes, Eric wants this, a win, and he's guaranteed to go through. He knows it. He's got white. Okay, a bit of a timid move there. He's arguing that after an exchange, his queen or bishop will be well placed in the center. He has a great grip over the light squares. But long term, black has a slightly better pawn structure due to white's doubled f-pawns here. So we'll see. Still very early days, but I think great start for Eric. And for Luca Moroni to win this is, yeah, he's going to need a helping hand, it feels like, Anna. It's going to be hard for black to ever get the advantage. And for the scoreboard, he might need to win at some point.
Yes, that is the issue for Luca, since Erik is slightly ahead of him. They have the same amount of points, but at the moment, Erik Hansen's tiebreak score is a little bit higher than Luca Moroni's. Of course, the probability of this game going to a draw is pretty low, I would say, since both players will want to try to get something out of this game and put pressure on their opponents. They know that a win would guarantee the qualification. A draw, who knows?
Yeah, a draw, and suddenly the likes of Robert Gabriel Sava, who is totally winning already in the last round, he could catch them up. Suddenly his tiebreaks come into play. Luc Van Welly could be back in the race if he beats Malcolm Payne. Yeah, I think a draw suits neither of them. At some point, the game might explode, therefore. And 2 bishops, though, I'm very biased towards white's chances. I think the bishop pair, with the position being so open, gives white a good grip long term. The bishops on these 2 diagonals especially are going to be hard to stop.
They're going to be really difficult to stop, and this pawn push as well, taking further squares away from black and controlling the central e5 square too, where black's knight, for instance, could have been jumping to. It is still more space, better control of the space as well by white's pieces. And as you highlighted, the pair of bishops, that's a long-term factor. And once the bishop arrives on e3, putting pressure on the queen side, both bishops being snipers, long-range pieces that are on the right side of the board, but they see all the way to the very edge of the top left corner as well.
Exactly. They see till the end of the world. They see over the horizon, and they see everything, those bishops. If the queens and rooks come off, if it's just the bishops left, white is going to be a heavy, heavy favourite. So long-term, Erik Hansen's doing decently. Short-term, he has an issue to face. Okay, I was going to say, does he react? He doesn't. He just develops his bishop. There is a knight fork, a double attack, hitting the queen, hitting a pawn as well. But Erik's saying, okay, you grab that pawn. If the knight moves, though, once the queen saves itself, another pawn might drop. And maybe that's the more important one. After all, white does have, again, just like Dubov had earlier, an A-pawn promoting on the same colour as the white light-squared bishop.
And that will be such a dangerous pawn, as we have seen it in other games. A side pass pawn that is far from the rest of the pieces. Luca Moroni, of course, will try his best to not drop the pawn on the queen side. He places his rook on the open 5, very logical move to activate his rook. He might want to double rooks to put pressure on the e-file, but Erik says, hey, I'm going to match your rook now by retreating my bishop, and offers a rook trade.
Yeah, makes a lot of sense if the rooks come off. Well, long-term, the bishops are going to dominate the board. There are also threats if the one set of rooks come off and the black rook is ever lured away, then the black knight is pretty much pinned on this diagonal. It can never move because there will be pawns hanging. Sooner or later, Anna, I think he's just trying to control himself and be patient, but Erik, surely he can't resist pushing forward, trying to dethrone that bishop, try to push forward, attack on the right flank.
I think he will push those pawns. It's looking so promising, and that is exactly what Erik Hansen does, the Canadian chess streamer, who definitely is one of the fan favorites thanks to his long-running chess streaming career with the chess bras that he himself started years ago before chess was popular. Luca Moroni, representing Italy, also a very strong grandmaster, now has to face this situation on the right side of the board. How is he going to stop Erik's pawns?
Well, I don't think he can. That's the issue. This pawn is almost guaranteed to land, kicking away the black bishop. You can stop it for one move. You can delay it, but white's got other pawns in reserve that will storm up the board. The problem is you don't really want to touch anything as black. The more pawns you touch, the more weaknesses you might have later for white to probe at. And yeah, I think he's just got to brace for impact. Maybe it's time, Anna, to try and bail out, get all the rooks off the board and say, okay, you can push your pawns forward, but at least with rooks gone, you won't be checkmating me.
I think that's a very practical idea here that probably Luca Moroni should follow, but he says instead pushing the g-pawn will give him some more space for the bishop to retreat to keep it on the long diagonal.
Oh, but what happens now if Erik just continues marching forward? Just cement the pawns as far up the board as possible, clamping down on space. Black is super cramped, can barely move. Moroni making some faces there. In must-win situation, this is a nightmare scenario for black. Like, so passive, one-way traffic. And Erik, it's the clock. He's ahead. That's a sign, Anna, that he's feeling his position.
That is great news for Erik, who went down in 2 games earlier that we covered, both of them because of the time factor. So crucial for him that the time management is in his favor. He's ready to push his pawn. It's attacking now the bishop. The bishop retreats to the g7 square. White can follow up with further pawn pushes to box in that bishop.
Oh, so tempting. Not just boxing in the bishop, but locking a kind of mating net around the black king. So any checks long term will just be game over. I guess he's reluctant to do that because he has so many other tempting moves here, Erik Hansen. He could also trade pawns and at least say, no more double pawns for me. I've got a kingside pawn majority. Pawns will flood forward on that flank. But yeah, why not push forward? Surely control the dark squares with pawns, control the light squares with your bishop.
Very logical. He's taking his time to make this decision because it is a critical decision. The pawns, unfortunately for us chess players, they cannot go backwards. So it's quite a committal decision every time you move a pawn, but you need to be embracing this rule, the only piece that cannot go backwards in chess. So if he pushes, that means that pawn will forever stay there or continue further ahead. It looks very promising, but I think the only reason why he's taking so long is that then the pawn structure will be quite fixed, and it's going to be a lot harder to open up the position. I still love it though, because of all the factors you said, David, that it's that kind of mating net that it creates around the black king. If you could get rid of the bishop of black, that king will be hopeless with a pawn structure like that if the pawn is on f6.
Exactly. I think it's just a positional move as well as an attacking one. It kind of ticks all the boxes, stepping forward. Eric, commentator's curse, just as I praised him for his clock usage, he spent 2 minutes trying to debate whether to play the most natural move in the position. Most likely he's looking at what comes next. You're right, Anna. Like, he's got options. Does he want to commit? Does he want to lock it up? But the black bishop is going to be totally stuck on the back rank of the board. And I think it's just too tempting. Just got to play moves, push the pawn forward, maybe slowly start improving your bishop, improving your king, throw the rest of the pawn forward. It's slow and steady. It's still not winning on the spot, but Eric feels like he might be looking for that knockout blow. It doesn't exist yet. He still has to prepare it.
He still has to prepare it, and he's spending a long time on this. Unfortunately for him, this is what happened in the other 2 games where he got himself into troublesome territories, not on the board, but because of the time management. That's the only 2 times he lost in the group stage, and he ends up not pushing the pawn, but instead places the bishop on the edge of the board, threatening with a discovered attack in case the pawn were to move, but it also kind of self-pins that pawn, and he's counting on tactics in order to make sure that he can capture the pawn on g6 or push.
Yeah, very tricky tactical move. I like it. Totally different approach. Instead of instead of long-term, just grabbing the squares, grabbing space, locking black up, he goes for the immediate tactics against the black king. Some ideas of pawn takes pawn, as you say, Anna, allowing the black queen to take the bishop and then continuing grabbing stuff with the white pawns. But can Luca Moroni find an antidote to this? Is there a way out? The move you want to play is to drop the knight back, attacking the white queen and taking this pawn. But I don't think that's quite working for black. So we'll see. Moroni needs to find something here. Otherwise, Eric's time investment on that last move, 2 minute 40, is going to pay off.
2 minute 40, that is a huge chunk of the 10 minutes that the players start with. But you are right, David, that if the position prevails here, and it looks like Luca Moroni did not find the best continuation, it wasn't easy to defend. He ends up taking on f5, logical move, but now the evaluation bar is increasing the advantage for white when it comes to the assessment of this move, and simply capturing on f5 looks very terrifying for the black king. Once you capture the pawn, the black queen is hanging, and the black king is really missing that g pawn as a defender.
Oh, Anna, I'm getting scared though for Eric Hansen's clock. He spent 30 seconds on the most obvious move, bishop takes pawn, attacking the queen. I don't think that's worth a 3-second investment, let alone a 30-second investment. And that could come back to haunt him. For Moroni, shaking his head, his position is just tough in general. If he could trade off that one last set of rooks, maybe he can survive. But for now, the black rook is going to be locked out of the game when the black queen retreats. And already Eric's going to be looking at direct knockouts. Are there bishop sacrifices to get all the pawns around the black king to break the shelter? Can he just bring his rook up later, attack some pawns? Does he get out of the way first? There we go, of a knight hit on the queen. And he's lining up. He's coming in. That looks strong.
That does look very strong, the queen bishop battery against the black king. And who can save the black king when most of black's pieces are on the left side of the board? There is no light squared bishop either for black, and no g pawn. This is all because of those last couple of moves. Luca Moroni is in trouble.
He really is. He's got time on his side. He's up around a minute on the clock, but that won't help him if he doesn't survive this immediate storm. At this point, I think the dream for black is to maybe lose a pawn, but get the queens off, just not get checkmated, prolong things as long as possible, hope that Eric gets nervous, deja vu with the clock ticking. But how to get the queens off, how to get anything off the board. The first move that comes to my mind is to bring the queen back. just to try and get the rook at least into the game. But yeah, it might come at the cost of some damage to his king. The king at least won't get checkmated immediately. He brings his knight back though. And Eric.
What this bishop sacrifice immediately played by Erik Hansen. He knew that this is the winning blow. Double exclamation mark. Brilliancy.
Brilliancy. Now the black king is literally stranded on the edge of the board. The knight is hit, but more importantly, it's just going to be a checkmate. The rook's going to slide up, across, boom. Anna, it looks like Eric's going to be the fourth player to make it out of this group.
Incredible. The Canadian Grandmaster fought so hard after having lost 2 games. It looked very slim, his chances for qualification. But now he's bouncing back, and oh boy, this final round game against Luca Moroni, who also is on 4 points. It's an absolute crushing attack. The piece sacrifice to bring the rook through to the h5. You cannot stop that rook. It's a rook lift through the 3rd rank. No pawns in front of the black king, and Luca Moroni knows it. You can tell from the expressions of the Italian Grandmaster that he sees this is curtains, game over. And then for Luca, it's goodbye from the qualification spots.
Yeah, he's running out of luck here with his king stranded like this. And yeah, he hasn't done much wrong, I should say. Luca Moroni, he's played a decent tournament, a decent game, but it just feels like his opponents have been very inspired against him. Eric, with this attack, showing that the clock is not going to be the decisive piece. He can end this in a variety of ways now. But yeah, Eric just on fire this whole game. Luca hasn't really had a chance. It's been so unlucky. And that's the same as well. Earlier in the tournament, it just felt like anyone who beat Luca just played fantastic games.
Yeah, it really has been a tough event for Luca Moroni, but still within this final game, he had his chances when it comes to the standings. But Erik Hansen, ruthless, going for the rook lift after the bishop sacrifice, and that black king is getting checkmated on the edge of the board.
Yeah, not much to do. The computer declares mate in 7. The eval bar's gone all white, M7. And I would be surprised if black's king can survive that long even. This is going to be a checkmate to end the game. No pawn shelter means no hope here for black. Pinned as well, doesn't help. And Luca Moroni reluctant to throw away his chances here at the Esports World Cup to get into the main event. But resignation might be the only way forward. 1 minute. Anna, it's pretty much over.
It is pretty much over. Luca Moroni, I think, is just making peace with the fact that this game did not go his way, and this is the end of the journey for him when it comes to fighting for the qualification spots. While for Erik Hansen, huge result and much needed win for the Canadian Grandmaster and streamer to make it. The king goes into the corner, rook check, the knight is trying to block. Luca Moroni is still fighting, he doesn't want to resign.
Oh, Eric can finish it off in style. Rook takes knight, followed by the bishop coming in. That's going to be checkmate in 4 moves. And Luca, there we go. He's going to let it play out. Game over.
It has been pre-moved by Luca. It feels like Erik Hansen with a much important win to qualify to the playoffs of the last chance qualifier. What an incredible attack that was, with the bishop sacrifice, brilliancy, and then the rook lift, the killer blow. It was the queen and the rook combo delivering checkmate.
Yeah, Eric ending on a high, saving the best till last. And I think most importantly, he learned his lesson from previous rounds where the clock really was his Achilles heel. He used a big chunk of time on one move, that bishop h3, Anna, but this time he used it wisely. He calculated ahead. He'd foreseen most of those final tactics, and yeah, just artistic the way he finished it.
It was a beautiful finish. We'll definitely have a replay of those final moments. It was a decisive game when it comes to the qualification spot. Both players were shared for 4th place, and it's only 4 players that qualify from the group stage to the playoffs of the last chance qualifier. So a huge result for Erik Hansen. He is through to the playoffs, while it is unfortunately a very bitter story for Luca Moroni, who is now without a chance to qualify. This was the final round in Group B, and we will have 4 players happy to make it through. One of them is Erik Hansen. Luca Moroni, unfortunately for him, is not.
Yeah, he's not in it. Unfortunately, he's not allowed to go and enter Group C suddenly tomorrow to try one last chance at the qualifier. But yeah, he tried the Italian Grandmaster. But yeah, just not enough. And Erik, ultimately, hard to argue that he didn't deserve it. He really found those clutch moments. He found the power when he needed it most. And yeah, I think that's true for all of the 4 qualifiers in Group A earlier. Qualifiers for Group B, they all had shaky moments in games, but they all came out fighting when they really needed to.
And this is what speed chess is about, and also the time control being 10 minutes with no increment. There is always the time pressure as well. The mouse skills matter so much, the flagging skills matter a lot, and the pressure, the stakes are incredibly high. I'm curious who will be the other 3 players to make it from Group B. We already know one of them is Daniel Dubov, and then also Parham Maksulu. So I guess if everything goes well, then we will have the same 4 players who were in the top 4 spots before the final round. That's what happened in Group A as well, that the 4 players heading into the final round stayed in the first 4 spots. Much deserved a qualification in both cases, I feel like. But we are waiting for those final results to be in the books, to be also updating our standings, making sure that those results are coming in correctly, and we need to see if there's any mouse slips or any big blunders, but no blunders on the top boards as Daniel Dubov wins Group B with an impressive 6.5 out of 7. Parham Maksulu takes 2nd place, and Maxime Lagarde and Erik Hansen on 5 points. Those are the 4 Grandmasters that will make it to the playoffs from Group B. Everyone else is eliminated.
Yeah, special shout out to Robert Gabriel Sava, just a candidate master, but we'll hear that name again for sure. Just missing the cut in 5th place. One of the underdog stories of the day, but not quite enough to make it. Jonathan Payne as well in 8th place, another of the non-Grandmasters to make it onto the first page, but ultimately top 4, all classy GMs. Maxime Lagarde, French Grandmaster with a lot of fans nearby for sure. And we'll be seeing those 4 again in a couple of days' time.
They will be back the day after tomorrow, and what a group this has been as we scroll through the remaining players as well. It is a huge fight in every single group. We have over 100 players competing in 4 groups in the group stages today and tomorrow. Tomorrow we will feature another 2 groups, and once we have the group stage concluded, we will see the playoffs between the top 4 finishers of each group. So it's a long road to the qualification spots, but it's a very valuable one. $1.5 million is at stake at the main event in chess at the Esports World Cup that will be held next week in Paris. That's where the last chance qualifier is taking place already. So the 5 players qualifying to the main event will be where they should be, where everything is happening. For 7 weeks, Paris is the main capital of the gaming world and of the esports world, with the biggest competitions taking place in the heart of the city. And this, for us chess players, I think is huge as well. The stakes, the prize fund, the club championship points. Team Falcons trying to defend their title this year and perform a hat-trick, but chess really is a significant game for them as well when it comes to the club championship points. And last year, Team Liquid got a very important 1,000 points thanks to the win of Magnus Carlsen in chess, and Hikaru only 750, with only still, I guess, a lot of points. But you need to perform well in every single game at the Esports World Cup, and chess was very crucial when it comes to the battle between Team Liquid and Team Falcons from last year. I'm so curious, David, how it will be this year. The Falcons are leading again, but there's still so much to play for.
Exactly. Still so many points on the line for the teams across many titles, many games. For chess, yeah, of course, Magnus starts as the favorite, but who knows? There's always going to be a changing of the guard eventually. Maybe this could be the year. But yeah, this is just the start, of course, of the chess, of all the action in Paris over the next week or two, as you say, Anna. And I can't wait. It's only going to get more and more fun. And for us, I mean, for everyone at home, I hope you've got your popcorn ready because there's going to be a lot of drama ahead.
It's going to be incredible to witness. Tomorrow, we will be back with 2 more groups from the Last Chance qualifier. And then the day after tomorrow, the playoffs, where all top qualifiers, so all 4 places from each group, will face off against each other in a knockout format. It's an absolutely thrilling competition, the Last Chance qualifier. Everyone wants to be at the main event, and we only have 5 remaining spots. The stakes are extremely high. $1.5 million in chess is a huge prize fund, pretty much unheard of. We wish there were more events like this where the stakes were this high and where grandmasters and the rest of the competitors, underdogs, international masters, Canadian masters, FIDE masters, or untitled players could get a bigger chunk of prizes like that, because they are so deserving it. They are working so hard for it. And tomorrow there will be another 60 or so players trying to qualify. So we will be back tomorrow at the same time, same place. Thank you so much for tuning in for the Last Chance qualifiers. David, it's always a pleasure to call the action with you, and shout out to our production team and everyone at the Esports World Cup for making everything so smooth. For all of you on YouTube, Twitch, or in person in Paris, we hope to see you tomorrow, same time, same place, for Group C and Group D of the Last Chance qualifiers.
play is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Kadir City, powered by play.
We were there. For every click, every clutch, every respawn. We were there for the years of grind. And we're here. Now. The proud founding partner of EWC. Powering the biggest event in gaming. Shoulder to shoulder with the world's best. Making history. Greatness deserves a stage. Lenovo Legion. Reach your impossible.